Imagine standing at the base of the Great Sphinx of Giza, not in the daylight postcard version of it, but at night, when the tour buses are gone and the security lights throw long amber shadows across the limestone. Imagine looking, not up at the face, which is the part everyone photographs, but down at the paws, at the sand-coloured bedrock beneath them, and asking a question that sounds almost childish when you say it out loud. What is under there? It is a strange thing to realize that one of the most photographed objects on Earth has a flaw nobody has ever properly seen. The Sphinx has been stared at, sketched, measured, argued about, and reproduced on more postcards, more textbook covers, more late-night documentary thumbnails than almost any monument in human history. And yet, the ground it sits on, the actual bedrock beneath 66 feet of lion body and 20 feet of human head, remains in the most literal sense a closed question. Not because nobody has looked. People have looked on and off for 200 years. But every time they have looked closely enough to find something interesting, the looking has stopped. Tonight, we are not going to ask, as so many documentaries have, how old the Sphinx is. That question has its own long and tangled history, its own geologists and its own critics, its own decades of argument about weathering patterns and rainfall records, and it deserves its own careful telling, which is a telling for another night. Tonight, the question is narrower and, in its way, stranger. Not when was it built, but what, if anything, is built underneath it. Not who carved the face, but who dug the tunnels, sealed the chambers, and left behind a monument that has been surveyed, scanned, and probed by more instruments than almost any other archaeological site on the planet, and which still, after all of that, keeps something back. Because here is the plain fact, stripped of any embellishment. Excavators have physically entered spaces beneath and around the Sphinx. That much is not in dispute. There is a tunnel behind the head, only recently sealed off from public knowledge, that early explorers cut trying to find a way inside the skull of the statue. There is a shaft near the rump, uncovered in the 1980s, that leads down into a chamber cut directly into the bedrock, a chamber whose function nobody has ever satisfactorily explained. There are seismic and resistivity surveys, run in the 1970s and again in the 1990s, using instruments designed to detect exactly the kind of hollow space that would indicate a chamber, a corridor, or a cavity beneath the monument. And at least 2 of those surveys returned results that their own investigators described as anomalous. Not confirmed, not proven. Anomalous. A word that, in the careful language of geophysics, means something was there that the instruments could not explain, and that nobody has gone back to explain since. That is not a rumor. That is not something whispered on the internet by people with agendas. That is the recorded, published finding of scientists working with the full cooperation of the Egyptian government, using equipment that had already been validated at other archaeological sites. And it is worth sitting with, for a moment, how odd it is that this finding exists, and that almost nobody outside a narrow circle of researchers has ever heard of it. We know, roughly, what a black hole a billion light-years away looks like, because we have pointed instruments at it and told the world what we found. We know less about what sits directly beneath the paws of the most famous statue on Earth, because the instruments were pointed there decades ago, returned something worth investigating, and then the investigation, for reasons that are themselves worth examining, simply did not continue. There is a version of this story that belongs entirely to hard science, geophysicists using resistivity meters and seismographs, mapping subsurface density the way a doctor might read an ultrasound, looking for the particular signature that stone leaves when it has been cut, hollowed, and left empty rather than left solid. That version of the story is real, and we will spend real time in it tonight, because it deserves to be taken on its own terms rather than folded into speculation before it has even been explained. And there is another version of this story that belongs to prophecy, to a man named Edgar Cayce, who, lying on a couch in Virginia in the 1930s and 40s, in a trance state he could not later remember, described a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx containing the records of a vanished civilization, sealed away to be rediscovered at a specific and, by his account, approaching moment in history. That version of the story is not science. It does not pretend to be, but it has shaped more than almost anything else the modern search for what lies beneath the Sphinx, funding expeditions, motivating surveys, and putting the phrase "Hall of Records" into the mouths of archaeologists who would otherwise never use language so theatrical. Whatever you make of where that prophecy came from, its fingerprints are on almost every serious excavation permit filed at Giza for the last 80 years. And that alone makes it a real thread in this story, not a decorative one. Somewhere between those two versions, the strictly geophysical and the frankly prophetic, sits the actual, documented, occasionally frustrating history of people trying to get underneath the Sphinx, and mostly failing, not for lack of technology, but for reasons that have as much to do with permits, politics, and institutional caution as with anything buried in the rock. We are going to walk through that history tonight, and across the parts that follow, carefully in order, starting with the earliest recorded attempts to clear the sand away from the monument entirely, moving through the 20th century's scattered and sometimes contradictory excavations, into the seismic surveys of the 1970s and 90s, into the Cayce prophecy and what it actually said, word for word, rather than the version that has been repeated and exaggerated online, into the 2022 radar controversy that briefly made headlines and then vanished from the news cycle almost as quickly as it appeared. And finally, into the harder question of why, with all our scanning technology, all our funding, all our public fascination, so little further digging has actually happened since the last major survey closed its notebook in the 1990s. My name is Arthur. If you are new here, welcome. Arthur's Sleepy History is a place for the small hours, for questions from the deep past examined slowly and carefully, the kind of questions that don't resolve easily. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. It costs nothing and genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are and what time it is. So let's begin, properly, with the physical fact of the paws, because that is where this story starts. And it is the part of the Sphinx that gets the least attention despite being, arguably, the most physically interesting. The Great Sphinx, as most people know in outline, is not a stone brought from somewhere else and shaped, the way an obelisk is quarried, cut and moved. It is carved directly out of the bedrock of the Giza Plateau, out of a natural limestone outcrop that ancient workers left standing when they quarried the surrounding stone away to build the pyramids. That single fact matters more than it might seem, because it means the Sphinx is not a freestanding object sitting on top of the ground. It is continuous with the ground. Its paws are not blocks placed on the desert floor. They are, at least at their base, the bedrock itself, shaped and, in places, extended with quarried masonry blocks, added later to lengthen the paws and build up the surrounding walls of the enclosure. That distinction between living bedrock and added masonry is one of the first things any serious investigation of what lies beneath the Sphinx has to reckon with, because it means the monument is not a single, uniform structure with a single, uniform history. Parts of it are exactly as old as the plateau itself, cut from stone that has been sitting in that spot since long before any human hand touched it. other parts, the paw extensions, the enclosure walls, sections of restoration masonry from multiple eras, were added, removed, and added again across literally thousands of years by different builders working under different rulers, with different tools, and we now know, different levels of skill. Between the front paws there is a small temple-like structure known as the Dream Stela, a large granite tablet inscribed by the pharaoh Thutmose IV, describing a dream in which the Sphinx itself spoke to him, promised him the throne of Egypt, and asked in return that he clear away the sand that had buried it up to its neck. That inscription, which we will look at in real detail a little later in this video, is one of the earliest written records we have of anyone actively excavating the Sphinx, and it tells us something important right away. By the time of Thutmose, which is to say by roughly 1400 years before the Common Era, the Sphinx was already old enough and already buried deeply enough that a pharaoh believed clearing it counted as an act of restoration rather than routine maintenance. Whatever the Sphinx's true age turns out to be, and again that is a question for another night, it was already, in the eyes of the people who ruled Egypt 3,500 years ago, an ancient thing being rescued from the sand rather than a recent monument being kept tidy. That detail is worth sitting with because it reframes almost everything that follows. We tend to think of Egyptian civilization as a single, continuous block of history, but the distance between the builders of the pyramids and the pharaoh Thutmose IV is roughly the same as the distance between Thutmose and us. He was not a contemporary of the Sphinx's builders looking after his own generation's work. He was, by his own account, a later ruler uncovering something that had already slipped half out of memory, buried under centuries of drifting sand, and choosing to dig it back out. And digging it out, it turns out, has been a recurring theme ever since. The Sphinx has been buried and cleared, more times than most people realize, and each clearing has been an opportunity, deliberate or accidental, to notice something about what lies beneath and around it that the sand had been hiding. Early Arab travelers in the medieval period described the monument buried to its neck, much as Thutmose had found it centuries earlier, the desert reclaiming it in the long gaps between organized excavation. European travelers in the 18th century sketched it the same way, a head rising out of a sea of sand, the body entirely hidden. It was not until the modern era, really not until the early 19th century, that anyone attempted to clear the Sphinx down to its base and keep it clear, and that attempt, made by a Genoese explorer and adventurer named Giovanni Battista Caviglia, is where the modern, documented history of excavating beneath and around the Sphinx genuinely begins. A brief note before we continue. Many of you voted on the design for our first Dozer sleep mask, created especially for listeners of Arthur's Sleepy History. Only 100 were made for this first drop, and you can find it through the link in the description or beneath this video. Every purchase directly supports the channel and, hopefully, helps make nights like this a little more relaxing for you. Now let us return. Caviglia's dig in 1817 was crude by any modern standard, undertaken with local labourers, minimal record keeping, and an approach to archaeology that would make a modern excavator wince. But it was the first attempt in the modern era to expose the Sphinx's full body, paws included, and in doing so it began, however roughly, the process that would eventually lead investigators to the tunnels, the shafts, and the buried chamber that this video is really about. Caviglia's men, digging around the base, found the remnants of ancient repair work, blocks of masonry that did not match the bedrock, evidence that earlier civilizations, themselves already ancient by Caviglia's time, had been patching and rebuilding the Sphinx's lower body for reasons that were not entirely clear even then. What Caviglia did not find, and what nobody would find for well over a century afterward, was any confirmed access point leading down into the bedrock beneath the monument itself. That would take further clearances, further excavations, a French Egyptologist working in the 1920s, an Egyptian archaeologist working in the 1930s, and eventually, in the final decades of the 20th century, a combination of physical excavation and geophysical survey equipment that had simply not existed in Caviglia's time. Each of those efforts uncovered something. None of them, taken individually, answered the question this video is asking. But taken together, laid out in order, they build towards something genuinely strange. A picture of a monument that has been investigated more thoroughly than almost any other structure on Earth, and which has, at multiple points, across multiple decades using multiple independent methods, returned signals suggesting there is more beneath it than empty bedrock. That is where we are headed tonight. Not toward a conclusion, because a conclusion is not really available yet, not honestly, but toward a clear, careful accounting of exactly what has been found, by whom, using what methods, and exactly where the trail goes cold, because it does go cold more than once. And the places where it goes cold are, in their own way, as interesting as the places where it doesn't. For now, picture the paws again, resting on stone that has been dug up, buried, and dug up again for at least 3,500 years of recorded history, and probably longer than that, in ways no record survived to tell us. Picture the sand drifting back over them, the way it always eventually does, patient in a way that outlasts every excavation permit, every research grant, every generation of archaeologists who came to Giza convinced they would be the ones to finally answer the question. And picture, underneath all of that sand and all of that stone, the specific, narrow, still open question we are going to spend the rest of this night with. Not whether something is down there, but what exactly the evidence so far has actually shown, and what it has only suggested, and where, carefully, honestly, the line between those two things actually falls. There is one more thing worth sitting with before we leave the pause tonight, and it is easy to miss if you have only ever seen the Sphinx in photographs. The masonry additions that Caviglia's men uncovered, the blocks patched into the lower body, and the paw extensions were not the work of a single restoration effort. Later study identified at least 3, and by some accounts 4, distinct phases of repair using different quarrying techniques, different block sizes, and different mortars, layered on top of one another, like rings in a tree. Some of that repair work has been tentatively linked to the New Kingdom, to the era of Thutmose IV and his immediate successors. Other sections appear to belong to a much later period. Greco-Roman restoration attempts made when the Sphinx was already, by that point, one of the most ancient objects its own restorers had ever personally encountered. And beneath all of those layers, at the very base, where masonry gives way entirely to living rock, there is a boundary that nobody has ever fully mapped. A line where human construction stops and the natural plateau begins. And it is precisely along that boundary, where cut stone meets untouched bedrock, that the questions in this video start to matter most, because it is exactly the kind of boundary where a hidden opening would be easiest to miss and easiest to seal without leaving an obvious trace. Think about what that actually means for anyone trying to survey the site today. A geophysicist standing at the enclosure wall is not reading a single, uniform material. They are reading limestone bedrock, quarried and requarried at least 4 times, patched with masonry from at least 3 separate historical periods, sitting beneath modern restoration concrete, poured as recently as the 20th century, to stabilize the pores against further erosion. Every one of those layers has its own density, its own way of reflecting a seismic pulse or resisting an electrical current, and separating a genuine void, a real hollow chamber, from the ordinary noise of 4,000 years of patchwork repair is a genuinely difficult technical problem. That difficulty is not a conspiracy. It is physics, and it is one of the honest, unglamorous reasons this question has stayed open as long as it has. But difficulty is not the same as impossibility, and, as we will see, more than one team of investigators has managed, at least provisionally, to read something through all those layers that looked, to their own trained eyes, like it did not belong. That is where we will pick up next, with Caviglia's successors, the tunnel behind the head that almost nobody knows exists, and the first modern excavation to reach all the way down to the bedrock floor of the Sphinx enclosure itself. Imagine climbing, not down into the Sphinx, but up, along the curve of its back, toward the head, in the years before safety railings and roped-off viewing platforms existed to stop you. Imagine standing directly behind the skull of the most famous face in the ancient world, and finding, cut into the stone at the base of the head, a narrow opening, dark, unmarked on any map handed to tourists, leading down into the body of the statue itself. That opening is real. It is not a myth or a piece of internet folklore dressed up as fact. It has a name in the excavation literature. It has been photographed, measured, and referenced by multiple Egyptologists across more than a century. And for most of that time, it has simply not been part of the story most people are told about the Sphinx. There is a shaft cut vertically into the top of the head, roughly where a human skull would carry its crown, descending a short distance into the body of the statue before stopping. Nobody knows with certainty who cut it, when, or why. What is known is that it was already there, already old, already partially filled with debris, when 19th century explorers first documented it, which means whatever purpose it served that purpose long before modern archaeology arrived to ask questions about it. We left off in the last part with Giovanni Battista Caviglia's rough 1817 clearance of the Sphinx's base, the first attempt in the modern era to expose the monument's full body and paws after centuries of being buried to the neck in drifting sand. Caviglia's dig was crude, undocumented by any standard we would accept today, and focused almost entirely on the ground level of the enclosure. But Caviglia was not the only person interested in the Sphinx that century, and he was not the last to wonder whether the monument held something beyond its surface. Over the following decades, a scattered, uncoordinated series of explorers, some serious, some closer to treasure hunters with better funding than method, turned their attention upward, toward the head itself, and toward that strange, narrow shaft that Caviglia's men had noted, but never fully investigated. The shaft behind the head is small. By most descriptions, it is barely wide enough for a person to descend, cut through solid limestone rather than through any softer, more easily worked material, which itself raises a basic and still unanswered question. Cutting a shaft into solid bedrock, even a short one, is not a trivial undertaking with ancient tools. It requires deliberate effort, sustained over time, aimed at a very specific location, the crown of a monument whose head, by any account, was already understood to be significant, sacred, and closely watched. Whoever cut that shaft was not idly digging. They were digging somewhere that mattered, in a place that would have been difficult to reach and difficult to disguise, which means the reason for digging it mattered enough to justify both the difficulty and the exposure. Several explanations have been proposed over the years, none of them proven, all of them worth laying out honestly rather than dismissing outright or endorsing without evidence. The most conservative explanation treats the shaft as a later addition, possibly cut during one of the Sphinx's many restoration periods, An attempt by ancient repair workers to inspect the internal structure of the head after some kind of damage or instability was noticed, the ancient equivalent of an engineer drilling a test hole to check the integrity of a structure before deciding how to fix it. That explanation fits comfortably within known ancient building practices and requires no exotic assumptions. And for that reason, it remains the explanation most Egyptologists default to when the shaft comes up at all, which, it should be said honestly, is not often. A second explanation, more speculative but not without its defenders, treats the shaft as evidence of an attempted robbery, an opportunistic dig by people who believed, correctly or not, that something valuable was hidden within or beneath the head, and who cut their way in from above because the more obvious access points, whatever they might have been, were sealed, guarded, or simply unknown to them. This explanation has the advantage of fitting a pattern seen elsewhere in Egyptian archaeology, where tomb robbers across multiple eras dug their own unauthorized shafts into sealed structures, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, leaving behind exactly this kind of unexplained, off-plan tunnel for later excavators to puzzle over. A third explanation, favoured by researchers more sympathetic to the idea of a genuinely hidden interior space within or beneath the Sphinx, treats the shaft as an attempt, ancient or more recent, to search for exactly the kind of chamber this video is asking about, an attempt made by someone who had reason to believe such a chamber existed, reached for it from the most exposed and physically accessible point on the entire monument, the crown of the head, and either failed to find it or found something they chose not to record. None of these three explanations can currently be ruled out with the evidence available, and that, honestly, is the position most of this story is going to occupy tonight and across the parts that follow. Not a confirmed answer, but a set of live possibilities, narrowed as far as the evidence allows, and no further. It helps at this point to think about what evidence would actually distinguish between these three explanations, because the difference matters more than it might first appear. If the shaft was cut for structural inspection, we would expect it to be relatively shallow, to terminate at a point consistent with checking the internal integrity of the head, and to show tool marks consistent with careful, controlled work rather than hurried digging. If it was cut by robbers searching for valuables, we would expect the opposite: rougher work, less consistent depth, possibly multiple false starts where diggers abandoned one direction and tried another. The pattern robbery tunnels tend to leave elsewhere in Egypt. And if it was cut by someone deliberately searching for a known or rumoured chamber, we might expect it to be aimed with unusual precision, angled in a specific direction rather than simply straight down, as though the digger had a target in mind rather than simply hoping to find something useful along the way. The trouble is that the surviving descriptions of the shaft, recorded by 19th and early 20th century explorers who were not trained geophysicists and were not working from any modern excavation standard, are simply not detailed enough to settle this question either way. Some accounts describe the shaft as roughly vertical. Others describe a slight angle. None of them include the kind of precise measurement, direction, depth, tool mark analysis that a modern excavation would produce as a matter of course. This is one of the quieter frustrations running through the entire history of Sphinx investigation, and it will come up again and again across this video. The most interesting findings tend to come from periods before anyone had developed the habit of recording things with the rigor later researchers would wish for, and by the time that rigor arrived, in the form of trained geophysicists and systematic surveys, direct physical access to many of these features had already been restricted, closed off, or lost to further disturbance. What is not in dispute is what happened to the shaft more recently. For much of the 20th century, it remained accessible, at least to Egyptologists and authorized researchers, a curiosity mentioned in academic papers but rarely photographed for public consumption. At some point, and the exact date is not consistently reported across sources, Egyptian antiquities authorities sealed the opening, closing off casual access, a decision consistent with a broader and understandable pattern of restricting entry to fragile or structurally sensitive parts of ancient sites, particularly ones as heavily visited and as photographed as the Sphinx. Whether the sealing was purely a matter of conservation, protecting the statue from further human interference after nearly 2 centuries of exactly that kind of interference, or whether it also reflected a desire to quietly close down a line of investigation that had never produced a satisfying answer, is not something the public record settles either way. Both explanations are plausible. Both are, in their own way, unremarkable, which is worth remembering before this story tips too far toward intrigue. Antiquities authorities seal off fragile access points constantly, for entirely mundane reasons, and the Sphinx's head shaft would hardly be unique in that respect. Still, the shaft matters to this video for a specific reason, and it is worth stating plainly before we move on. It establishes beyond any reasonable doubt that the Sphinx is not a solid, uniform block of stone with nothing but decorative carving on its surface. It has interior spaces. Someone, at some point in its long history, went looking for or working within those spaces, using tools capable of cutting solid limestone with deliberate precision. That fact alone does not tell us what, if anything, lies beneath the paws or within the bedrock of the enclosure floor, but it removes, immediately and permanently, any assumption that the Sphinx is simply a carved surface over undifferentiated rock. Whatever else is true, the monument has already been shown by direct, physical excavation to contain the kind of internal void that skeptics of the underground chamber theory sometimes argue is inherently implausible for a structure like this. It is not implausible. It has already happened at least once in a location everyone can agree on. That brings us naturally to the question of what happened at ground level, at the base of the monument, during the same general period when explorers were investigating the head. Caviglia's 1817 clearance had exposed the paws and the lower body, but it had not reached in any systematic way down through the bedrock floor of the enclosure itself, the surface the Sphinx actually sits on. That task fell to later excavators working across the following century in a series of campaigns that were, individually, incomplete, but which, taken together, slowly built up the modern picture of the enclosure floor that any geophysical survey would later have to work from. A French Egyptologist working in the early 20th century undertook a more careful, better documented clearance of the enclosure, removing accumulated sand and debris down to what he identified as the natural bedrock surface, mapping the enclosure walls in more detail than Caviglia ever had, and noting in his own records sections of the floor that appeared disturbed, cut, or otherwise irregular compared to the surrounding untouched rock. Those observations were not followed up with the kind of subsurface investigation that later decades would bring, partly because the technology to do so, seismic and resistivity equipment, capable of reading density variations beneath solid stone, simply did not exist yet in any form an archaeologist in Egypt could have used. He recorded what he could see with his eyes, on the surface, and left the question of what lay beneath that surface for a later generation to take up. It is worth pausing on how this excavation was actually carried out, because the method matters as much as the findings. Clearing an enclosure of this size, cut as it is into a natural depression in the plateau, meant moving an enormous volume of wind-blown sand that had been accumulating, compacting and shifting for centuries since the last serious clearance. The work was done largely by hand, using teams of local laborers directed by a small number of trained excavators, moving sand basket by basket, a method that had not fundamentally changed since Caviglia's time, nearly a century earlier. What had changed was the record keeping. Where Caviglia left behind little more than a general account of what his men had uncovered, this later excavation produced measured drawings, photographs, and a written log noting, section by section, what the floor looked like as it was exposed. That log is where the irregular sections first appear in the historical record, described in careful, unglamorous language, notes on areas where the bedrock surface did not match the smooth, continuous plain found elsewhere in the enclosure, areas that looked, to the excavator's eye, as though something had once been cut into the rock and later filled or levelled over. Those notes sat, largely unremarked, in academic publications for decades. They were not sensationalized at the time, not framed as evidence of a hidden chamber, because the excavator who recorded them was working within a scholarly tradition that treated surface irregularities as exactly that. Surface irregularities worth noting, but not worth building a theory around without further evidence. It would take later researchers, decades on, rereading those same field notes with new questions in mind, to connect them to the results that seismic and resistivity surveys would eventually produce in the same general area of the enclosure floor. That connection, when it was made, is one of the quieter pieces of evidence in this entire story, precisely because it was not generated by anyone looking for a hidden chamber. It was sitting in the archive the entire time, recorded by an excavator with no stake in the question this video is asking. And it only became interesting decades later when a different kind of instrument, reading density rather than sight, returned a result that lined up with where those old notes said the floor looked wrong. That kind of quiet convergence, an old observation and a new instrument independently pointing at the same patch of ground, is rare in archaeology, and it is the reason serious researchers, not just enthusiasts, have continued to take the subsurface questions seriously, even as public interest in it has faded in and out of fashion. It does not prove a chamber exists. Convergence of that kind can also happen by coincidence, especially across a floor as geologically inconsistent as this one, patched and repaired across multiple eras as we discussed in the previous part. But it raises the bar slightly higher than it would sit if the seismic anomalies of later decades had been the only evidence on the table. There is a broader pattern worth naming here because it will recur throughout this video, and recognizing it early will make everything that follows easier to weigh fairly. Almost none of the evidence in this story arrives clean. It almost never comes as a single, decisive finding that settles the question outright. Instead, it arrives in fragments, an unmeasured shaft here, a set of field notes there, a seismic anomaly decades later that may or may not line up with either of them. Each fragment recorded by people working with different tools, different standards, and different assumptions about what mattered enough to write down. Piecing those fragments together into anything like a coherent picture requires a kind of patience that documentaries do not always reward, because patience does not produce dramatic reveals. It produces something closer to what a careful detective does with an old, cold case, laying every scrap of evidence out on the table, resisting the urge to force them into a tidy story before they actually fit, and being honest at every step about which connections are solid and which are merely suggestive. That is the spirit we are going to try to hold onto across the rest of this video, and it is worth restating plainly. Nothing so far, the shaft behind the head, the irregular floor sections noted in early 20th century field notes, points to a confirmed chamber. What it points to is a monument with a documented history of interior spaces, a documented history of surface irregularities that predate any modern theorizing about hidden rooms, and a documented pattern of investigations that keeps circling back to the same handful of locations without ever quite finishing the job. Whether that pattern reflects genuine physical evidence still waiting beneath the stone, or simply the ordinary messiness of a heavily disturbed, heavily patched 4,000-year-old structure being read by imperfect instruments and imperfect record keepers across 2 centuries, is exactly the question this video is built to sit with. Honestly, one excavation at a time. Which brings us naturally and unhurriedly to the 1930s, and to the patient, methodical excavation that would go further into that enclosure floor than any before it had ever managed. As we will see in the part that follows, the Egyptian archaeologist who took up this work brought with him a level of systematic rigor the Sphinx had not previously received, uncovering not just more of the enclosure, but structures around it that had never been recorded, and in the process ruling out, at least provisionally, some of the wilder claims already circulating about the monument's hidden interior, while leaving others frustratingly, deliberately open. Imagine falling asleep in the shadow of a monument that is already, to you, unimaginably old. A monument your own ancestors built so long ago that nobody in your court can tell you exactly when or why, and waking with the memory of it speaking to you, promising you something no one currently expects you to receive. That is, according to a granite tablet still standing between the Sphinx's paws today, more or less what happened to a young Egyptian prince named Thutmose, sometime around the middle of the 14th century before the Common Era. He was not, at the time, expected to become pharaoh. He had older brothers, or at least the succession was not clearly settled in his favor, and, by his own account, recorded on that tablet in careful hieroglyphic script, he had gone hunting near the pyramids, grown tired in the heat of the day, and settled down to rest in the shadow of the Sphinx, which even then was buried up to its neck in wind-blown sand, only the head visible above the dunes. In the dream that followed, the Sphinx itself spoke to him, identifying itself with the sun god Horemheb, and made him a promise. If Thutmose would clear away the sand burying its body, freeing it from the desert that had swallowed it, the Sphinx would ensure that he received the crown of Egypt, a crown that was not, at that point, clearly his to expect. Thutmose recorded that he woke, kept the promise, and later became pharaoh, ruling as Thutmose IV. Whether the dream came first and the clearance followed, or whether a version of that story was composed afterward to explain and justify a restoration project undertaken for entirely practical reasons, is a question historians have argued for as long as the stele has been studied, and it is worth holding both possibilities honestly rather than collapsing them into one. The tablet itself, known today as the Dream Stela, stands roughly 10 feet tall, carved from red granite, and sits in a small chapel-like structure built directly between the Sphinx's front paws, a location chosen, presumably, because it placed the inscription as close as physically possible to the deity it credits with issuing the promise. The hieroglyphic text is damaged in places, sections worn away or broken over the centuries, which means portions of the inscription have had to be reconstructed by scholars working from context and from parallel formulas used elsewhere in Egyptian royal inscriptions. That damage matters because it is precisely in the damaged sections, particularly a fragmentary passage some researchers believe once referenced the Sphinx's builder or the circumstances of its original construction, that the most speculative interpretations of the stele have taken root. What the intact text clearly establishes is the dream, the promise, and the clearance. What the damaged text might have said about the Sphinx's actual age or origin is honestly not recoverable with any confidence. And it is worth being direct about that rather than filling the gap with whatever interpretation feels most satisfying. What the stele tells us with certainty independent of any damaged or disputed passage, is something we touched on briefly earlier in this video, and that deserves to be sat with properly here. By the reign of Thutmose IV, roughly 3,500 years ago, the Sphinx was already old enough, and already neglected enough, that a member of the royal family encountered it as a half-buried ruin rather than a maintained monument. This was not a recently completed structure receiving routine care. It was, by the plain language of the inscription, something ancient enough to have been forgotten by the desert's edge, rediscovered rather than simply visited, restored rather than simply admired. That single detail reframes the entire timeline of neglect and rediscovery that runs through this video, because it tells us the pattern of burial and excavation we are tracing did not begin with Caviglia in 1817. It was already centuries, if not millennia, old by the time Thutmose had his dream. The clearance that followed the dream, as best modern archaeology can reconstruct it, involved removing an enormous volume of sand from around the Sphinx's body, work substantial enough that Thutmose commemorated it with a permanent monument rather than treating it as routine maintenance. Excavators in the 20th century, working to expose and study the Dream Stela itself, found evidence consistent with exactly this kind of large-scale New Kingdom clearance effort, retaining walls and enclosure boundaries that appear to date from this general period, suggesting Thutmose's workers did not simply dig the Sphinx out and leave it exposed, but attempted, at least partially, to protect it from being reburied by building structures intended to hold the sand back. Those retaining structures are, in their own way, a piece of this video's central puzzle, because they represent the earliest confirmed, deliberate human construction project focused specifically on managing and protecting the Sphinx enclosure, centuries before any of the modern excavations, seismic surveys, or resistivity studies we will get to later. If ancient builders were sophisticated enough to construct retaining walls intended to prevent the enclosure from silting back up with sand, it raises a reasonable question about what else they might have built into or around that same enclosure while they had crews, tools, and royal funding on site. No inscription confirms any additional hidden construction, but the presence of one confirmed deliberate building project from this era, undertaken specifically to manage the Sphinx enclosure, means we are no longer speculating about whether ancient Egyptians treated this ground as worth investing serious labor into. We know they did, at least once, explicitly, and the Dream Stela is the reason we know it. It is worth pausing too on why this particular pharaoh chose to frame a practical restoration project in the language of prophecy and divine promise at all. Thutmose IV was not, as far as the historical record indicates, the presumptive heir to the throne at the time of the dream. Framing his own accession as something promised directly by a god in exchange for a specific, verifiable act of piety toward that god's monument was a way of legitimizing a succession that might otherwise have been contested. This does not mean the dream was invented cynically, and it would be unfair to assume bad faith on Thutmose's part from 3,500 years' distance. Religious experience and political convenience were not, in the ancient Egyptian worldview, separate categories the way they might feel to us. But it is worth noting, honestly, that the stele served a political function as well as a religious one, and that dual function is part of why it survives as prominently as it does, carved in durable granite and placed in the most visible possible location, rather than recorded more modestly elsewhere. There is a broader pattern here worth naming before we move on, because it will echo through later parts of this video when we reach the modern prophecy of Edgar Cayce and the Hall of Records tradition. The Sphinx has, across recorded history, repeatedly attracted claims of communication, dreams, prophecy, and hidden meaning, from a New Kingdom pharaoh's vision in the sand to a 20th century psychic's trance readings in Virginia. That pattern does not, on its own, validate any particular claim, but it tells us something true about the monument's cultural role across 3,500 years, a role that has never been purely archaeological. People have consistently treated the Sphinx as a threshold, a place where ordinary history and something stranger seem to meet. And that expectation has shaped, again and again, who chooses to dig, what they choose to look for, and how they interpret whatever they happen to find. There is a reasonable question here about how confident we should actually be in the traditional dating of the dream itself. The stele identifies the ruler by name and by the standard royal titles used in his reign, which gives Egyptologists a reasonably firm anchor point, but the precise year within that reign and the precise age of Thutmose at the time of the dream rely on broader chronological reconstructions of the new kingdom that have themselves shifted somewhat, as radiocarbon methods and astronomical dating techniques have improved over the past century. None of this uncertainty is large enough to meaningfully change the overall picture. A mid-14th century before the Common Era dream, followed by a documented clearance. But it is worth noting, in the spirit of honesty that this channel tries to hold onto, that even a date as apparently solid as this one rests on a chain of scholarly reconstruction rather than a single, uncontested, fixed point. It is also worth asking why, of all the monuments on the Giza Plateau, the Sphinx in particular became the focus of this kind of attention, rather than the pyramids themselves, which are larger, more visually dominant, and arguably more architecturally impressive by any conventional measure. Part of the answer may simply be the face. A pyramid is geometry, precise and imposing, but it does not look back at you. The Sphinx does. Carved with a human head atop a lion's body, positioned to gaze directly east toward the rising sun, it presents, uniquely among the plateau's monuments, something that reads to the human eye as a presence rather than a structure, watchful in a way that stone rarely manages to feel. It is not hard to imagine why a tired hunter, resting in its shadow after a long day, might dream of it speaking, or why, thousands of years later, a psychic in a trance state on another continent might describe it as a guardian standing watch over something hidden. It is worth saying something too about how the Dream Stela itself survived to be read at all, because its rediscovery is its own small chapter in the long story of excavation and reburial that runs through this entire video. Like the rest of the Sphinx's body, the stele and the small chapel structure surrounding it were, for long stretches of history, buried beneath the same drifting sand that repeatedly swallowed the monument as a whole. Early travelers who documented the Sphinx before the modern era often described only the head rising above the dunes, with no mention of a visible tablet between the paws at all, which strongly suggests the stele itself spent long periods completely hidden from view, rediscovered and reburied more than once across the centuries between Thutmose's original clearance and Caviglia's 1817 excavation. When Caviglia's men finally cleared the enclosure down to the paws, the stele was among the first significant inscribed monuments they encountered, and its rediscovery was, by most contemporary accounts, treated as a major event, immediately recognized as an important historical document even before scholars had developed the tools to translate its hieroglyphic text with full confidence. That translation effort took decades, refined gradually across the 19th century as the broader decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphics, following the breakthrough of the Rosetta Stone, gave scholars the linguistic tools to read the stele's text with increasing precision. Early translations captured the general outline of the dream and the promise, but it was later, more careful philological work that clarified the damaged sections, identified the specific formulaic language Thutmose's scribes had used, and situated the inscription properly within the broader tradition of Egyptian royal texts, that claim divine favor as justification for a ruler's legitimacy. That century of gradual translation work matters for our purposes because it means our understanding of exactly what the stele says and does not say has itself been a slow, evolving excavation, layered on top of the physical excavation of the monument itself. Each generation of scholars reading the damaged text a little more carefully than the last, correcting earlier assumptions and, in a few notable cases, walking back interpretations that had been repeated confidently for years before more rigorous philology overturned them. That history of correction is worth remembering whenever a documentary, including this one, presents a confident reading of an ancient text. The Dream Stela has been reinterpreted more than once since its rediscovery, and it would be dishonest to present today's scholarly consensus as a final, settled reading, rather than the current best understanding of a text that continues to be studied, questioned, and occasionally revised as new comparative material from other New Kingdom inscriptions comes to light. The Dream Stela leaves us then with 3 confirmed facts worth carrying forward. First, the Sphinx was already ancient and neglected by the mid-14th century, before the Common Era, buried deeply enough to require a major clearance effort rather than routine upkeep. Second, that clearance was substantial enough to warrant permanent commemoration, and appears to have included deliberate protective construction around the enclosure. The earliest confirmed engineering project focused specifically on managing this site. Third, the monument's association with dreams, divine communication, and hidden promise did not begin in the 20th century. It is, if anything, one of the oldest and most consistent threads running through its entire recorded history, older than any of the archaeology this video has discussed so far, and considerably older than the psychic readings we will turn to later. What the stele does not give us, and what no amount of careful reading of its damaged sections can currently recover, is any confirmation of a hidden chamber, a sealed room, or buried records beneath the enclosure floor. That claim, when it eventually enters this story, arrives from an entirely different source, several thousand years later, and it deserves to be examined on its own terms, rather than read backward, into an inscription that never quite makes that promise itself. What the stele does establish, clearly and without dispute, is that the ground beneath the Sphinx was already, by the height of the New Kingdom, considered significant enough to protect, restore, and monumentalize, a ground worth the labor of clearing, worth the considerable expense of a 10-foot granite tablet, quarried and transported specifically for this purpose, worth a pharaoh's public, permanently inscribed claim that a god had personally spoken to him there, in a dream he chose to remember and record for every future ruler of Egypt to read. Whatever lies beneath that enclosure floor today, it lies beneath ground that has been treated as sacred, worth digging into and worth protecting, for at least 3,500 years, and probably longer than any surviving record can confirm. There is one further physical detail about the stele worth including here, because it is easy to overlook, and it changes how the whole monument should be pictured. The stele is not a flat, freestanding slab set out in the open the way a modern historical marker might be. It sits within the remains of a small chapel structure, walled on at least 2 sides, oriented so that anyone standing before it, reading the inscription, would have been looking directly toward the Sphinx's chest, with the towering head rising above them. Fragments of additional, smaller stelae, offering tables and votive objects, have been found scattered around this same small chapel space, evidence that the area between the paws functioned, for a period spanning multiple dynasties after Thutmose, as an active site of worship and offering, not simply a monument commemorating a single pharaoh's restoration project. Later rulers, including several from the New Kingdom's later dynasties, appear to have added their own smaller inscriptions and offerings to the same space, treating the chapel as an ongoing place of religious practice rather than a sealed historical relic frozen at the moment of its creation. That detail matters for this video's purposes because it means the ground directly in front of the Sphinx, the ground closest to the enclosure floor. This entire video keeps circling back to was not merely dug into once by Thutmose's workers and then left undisturbed. It was returned to, built upon, and actively used as sacred space across a span of centuries by multiple generations of Egyptians who each, in their own way, treated this particular patch of ground as significant enough to leave something behind. Every one of those additions, every later offering table or minor inscription, represents another layer of human activity, concentrated in exactly the area where any hidden chamber, if one exists, would most plausibly have its entrance, which is one more reason this small, crowded chapel space between the paws deserves more attention in this story than its modest size might initially suggest. That sense of sacred, protected ground is exactly where the next part of this story picks up, moving forward nearly 6 centuries past Caviglia's rough clearance to the 1930s, and to the first excavation of the Sphinx enclosure, conducted with anything resembling modern archaeological method. An excavation that would uncover structures nobody had previously recorded, and would, in its own careful way, both narrow and deepen the question this video keeps returning to. Imagine being the first person in your own country's modern history to lead a major excavation of your own nation's most famous monument, working not as an assistant to a foreign expedition, as had been the pattern for over a century, but as the director, the one making the decisions about where to dig, what to record, and what to leave for a later generation to uncover. That was the position of the Egyptian archaeologist who took up the excavation of the Sphinx enclosure in the early 1930s, working under the authority of Egypt's own Antiquities service at a moment when the field of Egyptology, for most of its modern history dominated by European and American expeditions, was beginning, slowly and unevenly, to shift toward Egyptian-led scholarship. His name was Selim Hassan, and the excavation he conducted between 1936 and 1938 remains to this day one of the most thorough and most frequently cited investigations of the Sphinx enclosure ever undertaken. A body of work that both confirmed earlier observations from Caviglia and the French excavators discussed in previous parts, and extended those observations considerably further into territory nobody had systematically documented before. Hassan's excavation was, by the standards of the 1930s, remarkably comprehensive. He cleared the enclosure down to bedrock across areas that earlier excavators had only partially exposed, documented the enclosure walls with a level of precision that finally allowed later researchers to produce reliable maps of the site, and, critically for this video's purposes, paid close attention to the areas around and beneath the Sphinx's paws, the exact location where the seismic and resistivity anomalies of later decades would eventually be recorded. Hassan's published reports, running to multiple substantial volumes, remain a primary reference for essentially every serious researcher who has approached the question of what lies beneath the Sphinx in the decades since, cited not because his conclusions were dramatic, but because his documentation was careful enough to still be useful nearly a century later. The scale of that documentation is worth appreciating on its own terms. Hassan's published volumes on the Giza excavations run to thousands of pages across multiple installments, covering not just the Sphinx enclosure itself, but the surrounding cemetery fields, temple structures, and causeways that connect the plateau's various monuments into a single, coherent, ancient, religious landscape. Within that larger body of work, the sections dealing specifically with the Sphinx enclosure represent a comparatively small but disproportionately influential portion, cited far more often by later researchers than the volume of pages might suggest, precisely because so few other excavators before or since have documented this particular patch of ground with anything like the same rigor. Even researchers who ultimately disagree with Hassan's conclusions, or who favor more speculative interpretations of what might lie beneath the enclosure, still rely on his measurements and site drawings as their starting point, a testament to how durable, careful, unglamorous documentation can be, even when it does not deliver the dramatic answer some later readers wish it had. It is worth being precise about what Hassan actually found, because his work has, at various points over the decades, been claimed by researchers on more than one side of the underground chamber debate, each side selectively citing the parts of his reports that support their own position while downplaying the parts that complicate it. This selective citation is worth naming plainly, because it is a pattern that will recur throughout this video whenever we reach a genuinely ambiguous piece of evidence, and Hassan's reports are, if anything, the clearest early example of it, drawn on by cautious mainstream Egyptologists and by more speculative alternative researchers alike, each group reading the same careful, unglamorous field notes and coming away with rather different emphases about what they mean. Hassan did not find, or claim to find, any confirmed hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx sufficient to match the grander, later prophetic claims this video will eventually examine. His excavation reached what he identified as the natural bedrock floor of the enclosure across most of the areas he cleared, and he described that floor, in most locations, as continuous, solid limestone, consistent with a monument carved from a single natural outcrop, rather than built over some kind of pre-existing hollow structure. That finding alone, taken at face value, would seem to argue against the existence of any large hidden chamber directly beneath the enclosure floor, and it is a finding that skeptics of the hidden chamber theory have reasonably pointed to ever since. If the most thorough excavator ever to work the site, digging by hand down to bedrock, across multiple seasons found continuous solid stone rather than any indication of a cavity or void, that is meaningful negative evidence, not nothing, and it deserves to be weighed seriously rather than dismissed, simply because it complicates a more dramatic version of this story. But Hassan's reports are not uniform on this point, and this is where the picture becomes genuinely more complicated rather than simply settled. In certain sections of the enclosure, particularly around the rear of the monument and in areas near what would later be identified, decades after Hassan's own work, as the location of a rock-cut chamber accessed by a vertical shaft, Hassan's own excavation uncovered exactly that kind of cut feature. A shaft descending into the bedrock, leading to a small chamber that had clearly been deliberately carved rather than naturally occurring. This is not a disputed or speculative claim. It is documented in Hassan's own published reports, illustrated with his own site drawings, and it represents the first scientifically documented discovery of a genuine subsurface chamber directly associated with the Sphinx enclosure. The chamber Hassan uncovered, sometimes referred to in later literature by his own site designation, is modest in scale, cut into the bedrock at a level below the enclosure floor, reached by a narrow shaft that required careful, deliberate excavation to clear. Hassan's own interpretation of the chamber was cautious. He did not claim it represented anything mystical or connected to any lost civilization. His working hypothesis, consistent with his broader understanding of the site's use across multiple periods of ancient Egyptian history, treated the chamber as most likely dating to a period considerably later than the Sphinx's own construction, possibly associated with burial practices or ritual activity from the New Kingdom, or an even later era, added into the bedrock long after the monument itself had already stood for centuries. This is an important distinction to hold on to. Hassan found a real, physical, deliberately carved subsurface chamber beneath and behind the Sphinx. He did not find, and did not claim to find, any evidence connecting that chamber to the monument's original construction, and he explicitly cautioned against reading more into the discovery than the physical evidence supported. That caution has not always survived in how Hassan's discovery gets discussed in less careful retellings of this story. It is easy, especially in more sensationalized treatments of Sphinx mysteries, to hear Selim Hassan discovered a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx, and picture something closer to the sealed, records-filled Hall of Records that later prophecy would describe, when what Hassan actually documented was a modest, later-period rock-cut chamber whose most plausible interpretation, by his own careful assessment, had nothing to do with any lost civilization at all. Getting this distinction right matters, not because Hassan's actual discovery is unimportant, but because conflating it with later, far more speculative claims does a disservice to what is otherwise a genuinely significant and well-documented piece of this story. It is worth situating Hassan's work within the broader arc of his own career, because it helps explain both the rigor he brought to the Sphinx enclosure and the constraints he worked under while doing it. Before turning to the Sphinx, Hassan had already spent years excavating cemeteries and mortuary structures around Giza, building a reputation as a meticulous, methodical excavator, at a time when Egyptian archaeologists were still fighting for the resources, authority, and institutional recognition that foreign-led expeditions had long taken for granted. His appointment to lead the Sphinx excavation was, in that context, a significant milestone, not simply for his own career but for the broader professionalization of Egyptian-directed archaeology, and it meant he approached the site with something foreign. Excavators before him had not always brought to it in equal measure, a sense of personal and national stake in getting the record right, rather than simply extracting a dramatic finding and moving on. That stake shows up throughout his published reports in small but telling ways. Where earlier excavators, Caviglia in particular, left behind accounts heavy on narrative and light on measurement, Hassan's reports read closer to modern archaeological documentation, with detailed stratigraphic notes, careful sketches of every excavated area, and an evident reluctance to overstate any finding beyond what the physical evidence directly supported. This is part of why his reports have held up so well as a reference across nearly a century of subsequent research. Later investigators, including the geophysicists who would eventually bring seismic and resistivity equipment to the site, relied heavily on Hassan's maps and measurements to interpret their own instrument readings, cross-referencing anomalous survey results against the specific, documented locations where Hassan had already confirmed genuine subsurface features existed. Without Hassan's careful baseline, much of the later geophysical work discussed in this video would have had far less context to work from. It is worth describing the chamber itself in a bit more physical detail than most summaries of Hassan's work bother to include, because the details matter for weighing his own cautious interpretation against later, more speculative readings of the same discovery. The shaft leading down to the chamber was cut vertically through solid bedrock, narrow enough that excavation required careful, deliberate clearance rather than any kind of large-scale digging, descending to a depth Hassan recorded precisely in his site notes. The chamber at the bottom was modest in size, its walls showing clear tool marks consistent with ancient quarrying techniques, rather than any kind of natural cavity or geological formation. Hassan found no inscriptions within the chamber, no artifacts that could provide a secure, independent date, and no indication of what, if anything, it had originally been used to store or contain. Whatever had once been inside it, if anything had, was long gone by the time Hassan's team reached it, leaving him to date the chamber based on construction technique and its position relative to other, more securely dated features nearby, rather than on any direct evidence found within the space itself. That absence of contents is worth sitting with for a moment, because it cuts in more than one direction at once, and it is exactly the kind of ambiguous evidence this video is built to sit with, rather than resolve prematurely. On one hand, an empty chamber with no inscriptions and no artifacts is exactly what we would expect if the chamber had simply never held anything significant, supporting Hassan's cautious, unglamorous interpretation. On the other hand, an empty chamber is also exactly what we would expect if something had once been stored there and was later removed, whether by ancient looters, by later dynastic authorities relocating sacred material, or by any of a dozen other mundane explanations that have nothing to do with lost civilizations. The physical evidence on its own cannot distinguish between these possibilities, and Hassan, to his credit, did not pretend that it could. At the same time, it would be equally unfair to treat Hassan's chamber as entirely irrelevant to the broader question this video is asking. Its existence proves beyond any reasonable dispute that the Sphinx enclosure does contain deliberately carved subsurface features, chambers cut into the bedrock at some point in its long history, reached by narrow shafts that are not visible or obvious from the surface. That is not a hypothetical anymore. It is a documented fact, verified by direct excavation, illustrated in published academic reports. And it means that anyone arguing the Sphinx enclosure is simply solid, undifferentiated bedrock with nothing beneath its surface is arguing against Hassan's own confirmed findings. The real, honest question this leaves us with is not whether the enclosure contains any subsurface features at all, because it demonstrably does. The question is how many such features exist beyond the ones Hassan happened to find and excavate in the specific areas he chose to dig, and whether any of them might be older, larger, or more significant than the modest chamber he documented and cautiously dated to a later period of ancient Egyptian history. Hassan's excavation seasons, spanning parts of 3 years in the late 1930s, were interrupted more than once by funding constraints and by the broader political instability building across the region in the years leading up to the Second World War, and his work at the Sphinx enclosure, while extensive, was never formally declared complete in the way a modern excavation might aim for a clean, exhaustive conclusion. It is worth pausing on the specific funding pressures Hassan operated under, because they help explain why his excavation, thorough as it was, still left significant portions of the enclosure less than fully investigated. Egyptian archaeology in the 1930s, even under an increasingly assertive National Antiquities Service, remained financially dependent on a mix of government allocation and outside support, and Hassan's own correspondence from the period, cited by later biographers, describes seasons cut shorter than planned, and excavation areas prioritized based on what could be responsibly funded and safely staffed, rather than on any comprehensive research plan drawn up in advance. This is worth remembering whenever the incompleteness of Hassan's work gets cited in less careful accounts, as though it reflected some deliberate decision to stop looking once things got interesting. The far more mundane and far better documented explanation is that Hassan, like nearly every archaeologist working before or since, was excavating within the limits of the money, time, and safe working conditions actually available to him, and made careful, defensible choices about where to direct those limited resources. Sections of the enclosure floor, particularly areas close to the enclosure walls, where structural concerns about undermining the walls themselves made further digging riskier, were left less thoroughly investigated than the central areas Hassan prioritized. That incompleteness is not a scandal or a cover-up. It is the ordinary reality of large-scale excavation conducted with 1930s funding, 1930s tools, and a genuine, well-founded concern about damaging a monument that even Hassan himself, as an Egyptian archaeologist working on Egypt's own most famous ancient structure, took seriously as a preservation responsibility rather than simply a research opportunity. That incompleteness, though, is precisely why the story does not end with Hassan. His careful documentation, his confirmed discovery of at least one genuine subsurface chamber, and his own honest acknowledgement of areas he was unable to fully investigate, together set up exactly the conditions that would bring a new kind of investigator to the site decades later. That legacy is also visible in how later generations of Egyptian archaeologists came to view their own relationship to Giza. Hassan's excavation was not simply a research project. It was, in a real sense, a statement about who got to define the meaning of Egypt's most iconic monuments, conducted at a moment when that authority had for over a century rested largely with foreign institutions and foreign-funded expeditions. The care Hassan brought to his documentation, the multi-volume reports, the precise measurements, the honest acknowledgement of what remained unexcavated, reads today not only as good archaeological practice, but as a deliberate demonstration that Egyptian-led scholarship could meet, and in places exceed, the standards set by the foreign expeditions that had preceded it. That context does not change what he found, but it helps explain why his work was carried out with the particular thoroughness it was, and why, nearly a century later, it remains the foundation every subsequent investigation of the Sphinx enclosure has had to build upon, argue with, or attempt to extend. By the time Hassan's excavation seasons ended, the field had a confirmed baseline. One genuine chamber, precisely mapped, cautiously dated, its emptiness honestly reported rather than dressed up as evidence of anything grander. It had a documented set of areas left less thoroughly explored than the rest, not through negligence but through the ordinary constraints of funding, safety, and time. And it had, increasingly, a public appetite, fed by decades of newspaper coverage and popular books about Egyptian archaeology, for the possibility that something more significant might still be waiting beneath the sand. That combination, a rigorous but incomplete excavation record, paired with a growing public fascination that outpaced the available evidence, is precisely the environment into which the geophysicists of the 1970s would eventually arrive, bringing instruments that promised, for the first time, a way to look beneath the enclosure floor without needing to dig it up first. That sense of a foundation still being built upon is exactly where the next part of this story continues, into the 1970s, and into the first attempt to read what lay beneath that same enclosure floor using instruments rather than excavation, carrying with us Hassan's own careful, cautious example of what it looks like to report a genuine discovery honestly, without inflating it into something the evidence does not yet support. Imagine standing on solid ground and being told by a machine you cannot see the workings of, reading signals you cannot hear, that the ground beneath your feet is not what it appears to be, that somewhere below the surface you are standing on, there is empty space where there should be solid stone, a possibility no excavator's shovel had ever confirmed, and no ancient inscription had ever quite claimed outright. That is, in essence, what a small team of researchers experienced in 1974 when they became the first investigators in the modern history of the Sphinx to attempt something none of the excavators discussed in earlier parts of this video had been able to do, working carefully, patiently, and without any of the fanfare that would attach itself to their findings only later. Rather than digging, they tried to listen. The technique they used, seismic refraction, works on a simple physical principle. Sound waves travel through solid rock at a predictable, measurable speed, a speed that changes if the wave passes through a void, a crack, or a cavity instead of continuous stone. By generating small seismic pulses at the surface and recording how quickly and how strongly those pulses returned, using receivers positioned in a careful grid, researchers could, in theory, build a rough picture of what lay beneath the ground without ever needing to excavate it. This was not, in 1974, an especially exotic technique. Seismic refraction had already been used for decades in mineral prospecting, in engineering surveys, and in oil exploration, and it had been applied with reasonable success to a handful of other archaeological sites before anyone thought to point it at the Sphinx, including surveys of buried Roman structures in parts of Europe, and, closer to Egypt itself, preliminary work at sites along the Nile aimed at locating unexcavated tomb entrances beneath accumulated sediment. That prior track record mattered when Egyptian authorities were deciding whether to grant permission for a similar survey at Giza, a decision that was, by all accounts, not taken lightly given the site's sensitivity. The technique had already demonstrated in other contexts that it could reliably distinguish solid ground from significant subsurface disturbance, which gave officials reasonable confidence that a Sphinx survey, even if its results proved ambiguous, would at least be conducted using a scientifically credible method rather than an untested or speculative one. What made the 1974 survey notable was not the technology itself, but the target, and the fact that anyone had finally thought to bring this kind of instrument to a monument that had, until that point, been investigated exclusively through physical digging, a method that, as Hassan's own work demonstrated, could only tell you what lay directly beneath the specific patches of ground someone had chosen to clear. It is worth explaining the mechanics of the survey a little more fully, because understanding how the equipment actually worked helps explain both why the results were taken seriously and why they remained so open to dispute. A seismic refraction survey does not simply point a single device at the ground and read off a result. It requires a coordinated grid of instruments, typically a source of controlled vibration, sometimes as simple as a sledgehammer striking a metal plate, sometimes a more specialized mechanical or explosive source, paired with an array of geophones, sensitive vibration detectors, spaced at measured intervals across the survey area. Each time the source generates a pulse, every geophone in the array records the exact moment the resulting seismic wave arrives at its position. Because sound travels at different, predictable speeds through different materials, solid limestone bedrock producing one characteristic pattern of arrival times, and a void, crack, or lucifil material producing a distinctly different pattern. Researchers can use the collected arrival time data to reconstruct a rough, cross-sectional model of what lies beneath the survey area, layer by layer, without ever breaking ground. The 1974 team worked with the cooperation of Egyptian Antiquities authorities, setting up their equipment around the Sphinx enclosure and, in particular, around the area beneath and near the front paws, the same general location where Hassan's excavation, decades earlier, had described continuous solid bedrock across most of the sections he had physically cleared. The survey's results, when they were eventually published, did not simply confirm Hassan's picture of solid, undifferentiated stone. In at least one area, the seismic data suggested something the researchers themselves described, in careful, hedged scientific language, as an anomaly, a zone where the sound waves behaved in a way more consistent with a cavity or a significant change in material density than with continuous limestone bedrock. It is important to be precise about what a finding like this actually means and what it does not, because seismic refraction survey results are not simple, unambiguous readouts the way a photograph or an X-ray might feel to a layperson. The technique produces data that requires careful, often contested interpretation, and reasonable, well-trained geophysicists looking at the same raw seismic traces can and do disagree about what specific subsurface feature best explains a given anomaly. A void could produce this kind of signal. So could a zone of unusually fractured or weathered rock, a boundary between two different types of stone with different densities, or even in some cases artifacts of the survey equipment itself, interference from nearby structures, cables, or foundations that the researchers had not fully accounted for when designing their grid. Distinguishing between these possibilities with a single dataset, collected in a single season, using the comparatively basic seismic equipment available in the mid-1970s, was simply beyond what the technology of the time could reliably deliver, which is precisely why the original researchers stopped short of any confident claim, and why later, better-equipped teams would eventually feel the same question was worth returning to. The 1974 team, to their credit, did not claim to have found a confirmed chamber. They reported an anomaly, flagged it as worth further investigation, and left the question open, which is exactly the kind of careful, hedged conclusion that responsible science produces, and that popular retellings of this story so often flatten into something more dramatic than the original researchers ever claimed. That flattening happened almost immediately, and it is worth understanding why, because the pattern it establishes recurs throughout the rest of this video's story. News of the survey reached the public in fragments through newspaper coverage and popular archaeology magazines that were, understandably, drawn to the more exciting possible interpretation of the data rather than the more cautious one. Headlines describing a chamber found beneath the Sphinx or a mystery cavity discovered began circulating within months of the survey's completion. Headlines that overstated, sometimes considerably, what the original researchers had actually reported in their own technical publications. By the time the story had passed through several rounds of secondary and tertiary retelling, in books and articles written by people who had never seen the raw seismic data themselves, an honest, appropriately hedged finding of an anomaly consistent with, but not proof of, a subsurface void had, in the popular imagination, become something closer to a confirmed discovery of a hidden room. It is worth pausing here to name a pattern that this video will keep returning to, because the 1974 survey is really the first clean example of it. A modest, appropriately hedged scientific finding, filtered through several rounds of popular retelling, tends to lose its qualifications one retelling at a time, not usually through any single dramatic act of distortion, but through the ordinary, cumulative erosion of nuance that happens whenever a technical result gets summarized, and then the summary gets summarized again, and then that second summary becomes the version everyone actually reads. By the third or fourth retelling, the phrase, "an anomaly consistent with a possible cavity," among other explanations, has quietly become "a hidden chamber was detected," and very few readers, encountering that final, confident-sounding version, would think to trace it back to the far more careful language the original researchers actually used. This is not a phenomenon unique to Sphinx research, and it is not evidence of bad faith on anyone's part along the chain. It is simply how information behaves as it passes through popular media over a period of decades, and recognizing the pattern here at its earliest and clearest point in this story will make it easier to weigh the more dramatic claims still to come with appropriate care. This gap between the technical finding and its popular retelling is not unique to the Sphinx, and it is not, on its own, evidence of any conspiracy or deliberate deception on anyone's part. It is simply what tends to happen when a genuinely interesting but appropriately uncertain scientific result meets a public audience primed by decades of prior fascination to want a more dramatic answer than careful science is usually prepared to give. That gap between the technical finding and its popular retelling is not unique to the Sphinx. and it is not on its own evidence of any conspiracy or deliberate deception on anyone's part. It is simply what tends to happen when a genuinely interesting but appropriately uncertain scientific result meets a public audience primed by decades of prior fascination to want a more dramatic answer than careful science is usually prepared to give. It is worth dwelling a little longer on why geophysicists themselves are so often reluctant to translate an anomaly directly into a confident claim of a hidden chamber, because the caution is not simply professional timidity. Subsurface surveying of any kind is, fundamentally, an exercise in inference rather than direct observation. The researcher never actually sees the void, crack, or density change they are investigating. They see a pattern of numbers, arrival times, and wave velocities, and they infer, based on established physical models, what kind of subsurface feature would most plausibly produce that particular pattern. Multiple different subsurface conditions can, in principle, produce broadly similar seismic signatures, which means a single survey, run once, without the ability to cross-check its findings against an independent method or a physical excavation, can rarely offer more than a probable explanation rather than a certain one. This is true of subsurface surveying at any archaeological site, not just the Sphinx, and it is one of the main reasons responsible geophysicists insist on hedged, careful language, even when their instincts based on years of experience reading similar data elsewhere might lean toward a more specific interpretation. Recognizing this gap is essential to weighing the 1974 survey fairly. The honest finding, stripped of the exaggeration that grew up around it in the years that followed, is this: a legitimate seismic survey conducted with the cooperation of Egyptian authorities using a well-established geophysical technique detected an anomaly in at least one section of the Sphinx enclosure that its own investigators could not confidently attribute to ordinary geological variation. That is a real, documented, technically significant finding. It is also, on its own, far short of proof that a hidden chamber exists, and it did not, at the time, prompt any immediate follow-up excavation to physically confirm or rule out what the seismic data seemed to be suggesting. Why not? This is a fair question, and it deserves an honest answer rather than a speculative one, because the temptation to assume suppression is exactly the temptation this entire video is trying to resist, wherever the evidence does not clearly demand it. The most straightforward explanation, and the one best supported by the administrative record of Egyptian Antiquities decisions during this period, is that follow-up excavation based on a single, ambiguous seismic anomaly was simply not treated as a funding priority relative to the many other demands on a limited archaeological budget, particularly for a site as heavily visited, heavily photographed, and structurally delicate as the Sphinx enclosure, where any excavation carries real risk, to a monument that has already survived, in fragile condition, for thousands of years. Digging based on an ambiguous instrument reading without stronger corroborating evidence is not how responsible archaeology typically proceeds, and Egyptian Antiquities authorities, managing one of the most significant and most fragile archaeological landscapes on Earth, had every reason to be cautious about authorizing new excavation on the strength of a single, disputed, seismic anomaly. That caution meant the 1974 finding sat, for nearly 2 decades, in a strange kind of limbo, too significant to be entirely forgotten, referenced periodically in both academic and popular literature about the Sphinx, but never definitively resolved one way or the other. It is worth noting too how this particular survey fit into the broader landscape of Egyptological research funding in the mid-1970s, a period when Western academic interest in the more speculative fringes of Egyptology was beginning to grow alongside, and often in tension with, the more conservative mainstream of the discipline. The 1974 team did not operate with the kind of large-scale institutional backing that later surveys, particularly the 1991 investigation we will turn to shortly, would eventually secure. Their work was comparatively modest in scope, limited by both equipment and time, and their published findings reflect that modesty, a short technical report rather than a sweeping public announcement, circulated mainly within specialist geophysical and archaeological circles rather than promoted to a general audience. That modesty is itself instructive. Whatever agenda later, more publicity-driven surveys might reasonably be suspected of carrying, the 1974 team's own quiet, hedged, narrowly circulated reporting does not fit the profile of researchers chasing headlines. If anything, their caution meant the finding took years to reach any kind of wider public awareness at all, and, even then, arrived filtered through the kind of second-hand retelling that inevitably lost the careful qualifications the original researchers had been so deliberate about including. That caution meant the 1974 finding sat, for nearly 2 decades, in a strange kind of limbo, too significant to be entirely forgotten, referenced periodically in both academic and popular literature about the Sphinx, but never definitively resolved one way or the other. It would take a new team working with more advanced equipment and a considerably more ambitious survey design to return to the same general area of the enclosure and attempt a more thorough, more carefully controlled investigation of exactly what the 1974 anomaly might represent. That team arrived in 1991, backed by a research organization with a specific interest in exactly the kind of alternative history questions this video has been circling, and their survey, considerably more extensive, considerably better funded, and considerably more controversial than its modest 1974 predecessor, is where we turn next, because it produced results that reopened this entire question in a way the original, careful, appropriately hedged 1974 finding never quite managed on its own. Before we move to that later, more contested chapter, it is worth sitting for a moment with what the 1974 survey actually leaves us holding, stripped of everything the following decades of retelling added to it. A team of qualified researchers working with official permission at one of the most closely watched archaeological sites on Earth used an established, well-validated geophysical technique to survey a small section of the Sphinx enclosure, and recorded a result their own instruments could not confidently explain through ordinary geological variation alone. They reported that result honestly in careful, hedged language to a small specialist audience, and then, largely, moved on. Their modest report left to sit in the archive for the better part of 2 decades before a much larger, much better funded team returned to ask the same question, with sharper tools. It is worth remembering, too, that the researchers who conducted this survey were not working in isolation from the broader excavation history this video has already traced, and their choices reflected a genuine, careful engagement with everything that had come before them, rather than a fresh start, divorced from decades of prior fieldwork. They had access to Hassan's published maps and site drawings, and by most accounts positioned their survey grid deliberately to include areas Hassan himself had flagged as less thoroughly excavated during his own campaigns. A choice that suggests the 1974 team was not simply scanning at random, but was, in a real sense, following up on questions Hassan's own careful, honest reporting had left open decades earlier. That continuity, one generation of investigators building carefully on the documented uncertainties left behind by the previous generation rather than starting from nothing, is itself a pattern worth holding on to as this story moves forward into its more contested chapters, where that same kind of careful continuity becomes considerably harder to maintain. That is not a story of discovery, and it is not a story of cover-up. It is a story of an open question, recorded honestly, and then left waiting, patiently and without drama, the way so much of this monument's history seems to wait, for someone with the resources and the will to look again. Imagine a survey team arriving at Giza not quietly, the way the 1974 researchers had, but with cameras rolling, funded by an organization with an explicit interest in overturning the conventional history of the Sphinx. And imagine the tension that creates before a single instrument has even been switched on. Tension between the desire to find something significant and the discipline required to report only what the data actually shows. A tension that would shape how this survey's findings were received for decades afterward. That tension sat at the center of the 1991 survey, the most thorough, most carefully documented, and in the years since, most fiercely debated geophysical investigation ever conducted at the Sphinx enclosure. The team was led by a geophysicist named Thomas Dobecki, working in collaboration with the geologist Robert Schoch, whose separate, and by then already well-publicized, argument for redating the Sphinx based on water erosion patterns had brought considerable outside attention to the monument in the years leading up to this survey. Their work was supported logistically and financially by a research organization with a specific, publicly stated interest in the possibility of a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx, a fact that matters for weighing the survey's findings fairly, not because funding source automatically invalidates a result, but because any honest accounting of this evidence has to acknowledge, up front, that this was not a neutral, disinterested academic exercise in the way the more obscure 1974 survey had largely been. That tension sat at the center of the 1991 survey, the most thorough, most carefully documented, and in the years since, most fiercely debated geophysical investigation ever conducted at the Sphinx enclosure. The team was led by a geophysicist named Thomas Dobecki, working in collaboration with the geologist Robert Schoch, whose separate and by then already well-publicized argument for redating the Sphinx based on water erosion patterns had brought considerable outside attention to the monument in the years leading up to this survey. Their work was supported logistically and financially by a research organization with a specific, publicly stated interest in the possibility of a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx, a fact that matters for weighing the survey's findings fairly, not because funding source automatically invalidates a result, but because any honest accounting of this evidence has to acknowledge, up front, that this was not a neutral, disinterested academic exercise in the way the more obscure 1974 survey had largely been. It is worth understanding a little more about who these researchers were and what they each brought to the project, because their backgrounds shaped both the strength and the vulnerability of the survey they eventually produced. Dobecki was, at the time, a working geophysicist with genuine professional experience applying seismic and resistivity techniques to commercial and engineering problems, work considerably removed from the world of alternative Egyptology, and his technical credentials were not, in themselves, seriously disputed by critics of the survey. Schoch, for his part, was a legitimate credentialed geologist at a respected university whose interest in the Sphinx had begun not with any prior commitment to alternative history, but with a straightforward geological observation about the enclosure walls, an observation that had already, by 1991, made him a controversial figure within mainstream Egyptology, embraced by researchers sympathetic to a much older dating of the monument, and viewed with considerable suspicion by more conventional Egyptologists who felt his methods, however technically sound in isolation, were being deployed in service of a conclusion he had already reached before the fieldwork began. The organization funding the survey, meanwhile, had been founded with an explicit institutional interest in the possibility that Egypt's monuments preserved evidence of a lost, more ancient civilization. a mission statement considerably more specific and more publicly stated than anything driving the modest, largely anonymous 1974 team. This does not mean the 1991 survey's findings were fabricated or dishonest. Dobecki's technical methodology, examined on its own terms, followed established geophysical practice, and his raw data, when later reviewed by outside researchers, was not found to contain any obvious fabrication or manipulation. But the institutional context in which the survey was conceived, funded, and publicized is a legitimate part of the evidence any careful viewer should weigh, alongside the technical findings themselves, when deciding how much confidence to place in the conclusions drawn from it. The 1991 team brought considerably more sophisticated equipment than their 1974 predecessors, combining seismic refraction with electrical resistivity tomography, a complementary technique that measures how easily electrical current passes through subsurface material rather than relying on sound wave velocity alone. Resistivity surveying works because different materials resist the flow of electrical current differently. Solid limestone bedrock offering one characteristic resistance profile, and an air-filled void, a water-filled cavity, or loosely packed fill material offering a distinctly different one. A physical principle that, while simple to state, requires considerable skill to apply correctly in a setting as geologically complicated as this one. By running current through a grid of electrodes positioned across the survey area and carefully measuring the resulting voltage patterns, researchers can build a cross-sectional map of subsurface resistance, a map that, when combined with independent seismic data covering the same ground, offers a considerably stronger basis for identifying genuine anomalies than either technique could provide alone. Precisely because two independent physical principles agreeing on the same subsurface feature is far harder to dismiss as a simple instrument artifact than a single method's reading taken in isolation. Using this combined approach, the 1991 team surveyed several areas around the Sphinx enclosure, including sections directly beneath and around the front paws, close to where the Dream Stela chapel sits, and the results, when published, were more specific and more striking than the hedged, single-technique findings of 1974, findings that would, within months, transform this quiet corner of geophysical research into one of the most publicly debated archaeological claims of the decade. In at least one location beneath the front paws, both the seismic and resistivity data independently pointed toward what the researchers described as a rectilinear, human-made feature, a description considerably more specific than a generic anomaly, implying not merely a natural void or crack, but something with straight edges and regular geometry, the kind of shape far more consistent with a deliberately cut chamber than with any ordinary geological formation. This was, by any measure, a significant escalation in the specificity of the claim. Where the 1974 survey had cautiously reported a zone that behaved unusually, the 1991 team was describing something with an apparent shape, positioned at a specific depth in a specific location, and corroborated, at least according to the researchers' own published account, by two independent geophysical methods rather than one. If accurate, this would represent the strongest evidence yet assembled for a genuine, deliberately constructed hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx enclosure, considerably more specific than anything Hassan's physical excavation had confirmed, and considerably more confident than the 1974 team's careful hedging had allowed itself to be. It is worth explaining in a bit more detail what rectilinear actually meant in the context of the survey's published data, because the word itself carries considerable weight in this story and deserves to be understood precisely rather than taken on faith. Natural geological features, cracks, fractures, zones of weathering tend to follow irregular, unpredictable paths, shaped by the physical properties of the rock and by the equally irregular ways water, temperature change, and pressure act on stone over long periods of time. A feature with straight edges meeting at consistent angles, the kind of shape the 1991 data appeared to show, is considerably harder to explain through ordinary natural processes alone, and considerably easier to explain as the result of deliberate human excavation, where straight walls and right angles are the natural byproduct of cutting stone with tools rather than waiting for nature to erode it. That is precisely why the rectilinear description carried so much weight when the survey's findings were first published, and precisely why critics felt it deserved unusually careful scrutiny before being accepted, given how much interpretive weight rested on correctly reading a subtle pattern in electrical resistance and seismic wave data, rather than on anything directly observed. The response from mainstream Egyptology was swift and largely skeptical, and it is worth understanding the specific grounds of that skepticism, rather than treating it as simple institutional defensiveness, because some of the objections raised were genuinely substantive. Critics pointed out that Schoch's involvement, given his already public and controversial advocacy for a much older date for the Sphinx, created an obvious incentive structure that made purely disinterested interpretation of ambiguous data more difficult to trust, not because Schoch or Dobecki were necessarily acting in bad faith, but because researchers with a strong prior investment in a particular conclusion are, as a matter of ordinary scientific practice, held to a higher standard of independent verification before their findings are accepted. One specific and frequently cited criticism came from other geophysicists who reviewed the published seismic data independently and argued that the specific pattern Dobecki interpreted as rectilinear could also be explained by the layered, heterogeneous masonry repairs. We discussed several parts ago the multiple historical phases of patching and rebuilding that give the enclosure floor and walls a genuinely complicated internal structure even without any deliberately hidden chamber involved. A point that later reviewers would return to repeatedly whenever this survey came up in academic discussion. A boundary between two different masonry repair phases, laid down centuries apart using different techniques, could in principle produce a seismic and resistivity signature with unusually sharp, regular edges. Not because anyone had cut a chamber, but simply because the materials on either side of that boundary genuinely differ in density and composition. This criticism does not disprove the chamber interpretation. It simply establishes that the rectilinear pattern, while genuinely unusual, is not on its own sufficient to rule out a more mundane explanation rooted in the enclosure's already well-documented history of repeated repair and reconstruction. Critics also noted that the enclosure floor, as we discussed at length several parts ago, is a genuinely complicated, heterogeneous surface, patched with masonry from at least 3 or 4 distinct historical periods, riddled with the kind of natural fracturing and weathering that limestone develops over thousands of years of exposure, and that distinguishing a genuine, deliberately cut chamber from this ordinary geological and archaeological complexity, using remote sensing alone, without any accompanying excavation to physically confirm the reading, is exactly the kind of interpretive challenge where confident claims can outrun what the underlying data can actually support. Egyptian Antiquities authorities, for their part, did not authorize follow-up excavation to physically investigate the specific anomaly the 1991 team had identified, a decision that has itself become one of the most debated and most frequently mischaracterized aspects of this entire story, and one that deserves its own careful treatment in a later part of this video, once we have laid out the full context of who controls excavation permits at Giza and why. For now, it is enough to note the basic, undisputed fact. A survey was conducted using established, if imperfect, geophysical techniques and reported an anomaly more specific and more suggestive than anything found before it. No physical excavation was subsequently authorized to confirm or refute that specific finding, and the anomaly, whatever it actually represents, remains to this day unexcavated and unresolved. It is worth noting how unusual that non-outcome actually is when set against the ordinary rhythms of archaeological practice elsewhere in the world. A geophysical anomaly this specific, reported by credentialed researchers using peer-reviewed methodology at almost any other archaeological site on Earth, would typically prompt at least a modest targeted test excavation within a few years, if only to settle the question one way or the other and either confirm a significant find or rule out a false positive and close the file. That the Sphinx anomaly has instead sat unexcavated for more than 3 decades, neither confirmed nor definitively dismissed, is genuinely atypical. And it is precisely that atypical silence, more than the original survey data itself, that has kept this particular thread of the story alive in public imagination, long after the technical debate between geophysicists largely settled into an uneasy, unresolved stalemate. That combination, a striking claim and an absent follow-up, is precisely the kind of gap that invites speculation to rush in and fill it. And it has, in the decades since 1991, been filled with almost every conceivable explanation, from mundane bureaucratic caution to deliberate, institutional suppression of evidence that might overturn the conventional timeline of Egyptian history. We are not going to resolve that speculation in this part of the video, and it is worth being honest about why. Resolving it would require information this channel simply does not have access to, internal deliberations within Egypt's Antiquities Authority that have never been made public, budget decisions weighed against dozens of competing priorities across an enormous and chronically underfunded archaeological landscape, and political considerations that likely shifted more than once across the 3 decades this anomaly has sat unexamined. What we can do, honestly, is lay out exactly what the 1991 survey found, exactly how its methods worked, exactly what its critics objected to and why, and exactly what has and has not happened in the more than 3 decades since, so that whatever conclusion you eventually draw, you draw it from the full, carefully sourced picture rather than from whichever fragment of this story happens to reach you first. There is one more detail from the 1991 survey worth including here, because it complicates any simple narrative in either direction. The team's published results were not uniformly confident across every area they surveyed. In several other sections of the enclosure, their data was ambiguous, inconclusive, or consistent with ordinary geological variation rather than any deliberate construction. Findings that received considerably less attention in subsequent popular retellings than the single striking rectilinear anomaly beneath the paws. A survey that had found anomalies everywhere it looked would reasonably invite more suspicion that the equipment or methodology was simply producing false positives across the board. A survey that found one specific, geometrically distinctive anomaly in one specific location, surrounded by areas of unremarkable, ordinary readings, is, if anything, a somewhat more credible pattern, precisely because it suggests the instruments were capable of distinguishing something unusual from the general background noise of a complicated, heavily disturbed archaeological site, rather than simply returning dramatic results indiscriminately wherever they were pointed. It is worth being specific about where those other, less remarked upon readings came from, because they are easy to lose entirely in a story that tends to fixate on its single most dramatic finding, and losing them does a real disservice to the actual, more complicated shape of what the survey found. The team also surveyed areas to the side of the enclosure and near the rear of the monument, closer to where Hassan's confirmed chamber had already been excavated decades earlier, and in those areas their data largely matched what direct physical excavation had already established. Continuous bedrock in most locations, with the known, previously documented chamber showing up in the survey data roughly where Hassan's own maps said it should be. This consistency matters more than it might initially seem. It means the survey equipment, tested against a location where the ground truth was already independently known through physical excavation, produced results that lined up reasonably well with that known truth, which is exactly the kind of internal validation a careful reviewer would want to see before placing any weight on the same equipment's readings in an unexcavated, unverified location like the area beneath the front paws, and its presence in the published record is one of the stronger, quieter arguments in favour of taking the survey seriously at all. That nuance rarely survives in the more sensationalised retellings of this story, where the 1991 survey tends to get flattened into a single, simple claim. Either scientists found a hidden chamber and the discovery was covered up, or the whole survey was discredited pseudoscience, neither of which does justice to what is, on careful examination, a genuinely mixed and genuinely unresolved body of evidence. The honest version sits uncomfortably in between those two poles, weighted by a legitimate technical finding, complicated by a genuine and reasonable set of methodological criticisms, and shadowed by an institutional funding relationship that, while not disqualifying, deserves to be named rather than quietly set aside. That is exactly where we are going to stay as we move, in the next part, into the specific and surprisingly well-documented question of what Egyptian antiquities authorities actually said about this survey at the time, and why, whatever their reasoning, the specific anomaly beneath the paws has never been physically excavated in the more than 30 years since Göbekli and Shoch first identified it. Imagine being responsible not for one ancient monument, but for an entire nation's worth of them, thousands of sites spanning 5,000 years of history, a budget that never quite stretches far enough, and a public around the world that treats every unexcavated anomaly at your most famous site as evidence you are either incompetent or hiding something. A public, moreover, that rarely has to weigh the actual competing costs of the decisions it demands. That is, in broad strokes, the position Egypt's antiquities authorities have occupied for the better part of a century. An understanding that position is essential to making sense of why the anomaly Göbekli and Shoch identified beneath the Sphinx's paws in 1991 has never been physically excavated in the more than 3 decades since. It would be easy, and in some corners of the internet it has become common, to read that non-excavation as proof of something being deliberately concealed. It would also be too simple to dismiss every question about it as baseless conspiracy thinking, a dismissal that has its own costs when it forecloses honest scrutiny of institutions that genuinely do deserve accountability. The honest answer sits in the considerably less dramatic, considerably better documented territory of institutional process, competing priorities, and the specific, recorded statements Egyptian officials have actually made about the Sphinx over the decades, which is where we are going to spend this part of the video. Egypt's Antiquities Service, known through various names and reorganizations across the 20th and 21st centuries, operates under a legal and administrative structure that gives it near total authority over what excavation happens at any protected site within the country, including, and especially, Giza. Any excavation, whether proposed by an Egyptian institution or a foreign university, whether backed by a major research grant or a small independent team, requires a formal permit, reviewed and approved through a process that weighs the proposed research value against the physical risk to the site, the availability of qualified oversight, and, not infrequently, the broader political and diplomatic considerations that attach themselves to any work at a monument as internationally visible as the Sphinx. Egypt's Antiquities Service, known through various names and reorganizations across the 20th and 21st centuries, operates under a legal and administrative structure that gives it near total authority over what excavation happens at any protected site within the country, including, and especially, Giza. Any excavation, whether proposed by an Egyptian institution or a foreign university, whether backed by a major research grant or a small independent team, requires a formal permit, reviewed and approved through a process that weighs the proposed research value against the physical risk to the site, the availability of qualified oversight, and, not infrequently, the broader political and diplomatic considerations that attach themselves to any work at a monument as internationally visible as the Sphinx. It is worth tracing, briefly, how this authority came to be structured the way it is, because the history explains a great deal about the caution that now governs decisions at Giza. For much of the 19th and early 20th centuries, excavation in Egypt was conducted largely by foreign expeditions, often with minimal oversight and, by modern standards, minimal regard for the long-term preservation of the sites they dug into, removing artifacts for European and American museums, with an approach that later generations of Egyptologists, Egyptian and foreign alike, would come to regard as a period of significant loss and damage to the archaeological record. This was not a marginal or occasional problem. Entire categories of archaeological context, the precise stratigraphic layering that tells researchers not just what an object is, but when and how it came to be where it was found, were routinely destroyed by excavators more interested in recovering displayable artifacts quickly than in documenting the surrounding evidence carefully. Objects were shipped abroad by the thousands, dispersed across museum collections on multiple continents, often with incomplete or entirely absent records of exactly where and how they had been found, a loss of context that modern archaeologists still work to partially reconstruct, where possible using whatever fragmentary field notes and correspondence happen to have survived. Selim Hassan's own generation of Egyptian archaeologists, discussed at length in an earlier part of this video, came of age directly in reaction against this earlier era, which is part of why his own documentation was so notably more careful and more complete than what many foreign expeditions before him had produced. The gradual establishment of a strong, centralized Egyptian antiquities authority across the 20th century, culminating in the modern structure that governs permits today, was a direct response to that earlier era, an attempt to ensure that Egypt's own government, rather than whichever foreign expedition happened to arrive with funding and equipment, would control what got excavated, how, and under what conditions. That history matters for understanding the current caution around Sphinx excavation specifically, because officials operating within this system have inherited, consciously or not, an institutional memory of a period when insufficiently regulated digging caused real, documented harm to some of Egypt's most significant sites. And that memory shapes a general disposition toward caution that extends well beyond any single anomaly or any single monument. That last factor matters more than outsiders often appreciate. The Sphinx is not simply an archaeological site. It is a national symbol, reproduced on currency, tourism campaigns, and government insignia, and any excavation that damages it, disturbs its stability, or produces a controversial or embarrassing finding, carries reputational stakes that extend well beyond ordinary academic archaeology. Stakes that few other archaeological sites anywhere in the world carry in quite the same concentrated way. Egyptian officials across multiple administrations and multiple directors of the Antiquities Service have been candid in interviews and public statements over the decades about weighing exactly this kind of risk when evaluating proposals to dig beneath or around the Sphinx, particularly proposals connected, even loosely, to the more speculative alternative history claims that have surrounded the monument since at least the Edgar Cayce readings of the 1930s and 40s, which we will examine properly in the part after this one. Zahi Hawass, who served for many years as Egypt's most prominent and most publicly visible Antiquities official, has spoken about this specific tension on numerous occasions, in interviews, in his own published writing, and in public statements responding directly to questions about the 1991 survey and the broader hall of records speculation it fed into. His position, stated consistently across those years, has been that the geophysical anomaly identified by Dobeki and Schoch does not, in his professional judgment, represent sufficiently strong or sufficiently corroborated evidence to justify the risk, expense, and disruption of excavating beneath a monument as structurally fragile and as internationally significant as the Sphinx. He has, at various points, described the broader Hall of Records narrative surrounding the site as unsupported by credible archaeological evidence, a position that has made him, fairly or not, a lightning rod for critics who view his gatekeeping authority over Giza, excavation permits as itself part of the problem, an institutional bottleneck standing between the public and evidence that might overturn conventional Egyptology if only it were allowed to be properly investigated. It is worth understanding Hawass's particular position within this story a bit more fully, because his role has been unusually central and unusually visible compared to most Antiquities officials in most countries. Across several decades in various senior roles overseeing Giza, and eventually Egypt's Antiquities service as a whole, Hawass became, for much of the international public, the single most recognizable face associated with decisions about what would and would not be excavated at the Sphinx. That visibility cuts in more than one direction. It meant his specific on-the-record reasoning about the 1991 anomaly is unusually well documented compared to how such decisions are typically communicated by Antiquities officials elsewhere in the world, where similar judgment calls are often made quietly, without any public statement at all. But it also meant he became, personally, the focal point for frustration that might, in a less centralized system, have been distributed across a less visible bureaucracy, making him an easy and frequent target for documentaries and online commentators eager to frame institutional caution as personal obstruction. It is worth taking Hawass's stated position seriously on its own technical merits before assuming it reflects anything other than ordinary, defensible archaeological caution. The 1991 survey, as we examined in detail in the previous part, produced a genuinely ambiguous finding, corroborated by two independent methods but also plausibly explained by the enclosure's already well-documented history of layered masonry repair, and reviewed skeptically by other qualified geophysicists who were not part of the original survey team. Excavating based on evidence this contested is not, by any reasonable standard of archaeological practice, an obvious or low-risk decision, and any responsible official managing one of the most fragile, most heavily visited monuments on Earth would be right to weigh that contested evidence carefully before authorizing potentially destructive excavation. It is also worth acknowledging, in fairness to critics of this reasoning, that the same standard of caution has not always been applied with perfect consistency elsewhere in Egyptian archaeology, and that officials have, on other occasions, authorized excavation on the strength of evidence that some observers considered comparably uncertain. This inconsistency, where it exists, does not necessarily indicate bad faith. Different sites carry different levels of structural fragility, different levels of prior excavation history, and different political sensitivities, all of which reasonably factor into case-by-case decisions in ways that can look inconsistent from the outside without actually being arbitrary. But it is fair to note that a purely evidence-based standard, applied with perfect uniformity across every site in Egypt, would be an unusually high bar for any large bureaucratic institution to meet consistently, and the Sphinx's particular combination of fragility, visibility, and speculative baggage may simply place it, reasonably or not, on the more cautious end of that spectrum. At the same time, it is fair to note, as critics of the current approach frequently do, that geophysical technology has improved considerably since 1991, and that non-invasive survey techniques available today, ground-penetrating radar with far greater resolution, muon tomography capable of imaging large stone structures without any excavation at all, could in principle offer a way to investigate the anomaly further, without physically disturbing the monument, addressing at least part of the structural risk concern that has been cited as justification for inaction. It is worth explaining briefly why these newer techniques are considered a meaningfully different proposition from the excavation Hawass and others have declined to authorize. Excavation, by its nature, is destructive, even when conducted with the greatest possible care. Removing overlying stone, disturbing the surrounding matrix, and exposing previously sealed material to air, humidity, and structural stress that it has not experienced in thousands of years all carry real risk of damaging both the feature being investigated and the surrounding monument. Muon tomography, by contrast, works entirely passively, detecting naturally occurring subatomic particles that pass through solid stone at rates that vary depending on the density of material they travel through, essentially producing an image of a structure's internal density without requiring any physical intervention at all. This technique gained considerable credibility in Egyptological circles after a separate, celebrated application at the Great Pyramid identified a previously unknown void within that monument's interior, a finding that was itself confirmed through non-invasive means, and that has since encouraged renewed interest in applying similar methods elsewhere at Giza, including, eventually, the Sphinx. Some such non-invasive surveys have in fact been attempted at Giza in more recent years, including the 2022 radar controversy we will examine in a later part of this video, though, as we will see, those more recent efforts have generated their own separate controversies about interpretation, permission, and publication that are, in their own way, just as contested as the original 1991 findings. There is also a broader structural explanation for the lack of follow-up that has nothing to do with any specific official's judgment about this particular anomaly, and it is worth naming plainly because it is easy to overlook amid the more dramatic explanations that circulate online. Egypt's Antiquities Service manages an almost incomprehensibly large portfolio of sites, tombs, temples, and unexcavated areas across the entire Nile Valley, competing for a budget that has, across most of the past century, been chronically insufficient relative to the scale of the work available. To put that scale in perspective, Egypt is estimated to hold a substantial majority of the ancient world's still unexcavated archaeological sites, spread across a country whose modern government budget must simultaneously fund healthcare, education, infrastructure, and every other ordinary responsibility of a nation of over 100 million people. Archaeological preservation, however culturally significant, competes directly against those other priorities for public funding, and even the portion of the budget specifically allocated to antiquities must then be divided among an enormous number of competing claims. Active excavations already underway, urgent conservation work on monuments actively deteriorating from tourism, pollution, and rising groundwater, and the ordinary administrative costs of managing, cataloguing, and protecting sites that have already been excavated, but still require ongoing care. Against that backdrop, a proposal to excavate based on a single, contested geophysical anomaly at a monument that has already survived thousands of years without that excavation is, from a purely administrative standpoint, one claim among an overwhelming number of competing, equally deserving claims on a budget that was never going to be sufficient for all of them. Every excavation authorized at one site is, in practical terms, a decision not to authorize excavations somewhere else, and officials making these decisions have consistently prioritized projects with clearer research value, more secure funding, and lower risk to fragile, already compromised structures over projects chasing a single, contested, geophysical anomaly at a monument that has already survived in a fragile and heavily patched condition for thousands of years. Viewed from inside that resource allocation reality, the decision not to prioritize excavating beneath the Sphinx's paws looks considerably less like suppression and considerably more like the ordinary, unglamorous math of a chronically underfunded institution making difficult choices among many competing demands. None of this fully resolves the underlying uncertainty, and it would be dishonest to pretend it does. It remains genuinely true that a specific, technically documented anomaly has sat unexcavated for more than 30 years, and it remains genuinely true that reasonable people weighing the same publicly available evidence have reached different conclusions about how significant that anomaly actually is, and how urgently it deserves further investigation. What this part of the video has tried to do, honestly, is fill in the institutional context that so much popular retelling of this story leaves out entirely. The legal authority Egypt holds over its own monuments, the specific, on-the-record statements officials have made about their reasoning, and the resource constraints that shape every excavation decision made at Giza, whether or not that decision happens to align with what any particular audience wants to hear. It is worth adding one final, honest caveat before we move on. This account has relied heavily on Hawass's own public statements and on the general, well-documented structure of Egypt's Antiquities budget and permitting process, both of which are matters of public record. What it cannot fully capture is any internal deliberation that may have happened behind closed doors, any informal political pressure that may have shaped specific decisions, or any consideration that officials chose not to state publicly for reasons of their own. That gap in the record is real, and it is precisely the kind of gap that speculation tends to rush into. This video is not going to pretend to fill it with anything more than the honestly labeled uncertainty it actually represents. That institutional context matters enormously for what comes next in this video, because the story we are about to turn to, the prophecy of a sleeping man in Virginia who described a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx decades before any geophysicist ever pointed an instrument at the enclosure floor, has shaped public expectation of this monument more than any single piece of scientific evidence ever has. Understanding how permits, funding, and institutional caution actually work at Giza is essential before we can weigh that prophecy fairly, because so much of its enduring appeal rests on an assumption, not always stated outright but almost always present beneath the surface, that officials are sitting on evidence they simply refuse to share. Having now laid out, as carefully and as fairly as the available record allows, what those officials have actually said and why, we can turn to Edgar Cayce's readings with a clearer sense of exactly what they were reacting against, and exactly what kind of institutional resistance they were, from the very beginning, destined to run into. A resistance rooted less in secrecy than in the ordinary, unglamorous caution of an institution trying to protect something it cannot risk losing. Imagine a man lying on a couch in a modest house in Virginia Beach, eyes closed, breathing slowly, describing in careful, unhurried detail a place he has never visited, a chamber cut into rock beneath a monument on the other side of the world, and doing so not from any claimed memory of travel or study, but from what he and the people recording his words believed was a state of trance in which ordinary waking knowledge simply did not apply, a claim that would, decades later, send geophysicists with real instruments to the exact spot he had described. That man was Edgar Cayce, and between the 1920s and his death in 1945, he became one of the most documented and most widely discussed psychics in American history, delivering thousands of what were called readings, given while he lay in a self-induced trance state, on subjects ranging from the physical ailments of specific individuals who had written to him for help, to sweeping claims about lost civilizations, ancient prophecy, and ancient Egypt, all transcribed in real time by a stenographer and preserved to this day in an extensive archive maintained by the organization he founded to continue his work after his death. It is worth being clear from the outset of this part about what kind of evidence we are dealing with here, because it is categorically different from everything discussed in the parts of this video that came before it. Cayce's readings are not archaeological findings. They are not the product of excavation, geophysical survey, or textual analysis of an ancient inscription. They are the recorded statements of a man in a self-described altered state, statements that his supporters regard as genuine access to a form of knowledge beyond ordinary human perception, and that his critics regard as, at best, sincere but mistaken, and at worst, a calculated performance shaped by whatever information Cayce may have absorbed, consciously or not, from the popular archaeology and alternative history literature already circulating during his lifetime. Both of these interpretive camps deserve to be represented fairly here, because each rests on evidence and reasoning that is not simply dismissible out of hand, and this channel's approach, consistent with everything that has come before in this video, is to lay both out honestly rather than quietly favouring one over the other. Cayce's supporters point to the sheer volume and apparent consistency of his readings across many years and many sessions, delivered by all contemporary accounts without any evidence of conventional research or preparation beforehand, and note that several of his medical diagnoses, made under the same trance conditions, were later corroborated by physicians in ways that at least some medical historians have found genuinely difficult to explain through cold reading or lucky guessing alone. His critics, meanwhile, point out that Cayce lived and worked during a period when popular fascination with Atlantis, lost civilizations, and Egyptian mysteries was already widespread in American culture, fueled by earlier writers and theosophical movements whose ideas were circulating broadly enough that a well-read, culturally engaged man, even one without formal archaeological training, could plausibly have absorbed and unconsciously reproduced elements of that broader cultural conversation while in a suggestible, self-induced trance state, without any need to invoke genuine paranormal insight to explain the content of what he said. This video is not going to resolve that underlying question of what was actually happening when Cayce gave these readings. What it can do is describe precisely, and without embellishment, what the readings actually said, how specific they actually were, and how that specificity compares to the far vaguer, far more exaggerated version of the prophecy that has circulated in popular retellings ever since. That man was Edgar Cayce, and between the 1920s and his death in 1945, he became one of the most documented and most widely discussed psychics in American history, delivering thousands of what were called readings, given while he lay in a self-induced trance state, on subjects ranging from the physical ailments of specific individuals who had written to him for help, to sweeping claims about lost civilizations, ancient prophecy, and ancient Egypt, all transcribed in real time by a stenographer and preserved to this day in an extensive archive maintained by the organization he founded to continue his work after his death. It is worth understanding something of Cayce's own background and how he came to occupy this unusual position, because it shapes how seriously different audiences have taken his later, more sweeping claims about Atlantis and Egypt. Cayce was, by most contemporary and later biographical accounts, a devout, relatively unremarkable church-going man with limited formal education, who first gained public attention not for historical or archaeological claims at all, but for what were described as accurate medical diagnoses delivered while he lay in his trance state. Diagnoses that reportedly impressed a number of physicians willing to at least observe and document the process, even if few were willing to endorse any particular explanation for how it worked. That medical reputation, built up over roughly 2 decades before his Egypt-related readings began, gave Cayce a credibility within certain circles that a claim made from nothing would not have carried. And it is part of why his later readings on Atlantis and ancient Egypt found as receptive an audience as they did, an audience that had already, in many cases, watched him deliver readings on more mundane, more immediately verifiable matters for years. Cayce's Egypt-related readings began appearing in the 1930s, years into his broader career as a trance healer, whose reputation had, by that point, already spread well beyond his original base of clients seeking medical advice. In these readings, delivered across multiple sessions rather than as a single, unified statement, Cayce described a civilization he called Atlantis, a technologically and spiritually advanced society that, according to his account, had existed tens of thousands of years before the conventional timeline of human civilization, and that had been destroyed in a series of cataclysms, the survivors of which, in his telling, dispersed to several regions of the ancient world, Egypt prominent among them, carrying with them knowledge and records of their lost civilization that they took deliberate steps to preserve for a future age. According to Cayce's readings, those survivors, or their immediate descendants, were responsible for constructing the Sphinx and for sealing somewhere beneath or near it a chamber containing records of Atlantean civilization, preserved specifically to be rediscovered at a future point in history when humanity would be, in his account, spiritually and technologically prepared to receive them. This chamber is what later popular literature would come to call the Hall of Records, though it is worth noting that this specific phrase does not appear consistently across all of Cayce's own recorded readings in the exact form it is often quoted today, having been popularized and standardized somewhat by later writers summarizing and synthesizing his broader body of work into a more unified narrative than the original session-by-session readings actually present on their own. It is worth explaining a little more fully why Cayce's readings placed such emphasis on records specifically, rather than treasure, artifacts, or any of the other kinds of hidden content more commonly associated with buried chamber legends across other cultures. In Cayce's account, the Atlantean survivors were motivated not by a desire to hide wealth, but by a desire to preserve knowledge they believed had been lost, or was at risk of being lost, technological and spiritual understanding they considered too important to let vanish along with their homeland. This framing, records preserved deliberately for a future, more receptive age, rather than treasure hidden defensively from contemporary threats, gives the Hall of Records narrative a somewhat different emotional register than most buried treasure legends, closer in spirit to a time capsule than to a hoard. And that framing has shaped how generations of Cayce's followers have approached the question, treating the eventual discovery less as a matter of wealth or conquest, and more as a matter of humanity finally becoming ready to receive knowledge that had been patiently waiting for it all along. The specificity of the readings, when you go back to the primary transcripts rather than relying on second-hand summaries, is genuinely more limited than popular retellings often suggest. Cayce did not, in his trance state, provide precise coordinates, exact depth measurements, or detailed architectural plans for the chamber he described, and any documentary that claims otherwise is, at that point, embellishing beyond what the primary source material actually supports. His language, characteristic of his readings more broadly, tended toward the impressionistic and the symbolic. References to a passage, a hall, records stored on materials that would survive the passage of time, located in association with the Sphinx and with structures Cayce associated with it, described in terms that later interpreters have had to work considerably to translate into anything resembling a specific, physically actionable location a research team could actually point a survey grid at. This gap between the vague, symbolic language of the original readings and the far more specific, confident claims made about the hall of records beneath the Sphinx's right paw, a phrase that circulates widely in popular alternative history media, is one of the clearest examples in this entire video of exactly the kind of exaggeration through retelling pattern we first identified when discussing the 1974 Seismic Survey several parts ago. A pattern that, once you learn to recognize it, becomes difficult to unsee anywhere in this broader body of research. There is, however, one detail in Cayce's readings that has attracted particular attention and that deserves careful, honest treatment here rather than dismissal or uncritical repetition. In at least one reading, Cayce associated the rediscovery of this hidden chamber with a specific approaching time period, language that later interpreters have variously read as pointing toward the final years of the 20th century, or the opening decades of the 21st, depending on which specific reading and which specific interpretive framework is being applied. This detail has taken on a life of its own within Cayce-focused communities, generating decades of speculation, prediction, and as any specific date associated with the claim has passed without a confirmed discovery. Various forms of reinterpretation and goalpost shifting that are, frankly, a familiar pattern in the history of specific, falsifiable prophecy more broadly, not unique to Cayce or to this particular claim. That pattern of reinterpretation is worth examining honestly, because it is not simply a story of true believers stubbornly refusing to admit error. Within the organization Cayce founded, and among researchers sympathetic to his broader body of work, there has been genuine internal debate over the decades about how literally any specific date mentioned in a trance reading should be taken at all, given that Cayce's readings more broadly are full of symbolic, metaphorical language that even his most devoted followers do not read as literal in every instance. Some interpreters have argued that any specific time frame associated with the Hall of Records reading was never meant as a precise calendar prediction in the way popular retellings have often treated it, but rather as a broader, more symbolic indication of an approaching era of readiness. A reading consistent with how Cayce discussed timing in several of his other non-Egypt-related prophecies as well. Others within the same broad community have continued to treat the specific dates more literally, and have, as those dates passed, offered various explanations for the delay, ranging from the discovery having already occurred quietly and being deliberately withheld, to humanity simply not yet having met whatever spiritual or technological threshold the readings originally described. It is worth pausing on why this specific detail, a claimed approaching time frame for rediscovery, matters so much to how this prophecy has been received and reinterpreted over the decades. Prophecies that remain permanently vague, that never commit to anything specific enough to be tested against reality, tend to fade from public attention precisely because they offer nothing concrete to watch for or measure against. Cayce's readings, whatever their ultimate source, did include language specific enough that his followers could treat it as a genuine, falsifiable claim, something to watch the calendar for. And that specificity is part of why the Hall of Records narrative has remained such a persistent, actively discussed thread in alternative Egyptology for the better part of a century. Considerably longer than most comparably vague prophetic claims tend to survive in public memory. Cayce himself never lived to see whether any of this would be confirmed. He died in 1945, decades before any of the geophysical surveys discussed earlier in this video were conducted, which means whatever we ultimately make of his readings, he was not simply reacting to or elaborating on existing archaeological speculation about hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx. If anything, the causal relationship runs the other way. The organization he founded actively funded and promoted later investigation of the site, including direct involvement in supporting the 1991 Dobeki and Schock survey discussed in detail 2 parts ago, meaning Cayce's readings, whatever their true origin, functioned as a genuine motivating force behind decades of subsequent, scientifically conducted geophysical research, rather than simply as commentary generated after the fact in response to findings that had already been made. This point deserves to be stated with real precision, because it is one of the more surprising and under-discussed threads connecting the strictly scientific portions of this story to its far more speculative origins. The research organization that funded the 1991 survey, referenced in the previous part of this video without naming its specific founding motivation, traces its institutional roots directly back to individuals connected with Cayce's own organization, people who took his 1930s and 40s readings seriously enough to dedicate resources, decades later, to testing them using the best available scientific instruments of their own era. Dobeki and Schock, whatever their own personal views on the reliability of trance-derived prophecy, were working within a research program whose ultimate justification traced back to Cayce's specific, decades-old claim about a chamber near the Sphinx's paws, the same general location where their survey would eventually report its most striking anomaly. That is not a coincidence in the sense of 2 unrelated things happening to align. It is a direct, traceable line of institutional cause and effect, from a trance reading in Virginia in the 1930s to a geophysical survey grid laid out on the Giza Plateau nearly 60 years later. That causal direction matters enormously for how we should weigh this entire thread of the story. It is one thing to imagine a psychic elaborating dramatically on an already established archaeological mystery. It is another thing entirely to recognize that a specific, testable claim made in the 1930s and 40s directly funded and shaped scientifically rigorous investigation conducted half a century later. Investigation that, as we have already seen, did produce genuinely unresolved anomalies, whatever we ultimately conclude about their cause. Whether that sequence of events represents a genuine predictive insight, a self-fulfilling prophecy in which sufficiently motivated researchers eventually found something ambiguous enough to interpret however they wished, or simply an interesting historical coincidence, is a question this video is not equipped to settle definitively. What it can do is lay the sequence out honestly in the order it actually happened, so that whatever conclusion you draw it with the full, accurately ordered picture in front of you. It is worth adding, honestly, that a self-fulfilling interpretive process of exactly this kind is a well-documented phenomenon in the broader history of fringe archaeology, entirely independent of whether anything paranormal was involved in the original claim. Researchers who begin a geophysical survey already believing, on the strength of a decades-old prophecy, that something significant is likely to be found in a specific location are, as a matter of ordinary human psychology, more inclined to interpret genuinely ambiguous data in a way that confirms that expectation than researchers approaching the same data with no such prior belief. This does not mean Dobeki and Schock acted dishonestly, and their raw data, as we discussed 2 parts ago, has not been shown to contain any fabrication. But it is a reasonable, evidence-based caution to hold in mind when weighing how much independent confirmatory weight their finding should carry, given that the survey was never, from its inception, a blind or neutral investigation in the way a purely academic study with no prior hypothesis might have been. That fuller picture, honestly assembled from primary sources rather than second-hand summary, is where we turn next, into the older, considerably more ancient Egyptian tradition that Cayce's readings, whether he knew it or not, echo in some surprising ways. A tradition the Egyptians themselves called Zep Tepi, the first time. A period before their own recorded dynastic history that their own priests described in terms that, across 3,500 years of distance, sound stranger and more familiar than you might expect. Imagine belonging to a civilization so old, so continuous, that your own priests, writing in an era you would consider impossibly ancient, spoke of an even older time before their time. A golden age before the pharaohs, before the dynasties, before anything your own history books called the beginning. And imagine that this earlier age was not myth to them in the way we might use that word, dismissively, but something closer to a remembered fact, distant and hazy, but treated as real, woven into their religious life rather than set apart from it as mere legend. That earlier age is what ancient Egyptian religious tradition called Zep Tepi, a phrase usually translated as the first time or the first occasion, referring to a primeval period when, according to Egyptian cosmology, the gods themselves ruled directly over Egypt, before handing sovereignty down to the semi-divine and eventually fully human rulers, whose reigns Egyptian scribes would later record, dynasty by dynasty, in the king lists we discussed at length in one of this channel's earlier videos, a record that stretched back further, by their own account, than any single human memory could plausibly reach, unaided. This is worth connecting explicitly, because the Sumerian king list's own claim of impossibly long reigns before a great flood, examined in detail in that earlier video, and the Egyptian concept of Zep Tepi, examined here, both point toward the same broader pattern found across multiple ancient civilizations, a consistent cultural memory of an era before ordinary, measurable history began. An era its own inheritors treated not as pure invention, but as a genuine, if increasingly hazy, chapter of their own past, worth preserving carefully rather than discarding as idle fable. It is important, before going further, to be precise about what kind of source material we are dealing with here, because Zep Tepi is not a single text or a single unified narrative, the way, say, the Sumerian king list is a single physical artifact we can examine directly. It is a concept that appears, referenced and alluded to rather than fully narrated, across a wide range of Egyptian religious and funerary texts spanning thousands of years, from pyramid texts inscribed inside Old Kingdom royal tombs to temple inscriptions from the much later Ptolemaic period, each invoking the first time in slightly different contexts and for slightly different purposes, more often as a kind of foundational reference point, the moment when proper cosmic order was first established, than as a detailed historical narrative with named rulers, specific events, or datable chronology. It is worth walking through a few of these sources individually, because the concept reads quite differently depending on which era and which genre of text you consult. The pyramid texts, among the oldest religious writings in the Egyptian corpus, invoke Zep Tepi mainly in the context of the king's own transformation after death, framing the deceased pharaoh's journey into the afterlife as a kind of return to, or reenactment of, the primeval conditions the gods themselves experienced at the world's first beginning. Later funerary texts, composed across the Middle and New Kingdoms, expand on this theme considerably, incorporating more elaborate cosmological detail about the specific succession of divine rulers. Ra followed by Shu, followed by Geb, and so on, each reigning for a period the texts describe in suitably vast symbolic terms, rather than anything resembling a specific number of years. Temple inscriptions from the much later Ptolemaic period, composed roughly 3,000 years after the earliest pyramid texts, continue to invoke Zep Tepi, often in connection with specific temple foundations, framing the physical temple itself as having been established symbolically or literally at this same primeval moment, a pattern that shows just how durable and how central this concept remained across the entire multi-thousand-year span of ancient Egyptian religious thought. That distinction matters enormously for how we should weigh Zep Tepi against the far more specific, far more dramatic claims made by modern alternative history researchers who invoke it as evidence for a technologically advanced pre-dynastic civilization responsible for constructing the Sphinx and the pyramids. The ancient Egyptian sources themselves, read on their own terms rather than through the lens of later reinterpretation, describe Zep Tepi primarily in theological and cosmological language, an era when the gods Ra, Shu, Geb, Osiris, and others ruled Egypt in succession, establishing the fundamental principles of order, Ma'at, that would govern the cosmos and, by extension, the conduct of every human pharaoh who followed them. Later Egyptian tradition, particularly texts compiled by Greek period priests, summarizing much older material for a Hellenistic audience unfamiliar with Egyptian religious history, went further, providing something closer to an actual regnal list for this divine and semi-divine period, complete with specific, if wildly extended, reign lengths, not entirely unlike the pattern we examined in detail in this channel's earlier video on the Sumerian king list. These later summaries describe the gods ruling for spans of time, running into the thousands of years each, followed by a period of semi-divine rulers, often described as spirits or followers of Horus, whose own reigns, while somewhat shorter, still extend across time frames wholly incompatible with any conventional archaeological chronology. Mainstream Egyptology treats these later summary king lists largely as symbolic or numerologically constructed rather than literal historical records, a position broadly analogous to how most Assyriologists treat the equally vast reign lengths recorded before the flood in the Sumerian king list. And it is worth naming that parallel explicitly here, because it is one more thread connecting this video's central Egyptian material to patterns this channel has already examined at length in the context of ancient Mesopotamia. This is religious and mythological material concerned with legitimizing the current cosmic and political order by tracing its origin back to divine precedent, in a manner broadly comparable to how many ancient cultures grounded their present authority in a sacred foundational past. It is not, in its original ancient Egyptian context, a historical claim about advanced human engineers building monuments tens of thousands of years before the conventional archaeological timeline. That said, it would be too quick and arguably unfair to the ancient Egyptians themselves to dismiss Zep Tepi as pure, empty myth with no relationship whatsoever to any genuine memory of a distant past. Egyptologists studying these texts have long noted certain details within the Zep Tepi tradition that resist easy explanation as purely theological invention, including recurring references to specific locations, the Giza Plateau prominent among them, as sites of particular significance during this primeval age, references that predate, by centuries if not millennia, any of the modern alternative history speculation this video has already discussed. It is worth being fair to both sides of this scholarly uncertainty rather than collapsing it prematurely. Mainstream Egyptologists who favor the purely theological reading point out that ascribing deep, literal historical memory to religious cosmology is a methodologically risky move, one that has led researchers astray in the study of other ancient mythological traditions, where a Golden Age narrative later turned out to be a retrospective theological construction rather than a genuine folk memory of anything that actually happened. Researchers more sympathetic to the possibility of genuine folk memory point to comparative examples from other cultures where oral traditions have, on rare but documented occasions, preserved surprisingly accurate details about real geological or astronomical events across many generations, passed down in mythologized form long before writing existed to fix the details more precisely. Neither position taken to its extreme fits the actual, messy state of the evidence perfectly, and honest scholarship in this area tends to sit, uncomfortably, somewhere between full skepticism and full credulity, exactly the kind of position this video has tried to model throughout. Whether these references reflect a genuine, if badly distorted, folk memory of something real that happened at Giza in a period far older than conventional Egyptology currently dates any human construction there, or whether they simply reflect the later, entirely theological significance the site had already acquired by the time these texts were composed, significance that then got projected backward into a mythologized golden age, is a question honest Egyptology has not definitively resolved, and it is worth sitting with that genuine uncertainty rather than resolving it prematurely in either direction. The specific connection between Zep Tepi and the Sphinx, which is what makes this ancient tradition directly relevant to this video's central question, comes primarily through the god Horemakhet, whom we encountered several parts ago in the Dream Stela. The deity Thutmose IV described the Sphinx as embodying. Horemakhet, whose name translates roughly to Horus in the horizon, was associated in Egyptian religious tradition with the rising sun and, by extension, with exactly the kind of primeval, foundational solar authority that Zep Tepi texts describe the earliest divine rulers of Egypt as having wielded. It is worth drawing out this connection a bit further, because it is easy to state quickly and lose the significance underneath it. Horus, in the broader Egyptian pantheon, was closely associated with legitimate kingship itself, the living pharaoh understood in Egyptian religious thought as the earthly embodiment of Horus, while the deceased pharaoh became identified with Osiris, Horus's mythological father. Framing the Sphinx as Horemakhet, Horus specifically in his solar horizon-facing aspect ties the monument directly into this foundational chain of legitimate authority, stretching back, in Egyptian cosmology, to Zep Tepi itself, the moment when this same divine kingship was first established on Earth. A pharaoh restoring the Sphinx, as Thutmose IV did, was not simply performing routine maintenance on an old statue. He was, in the religious logic of his own culture, tending to a physical embodiment of the very principle that legitimized his own rule, a principle whose origin his own priests traced directly back to the first time. The Sphinx's own careful east-facing orientation, positioned to watch the sun rise directly over the horizon each morning, a detail confirmed by straightforward astronomical measurement, rather than any speculative interpretation, ties the monument physically and symbolically into exactly this solar, foundational, religious framework, suggesting that whatever era the Sphinx was actually carved in, the Egyptians who inherited it, worshipped at it, and eventually restored it under Thutmose IV, understood it as something intimately connected to their civilization's own mythologized point of origin. This is where Robert Bauval's Orion Correlation theory, which we will examine in its own dedicated part of this video, enters the broader conversation, because Bauval's argument rests explicitly on connecting the astronomical alignments of the Giza Plateau, including but not limited to the Sphinx, to precisely this kind of primeval, foundational significance the Egyptians themselves associated with the site through the Zep Tepi tradition. Whether or not Bauval's specific astronomical claims hold up to scrutiny, a question we will examine carefully when we reach it. the underlying observation that ancient Egyptians themselves treated Giza as spiritually and cosmologically central to their civilization's own mythologized origins is not on its own a fringe claim. It is well documented, textually supported, and broadly accepted within mainstream Egyptology, even by scholars who reject entirely the more speculative modern theories built on top of it. This distinction between the well-documented underlying observation and the more speculative theory, later built on top of it, is worth holding on to carefully as this video moves forward, because it is a distinction that recurs throughout nearly every thread of this story. Time and again, a genuinely solid, well-sourced piece of ancient Egyptian tradition or genuinely careful piece of modern geophysical data gets used as the foundation for a considerably more speculative structure of interpretation built on top of it. And the honest work of a documentary like this one is not to reject the foundation, because the structure on top of it is shaky, nor to accept the shaky structure because the foundation happens to be solid, but to keep the two carefully separated, testing each on its own terms. It is worth pausing here to name a pattern that has now surfaced more than once across this video, because Zep Tepi is, in its own way, another example of it. Ancient cultures across the world, not merely Egypt, tend to preserve some version of a foundational, semi-mythologized memory of a time before ordinary history, a golden age, a first occasion, an era of divine or semi-divine rulership preceding the more mundane, more documentable stretch of history that follows it. This pattern shows up in Sumerian tradition, in Egyptian tradition, and as we will see when this channel eventually turns to other civilizations in future videos, in traditions from cultures with no plausible direct contact with either Egypt or Sumer. Comparative mythologists and anthropologists have proposed several competing explanations for why this pattern recurs so consistently across cultures that, in many cases, had no meaningful contact with one another during the periods when these traditions were first taking shape. Some point to shared, universal features of human psychology, a tendency to idealize the unknown and unwitnessed past, contrasted against the visibly imperfect, well-documented present, a tendency that would naturally produce Golden Age narratives independently in any sufficiently reflective culture without requiring any genuine shared historical event behind them. Others argue that at least some of this pattern may trace back to genuinely shared or parallel experiences, major climatic shifts at the end of the last ice age, for instance, that affected human populations across multiple continents in roughly the same era, potentially leaving behind independently mythologized memories of a dramatic transition from one world into another. Neither explanation can currently be proven or ruled out with confidence, and it is worth being honest that this is one of the genuinely open questions in comparative mythology, not a settled matter with a clear consensus answer waiting to be reported. Whether that recurring pattern reflects some genuine shared historical experience, a cataclysm or transition significant enough to leave traces in multiple, independently developed mythological traditions, or whether it simply reflects a common, predictable human tendency to imagine the deep past as more ordered, more divine, and more coherent than the messier, better documented present, is exactly the kind of question this channel keeps returning to, night after night, video after video, without ever quite claiming to have settled it. What Zep Tepi gives us, concretely, for the purposes of this video's specific question about what lies beneath the Sphinx, is confirmation from the Egyptians' own religious tradition that they themselves regarded the monument and its immediate surroundings as connected to their civilization's most foundational, most sacred point of origin. A point of origin they described in terms considerably older and considerably stranger than the comparatively recent, well-documented history of the pharaohs who actually ruled Egypt across the dynasties. Whether that ancient reverence points toward a genuine, physically real chamber of records still waiting beneath the sand, or simply toward the enduring power of a foundational myth that shaped how an entire civilization understood its own most sacred monument for thousands of years, is a question we are not yet in a position to answer. It is worth ending this part with one final, grounding observation before we move to the more contested material ahead. Whatever the ultimate truth about a possible hidden chamber, the Zep Tepi tradition tells us something that does not depend on that unresolved question at all, something worth sitting with in its own right before we move forward. The ancient Egyptians who lived alongside the Sphinx for thousands of years, who restored it, worshipped at it, and eventually let it be buried and rediscovered again and again across the centuries, never treated it as a simple statue. They understood it, in their own carefully preserved religious language, as a living connection to the very beginning of their world. And that understanding, whatever its ultimate historical accuracy, is itself a genuine, well-documented, and remarkable piece of the monument's story, deserving of respect on its own terms, regardless of what, if anything, is eventually found beneath its paws. But it is a question the Egyptians themselves, in their own words, across thousands of years of their own recorded tradition, seem to have been asking too, in their own way, long before Edgar Cayce ever lay down on a couch in Virginia, and long before any geophysicist ever pointed an instrument at the Sphinx's paws. That thread, ancient Egyptian tradition converging with modern speculation about lost records, is exactly where we turn next, into the specific inscription that has become the single most contested piece of textual evidence in this entire story. A granite tablet found not between the Sphinx's paws this time, but nearby, bearing a name that, if read the way some researchers insist it should be, would place the Sphinx's original construction far earlier than any conventional Egyptological timeline currently allows, and considerably earlier than even the Zep Tepi tradition itself, on its own theological terms, would seem to permit. Imagine an inscription so quietly explosive that, if taken entirely at its word, it would rewrite the accepted timeline of Egypt's most famous monument by centuries. And imagine that inscription sitting, for most of the past century, not celebrated as a landmark discovery but flagged, cautiously by nearly every scholar who has studied it, as almost certainly not what it appears to say. A quiet, unglamorous verdict that has done little to slow the inscription's continued popularity in more speculative corners of Egyptology. That inscription is known as the Inventory Stela, a limestone tablet discovered in 1858 near the Great Pyramid at Giza, close to but distinct from the Dream Stela we examined several parts ago, and its text, if read literally and without qualification, describes the pharaoh Khufu, the same ruler traditionally credited with building the Great Pyramid itself, not as constructing the Sphinx, but as finding it already standing, already ancient, when he arrived to build his own monuments on the plateau. It is worth saying something about the circumstances of the stela's discovery, because they matter for understanding how the artifact was initially received and studied. It was found by Auguste Mariette, a French Egyptologist working at Giza during a period of intense European archaeological activity across Egypt, uncovered in the area around a smaller structure near the Great Pyramid, known as a funerary temple dedicated to the goddess Isis. The stela was not found in isolation, in other words, but within a specific architectural and religious context that later scholars would need to weigh carefully alongside the text itself, since the temple in which it was found was, by independent architectural evidence, itself a considerably later structure than Khufu's own 4th Dynasty monuments, a detail that would eventually become part of the broader case for dating the inscription to a period long after the pharaoh it names. If that reading is accurate, it would mean the Sphinx predates Khufu's reign, predates the Great Pyramid, and predates the entire conventional timeline that credits the Fourth Dynasty, Khufu's own dynasty, with carving the monument in the first place. A timeline this channel's own earlier video on the Great Pyramid examined in considerable detail. It is worth being precise from the outset about exactly what the stela says, because the gap between the inscription's actual content and the way it gets summarized in popular alternative history literature is, once again, one of the widest and most consequential gaps in this entire story. A gap this video has now traced across nearly every major piece of evidence it has examined. The Inventory Stela describes Khufu undertaking a series of religious and administrative acts connected to several deities and monuments already present on the Giza Plateau, including explicit reference to the Sphinx, referred to in the text by a name associated with the goddess Isis, rather than with Horemakhet, the solar deity we discussed in the previous part. The stela describes Khufu restoring or renovating structures connected to this goddess, language that, taken at face value, implies these structures, the Sphinx apparently included, were already standing and already in need of restoration by the time Khufu's reign began, rather than being newly constructed under his authority. This is, on its face, a remarkable claim, and it is exactly the kind of claim that would, if verified through independent evidence, force a fundamental revision of the conventional Egyptological timeline. It is also, and this is the part of the story that popular retellings so often leave out entirely, a claim that the overwhelming majority of Egyptologists, including many who are otherwise quite willing to entertain genuine uncertainty about early Egyptian chronology, regard as almost certainly not reflecting the historical reality of Khufu's actual reign at all. The reasons for that skepticism are worth laying out carefully, because they are grounded in specific, technical features of the text itself, rather than in any generalized institutional reluctance to consider an older Sphinx. The primary reason for scholarly doubt is linguistic and stylistic. The Inventory, Stela's hieroglyphic text, when analyzed by Egyptologists trained in the specific grammatical and orthographic conventions of different periods of ancient Egyptian writing, shows clear characteristics associated with a considerably later period of Egyptian history, most likely the Late Period, more than 2,000 years after Khufu's actual reign, rather than the language and writing conventions that would be expected from an authentic Fourth Dynasty inscription. This is not a subtle or contested observation among specialists. Ancient Egyptian, like any language, changed considerably over the 3,000 or so years. It was in continuous written use, and Egyptologists trained in this evolution can generally date a text's likely composition period with reasonable confidence based on its vocabulary, grammar, and specific hieroglyphic conventions, in much the same way a specialist in English literature could distinguish a genuine medieval manuscript from a modern pastiche written in deliberately archaic style. It is worth explaining a little more precisely what specific linguistic features scholars actually point to, because the language is too late can otherwise sound like a vague or hand-wavy dismissal rather than the specific, technical observation it actually is. Egyptologists studying the Inventory Stela have identified particular grammatical constructions, ways of forming certain verb tenses and possessive relationships that are well attested in securely dated late-period texts, but essentially unattested in the considerably more limited and more rigid grammatical conventions used in genuine Old Kingdom royal inscriptions from Khufu's own era. Old Kingdom formal writing, particularly royal inscriptions from Khufu's specific dynasty, follows conventions that are, by comparison to later periods, notably restrained and formulaic, and the more elaborate, more narratively developed style of the inventory, Stela's text reads, to specialists trained in both periods, considerably closer to the more expansive, more literary late period style than to anything securely dated to the Old Kingdom. This pattern, an inscription written many centuries after the events or period it claims to describe, has a well-established name and a well-established explanation within Egyptology more broadly. Ancient Egyptian temple priests, particularly during the late period and the subsequent Ptolemaic era, frequently composed texts attributing pious acts, restorations and religious foundations to famous revered rulers of the deep past, a practice that served real and understandable purposes within their own religious and institutional context, even though it does not reflect literal historical fact in the way a modern reader might assume. Crediting a legendary figure like Khufu with restoring and honoring a temple or monument lent that structure considerable religious prestige and antiquity by association, regardless of who had actually built or maintained it more recently. And this kind of retrospective attribution appears in multiple other Egyptian inscriptions from similar periods, describing similarly pious, plausible-sounding acts by rulers who, based on independent evidence, almost certainly never performed them. This practice becomes considerably more understandable once you consider the specific historical moment in which the late period priesthood was operating. By this era, roughly 2,000 years after Khufu's actual lifetime, Egypt had already experienced periods of foreign rule, internal fragmentation, and repeated cultural anxiety about maintaining continuity with its own increasingly distant, increasingly legendary past. Temple institutions competing for royal patronage, public prestige, and pilgrimage traffic had genuine, practical incentives to claim the deepest possible historical pedigree for their own site, and invoking Khufu, whose legendary status as the builder of the Great Pyramid had, by this point, already achieved something close to mythic proportions in Egyptian popular memory, was an obvious and well-attested strategy for accomplishing exactly that. Other temples from this same general period make comparably grand, comparably unverifiable claims about their own foundation by other legendary early rulers, which is part of why Egyptologists recognize the inventory. Stela's Khufu attribution as fitting a broader, well-documented pattern rather than standing as an isolated, uniquely suspicious case. That established pattern does not, on its own, prove the inventory. Stela is a late-period composition rather than a genuine, if perhaps recopied, 4th Dynasty original. It is possible in principle for a later scribe to have copied an older, authentic text, updating its language and orthography to match contemporary conventions, while preserving the original historical content accurately, a documented practice in other contexts within Egyptian scribal tradition. Proponents of an older Sphinx sometimes point to exactly this possibility, arguing that the Stela's late-period language reflects a later recopying of a genuinely ancient original document, rather than evidence that the entire narrative was invented from nothing during the late period itself. This recopying argument is not, it should be said fairly, an unreasonable position to raise in the abstract. Egyptian scribal culture did maintain and recopy older texts across many centuries in various contexts, particularly religious and funerary material, and modernizing the language of an older text during recopying while preserving its essential content is a documented practice with clear parallels elsewhere in the ancient world, not something invented specifically to rescue the inventory, Stela's credibility. The difficulty is not that recopying itself is implausible as a general practice. The difficulty is that recopying, as a specific explanation for this specific Stela, requires assuming the existence of an original 4th Dynasty document, for which no independent trace, no fragment, no citation in any other surviving Old Kingdom source has ever been found, an assumption that becomes considerably harder to sustain once the anachronistic content within the stela itself, rather than just its language, is taken into account. This is where the honest evaluation of this evidence gets genuinely difficult, and where this video is not going to pretend to offer more certainty than the actual scholarly debate supports. Distinguishing a late-period recopying of an authentic older text from a late-period invention presented as an older text is, in the absence of an earlier surviving copy to compare against, a genuinely difficult philological problem, and reasonable, well-trained Egyptologists have not reached unanimous agreement on which explanation better fits the Inventory Stela specifically. The majority position within mainstream Egyptology leans toward treating the stela as a later invention, or at minimum as too unreliable a source to build any confident chronological claim upon, largely because several other specific details within the text, beyond just its general language, contain anachronisms, references to later religious titles, architectural features, or theological concepts that would not have existed during Khufu's actual 4th dynasty reign, details that are considerably harder to explain away as the byproduct of simple linguistic modernization during recopying. It is worth naming a few of those specific anachronistic details, because they are more concrete and more persuasive than the general linguistic argument alone, and they deserve to be part of any honest accounting of why most Egyptologists remain skeptical. The stela references religious titles and priestly offices that, based on independent inscriptional evidence from securely dated Old Kingdom sources, simply did not exist in their described form during Khufu's actual reign, appearing instead in the historical record only centuries later. It also describes architectural features and cult practices associated with the Sphinx that match considerably better with what is known about how the monument was worshipped and maintained during the New Kingdom and later periods, the eras we have already discussed at length through the Dream Stela and its associated chapel, than with anything that can be independently confirmed about religious practice during the Old Kingdom itself. There is a further, more subtle anachronism worth mentioning, one that requires slightly more specialist background to appreciate, but that Egyptologists consider among the more persuasive pieces of evidence against an authentic Old Kingdom origin. The stela's description of the goddess associated with the Sphinx in this text reflects a theological framing, associating the Sphinx with Isis rather than with the solar deity Horemakhet we discussed in the previous part, that fits considerably more comfortably within the religious landscape of the late period, when Isis worship had expanded dramatically in scope and popularity across Egypt, than within what can be independently confirmed about 4th dynasty religious practice, when Isis, while certainly a recognized deity, had not yet achieved anything like the centrality she would come to hold many centuries later. A genuine 4th dynasty inscription describing the Sphinx would, on independent evidence from the period, be considerably more likely to associate the monument with solar or royal K-related concepts consistent with Old Kingdom religious priorities, not with an Isis-centered framing that reflects theological developments still centuries in the future, at the time Khufu was actually alive. Taken together, these details suggest a composition that reflects the religious world of its own actual composition period, several distinct anachronisms, all pointing in the same later direction, rather than a single ambiguous linguistic quirk, which is precisely why so few specialists treat this stela as reliable evidence for an Old Kingdom or earlier date for the Sphinx. None of this means the underlying idea that the Sphinx might genuinely predate Khufu's reign is necessarily false. It simply means the Inventory Stela, specifically, whatever its intentions or origins, is widely regarded within mainstream Egyptology as poor, unreliable evidence for that particular claim, a text composed in all likelihood more than 2,000 years after Khufu's actual lifetime, by priests working within a well-documented tradition of retrospectively crediting revered ancient rulers with pious acts they almost certainly never performed. Whether the Sphinx does or does not predate Khufu is a question that, as we discussed in an earlier part of this video without resolving it, remains genuinely open on other grounds entirely, particularly the geological weathering evidence associated with Robert Schoch's work, which sits considerably outside the scope of what this video is here to examine, since this channel has already, and will separately, treat that specific dating question in its own dedicated video. It is worth being explicit about why this channel is drawing that particular boundary here, rather than simply importing the geological dating argument wholesale into this video's own account. That argument rests on an entirely different category of evidence: weathering patterns in limestone rather than textual or linguistic analysis, evaluated by a different discipline, geology rather than philology, and it deserves the kind of dedicated, focused treatment this video, concerned specifically with what lies beneath, rather than how old the monument above ground actually is not well positioned to provide fairly within a single part. Keeping these two separate, textual dating evidence here, geological dating evidence in its own dedicated video, is part of this channel's broader commitment to not blending genuinely distinct categories of evidence together into a single, falsely unified argument simply because they happen to point in a broadly similar, speculative direction. What the Inventory Stela does give us, regardless of how we ultimately weigh its historical reliability, is a genuinely fascinating window into how later generations of Egyptians themselves understood or wished to understand their own relationship to the Sphinx and to Khufu's legendary reputation, a reputation that, by the late period, had already accumulated centuries of legend, exaggeration, and retrospective religious significance layered on top of whatever the historical Khufu actually did during his own lifetime. That layering ancient Egyptians themselves mythologizing their own deep past in ways that modern researchers now have to carefully untangle is, in its own way, exactly the same phenomenon this video has already traced through Zep Tepi, through the Cayce readings, and through the popular exaggeration of the 1974 and 1991. Geophysical surveys, a recurring human tendency to layer meaning, certainty, and drama onto genuinely ambiguous underlying material, whether that material is a piece of stone, a trance reading, or a seismic anomaly. It is worth naming, one final time before we move on, why this recurring pattern deserves so much emphasis across this video, rather than being treated as a minor aside each time it reappears. Every single major thread examined so far, the seismic anomalies, the Cayce prophecy, the Zep Tepi tradition, and now the Inventory Stela, shares this same basic structure. A genuine, verifiable core of evidence or tradition exists, and around that core successive generations of retelling, whether ancient priests writing centuries after the fact or modern documentarians summarizing a technical survey report, have added layers of specificity, drama, and certainty that the original source material does not actually support. Recognizing this pattern is not the same as concluding nothing interesting is happening beneath the Sphinx. It is simply the discipline this video has tried to maintain throughout, separating what the primary evidence actually establishes from what generations of storytelling, ancient and modern alike, have built on top of it. That same tendency and the same careful discipline required to see past it is exactly what we will need as we turn, in the next part, to Robert Bauval's Orion Correlation theory, a claim considerably more mathematically precise than anything discussed so far in this video, and, precisely because of that precision, considerably more contested among the astronomers and archaeologists who have spent the past 3 decades checking his numbers. Imagine looking up at the night sky over Giza, the way an ancient Egyptian priest might have looked up at it 4,500 years ago, tracing the same three bright stars that still form the belt of the constellation we call Orion. And imagine wondering whether the builders who laid out the pyramids on the ground below were, in some deliberate and precisely calculated way, mapping the heavens onto the Earth, a question that has occupied engineers, astronomers, and archaeologists for more than 3 decades now. That is, in essence, the central claim of the Orion Correlation theory, first proposed in detail by the Egyptian-born engineer Robert Bauval in the late 1980s, and developed further in a series of books published through the 1990s, most notably in collaboration with the writer Graham Hancock, whose broader work on lost civilizations we will encounter again in later parts of this video. Bauval's argument, at its core, is that the 3 main pyramids at Giza, including the Great Pyramid built under Khufu, are arranged on the ground in a pattern that closely mirrors the relative positions of the 3 stars forming Orion's belt, and that this correspondence was not accidental, but represented a deliberate act of stellar mapping by the pyramid's original architects, encoding cosmic knowledge directly into the landscape itself. It is worth understanding a little about Bauval's own background because it shaped both the strengths and the particular vulnerabilities of the theory he eventually proposed. Bauval trained and worked as a construction engineer rather than as a professional astronomer or Egyptologist, a background that gave him genuine, practical familiarity with large-scale structural layout and surveying, skills directly relevant to evaluating how precisely a monument's ground plan could be measured and compared against another pattern, skills that few of his later critics would ever dispute or diminish. That same background, however, bent his astronomical calculations when they became the more technically demanding, more mathematically rigorous core of his later, more developed theory, were not conducted with the same formal training in observational astronomy and precession calculation that a professional astronomer would have brought to the same problem, a gap that critics would later point to directly when disputing the technical soundness of his precession-based dating claims. It is worth walking through the specific claim carefully, because its precision is exactly what makes it both more testable and more contested than most of the material examined earlier in this video. The 3 stars of Orion's belt are not evenly spaced in a perfectly straight line. There is a slight, consistent offset in their relative positions, one star sitting marginally apart from the otherwise straight alignment of the other 2. Bauval observed that the 3 main Giza pyramids show a broadly similar pattern, 2 pyramids roughly aligned with a third offset in a comparable direction, and argued that this specific, distinctive irregularity, rather than a simple straight-line arrangement that could plausibly result from unrelated practical or aesthetic considerations, was too specific a match to be coincidental. It is worth pausing on why this particular detail, the offset of 1 star and 1 pyramid from an otherwise straight line, carried so much persuasive weight when Bauval first presented it. A simple, even, straight-line arrangement of 3 pyramids would be relatively easy to explain through ordinary practical considerations, a builder's preference for a tidy, visually pleasing layout, or convenient positioning relative to the plateau's natural terrain, without needing to invoke any deliberate astronomical intention at all. An irregular offset arrangement that happens to mirror a similarly irregular offset pattern in a specific, identifiable constellation is a considerably more specific and more surprising match, precisely because there is no obvious practical reason a builder would introduce that particular irregularity unless they were deliberately trying to echo something else. That specificity is exactly what made the observation compelling enough to build an entire research program around, and it is also, as we will see, exactly the kind of specific, falsifiable detail that invites the most rigorous scrutiny once other researchers begin testing it independently. Bauval extended this observation considerably further, incorporating the Nile River itself into the correlation, proposing that the river's position relative to the pyramids echoes the position of the Milky Way relative to Orion's belt in the night sky, and incorporating additional smaller pyramids and structures at Giza as representing other stars in the broader Orion constellation and its neighboring stellar features. He also proposed a specific astronomical dating method tied to this correlation, arguing that precession, the slow, cyclical wobble in Earth's rotational axis that gradually shifts how constellations appear, positioned relative to the horizon over a period of roughly 26,000 years, could be used to calculate a specific historical date when the alignment between the Giza pyramids and Orion's belt would have most precisely matched the actual sky, a date Bauval placed considerably earlier than the conventional 4th dynasty construction date for the pyramids, in the general vicinity of 10,500 years before the Common Era, a date that listeners familiar with this channel's earlier video on Great Pyramid dating will recognize as strikingly close to the era Robert Schoch's water erosion evidence points toward for the Sphinx specifically. This extended version of the theory, incorporating the Nile as a terrestrial echo of the Milky Way, is worth pausing on separately because it illustrates how the correlation grew progressively more elaborate and, in the view of many critics, progressively less constrained by any single falsifiable test, as Bauval developed it further across successive publications, spanning more than a decade of his own career. Where the original 3-pyramid 3-star observation offered at least a specific, bounded claim that could be checked against precise astronomical and surveying data, the expanded version incorporating the river, additional smaller pyramids and other stellar features introduces considerably more interpretive flexibility, more elements that can be adjusted, reinterpreted, or selectively emphasized to maintain the overall pattern of correspondence, even if any single piece of it turns out, under close examination, not to hold up as precisely as first claimed. This pattern of expanding elaboration in response to criticism, adding new correspondences rather than tightening the original claim, is one that skeptical reviewers have specifically flagged as a warning sign common to pattern-matching theories, more broadly, not unique to Bauval, but worth naming plainly here, since it will help us recognize similar patterns wherever they resurface later in this video. That convergence, two entirely independent lines of argument, one geological and one astronomical, developed by different researchers using different methods, both pointing toward a broadly similar era around 10,500 BCE, is precisely why the Orion Correlation theory has remained such a persistently discussed thread within alternative Egyptology for more than 3 decades. And it deserves to be named honestly here as a genuinely striking coincidence, whatever we ultimately conclude about its significance. Independent convergence of this kind, when it holds up under scrutiny, is exactly the kind of evidence that ordinarily strengthens a case considerably, since it is harder to explain two unrelated lines of evidence, both pointing to the same conclusion through simple chance or shared bias, than to explain either one alone. The trouble, and this is where the story becomes considerably more contested, is that the Orion correlation theory has not held up well under the kind of rigorous, independent scrutiny that a genuinely precise astronomical claim invites, and the specific objections raised by professional astronomers and archaeoastronomers over the past 3 decades are worth taking seriously rather than dismissing as reflexive institutional defensiveness. The most significant technical objection concerns orientation. Bauval's correlation, as originally proposed, required flipping the map of the Giza pyramids relative to how Orion actually appears in the sky, a north-south inversion that critics have argued is not adequately justified by anything in Bauval's own methodology. and which, if disallowed, considerably weakens the visual match between the ground layout and the star pattern that the entire theory depends on. This orientation objection deserves a bit more unpacking, because on its surface it might sound like a minor technical quibble rather than a serious challenge to the theory's core claim. In any exercise of matching a ground pattern to a sky pattern, the direction of comparison matters enormously, because human pattern recognition is flexible enough to find rough correspondences in almost any orientation if given enough latitude to rotate or mirror the comparison images until they look similar. Requiring a specific, consistent, independently justified orientation rather than whichever orientation happens to produce the best visual match after the fact is a basic methodological safeguard against exactly the kind of unconscious, motivated pattern fitting that makes correlational claims like this one so difficult to evaluate fairly. Critics have argued that Bauval's justification for the specific flip required by his correlation was developed, at least in part after the fact, to make the pattern fit, rather than being derived independently from some other principle established before the comparison was attempted, which is precisely the kind of methodological vulnerability that makes professional astronomers reluctant to accept the correlation at face value. There is a second, equally significant objection concerning the precision of the match itself, one that has, over time, come to be regarded by many independent reviewers as the stronger of the two main lines of criticism. Critics point out that with 3 points of comparison, in this case 3 pyramids compared to 3 stars, it is statistically far easier to find a visually plausible correlation than proponents of the theory tend to acknowledge, particularly once you allow flexibility in orientation, scale, and which specific stars or structures get matched to which. Skeptical astronomers have demonstrated that similar 3-point correlations can be constructed between numerous other star patterns and numerous other groups of monuments, or even essentially arbitrary sets of 3 points. A demonstration intended to show that finding a plausible-looking match between 3 pyramids and 3 stars is not on its own statistically remarkable enough to imply deliberate, ancient design. Given how many possible 3-star patterns and 3 monument arrangements exist to be compared against each other in the first place, this statistical objection deserves a bit more explanation than a single summary sentence can provide, because it is genuinely the more technically substantial of the 2 main criticisms, and it is worth understanding why professional statisticians and astronomers who have examined the claim find it persuasive, even those otherwise sympathetic to considering unconventional chronologies on other grounds. Any 3 points in space, whether they represent pyramids, stars, or randomly scattered dots on a page, can be described by some combination of relative distances and angles between them. Given the enormous number of star patterns visible in the night sky, and the considerable flexibility available in how a researcher chooses to orient, scale, and selectively emphasize which specific features of a monument layout to compare against which specific features of a constellation, the probability of finding at least one plausible-sounding correlation somewhere in that vast space of possible comparisons is considerably higher than casual intuition suggests. This is a well-known statistical trap in pattern matching more broadly, sometimes described informally as the problem of multiple comparisons, where testing enough possible pairings will eventually produce an apparently striking match through chance alone, without requiring any genuine underlying connection between the 2 things being compared. The precession-based dating calculation has faced its own separate and equally serious technical challenges. Professional astronomers who have reviewed Bauval's specific calculations have raised questions about the precision of the underlying assumptions, including exactly which historical horizon altitude and exactly which specific stellar reference points were used in deriving the 10,500 BCE date. Technical choices that, when varied even modestly within a range that other researchers consider equally defensible, can shift the resulting calculated date considerably, undermining the appearance of precise, unambiguous, mathematical certainty that the theory's presentation often conveys to a general audience. It is worth explaining, briefly, why precession-based dating is so sensitive to these underlying assumptions in the first place, because the general public presentation of this kind of astronomical argument often implies a level of mathematical certainty the underlying method does not actually deliver on its own. Precession genuinely is a well-understood, precisely measurable astronomical phenomenon, and calculating where a given constellation would have appeared relative to the horizon at any specific point in the past is, in principle, straightforward arithmetic once you know the necessary starting parameters. The difficulty is that those starting parameters, the precise horizon altitude at the observation point, the exact atmospheric conditions assumed, and which specific stars within a constellation are being used as reference points, all involve judgment calls that are not dictated by the physics alone, and different researchers making slightly different, individually defensible choices about those parameters can arrive at meaningfully different calculated dates from what is, on the surface, the same basic astronomical method. This sensitivity to input assumptions is precisely why independent astronomers reviewing Beauval's specific calculations have been able to raise serious, technically grounded questions about the precision of his conclusions without needing to reject the underlying astronomical science of precession itself. None of this means Beauval was acting in bad faith, and it is worth being fair to him specifically, separate from the broader question of whether his theory holds up. His original observation, that the Giza pyramid's layout bears some resemblance to Orion's belt, is a genuine visually documentable pattern that mainstream Egyptologists do not generally dispute as an observation, even while firmly rejecting the specific chronological and astronomical conclusions Beauval built on top of that observation. Ancient Egyptian religious texts, including material we discussed in the Zep Tepi part of this video, do genuinely associate certain deities and afterlife concepts with the constellation we call Orion, described in Egyptian tradition as connected to Osiris, which means a general, symbolic connection between Giza and this particular constellation is not, on its own, an unreasonable or fabricated starting premise. It is worth expanding on that Osiris connection a bit further because it represents the genuinely solid, textually documented foundation underneath Beauval's considerably more speculative structure. Egyptian funerary and religious texts across multiple periods describe the deceased pharaoh's soul ascending to join Osiris among the stars, and several of these texts specifically identify the constellation associated with Osiris with the star pattern modern astronomy calls Orion, a connection Egyptologists have confirmed independently through careful analysis of Egyptian star charts and astronomical ceiling decorations found in multiple tombs and temples, decorations that have survived in remarkably legible condition in several well-preserved sites. This genuine, well-documented association between Osiris, the afterlife, and this specific constellation gives Beauval's starting premise that ancient Egyptians considered Orion significant enough to potentially incorporate into monumental architecture, real textual grounding rather than being an invention conjured purely to support his later, more speculative correlation theory. Where mainstream Egyptology and Beauval's theory diverge sharply is not on whether ancient Egyptians associated Orion with important religious concepts, which they clearly did, but on whether the specific, precisely calculated ground-to-sky correlation Beauval proposes, and the radically earlier date he derives from it, actually holds up to the kind of rigorous astronomical and statistical scrutiny a claim this specific and this consequential should be expected to survive. This is, once again, a case where the honest answer sits uncomfortably between full endorsement and full dismissal. The underlying cultural connection between Giza and Orion, rooted in genuine ancient Egyptian religious tradition, is real and well documented. The specific, precisely quantified correlation theory built on top of that connection, and the radical redating it implies, has not survived independent technical review with anything like the confidence its popular presentation often suggests. And readers encountering this theory primarily through documentaries, books, or online summaries are, more often than not, encountering a version considerably more certain and considerably less contested than the actual, ongoing scholarly and astronomical debate around it would support. That same tension, a genuinely interesting underlying observation stretched into a considerably more confident and more specific claim than the evidence can fully bear, is a thread this video has now traced through the 1974 survey, the 1991 survey, the Cayce prophecy, the Inventory Stela, and now the Orion Correlation theory, 5 entirely separate lines of evidence, each following a remarkably similar pattern of genuine kernel and exaggerated shell. Recognizing that pattern is not, in itself, a verdict on any single piece of evidence. It is simply the discipline this video has tried to model throughout, and it is exactly the discipline we will need again as we turn, in the next part, to the physical excavation history that actually followed all of this theorizing. The tunnels and access shafts Zahi Hawass and his teams have directly explored beneath and around the Sphinx in more recent decades, a body of evidence considerably more grounded, if considerably less dramatic, than anything discussed in this part of the video. Imagine returning, after all the theorizing, the seismic anomalies, the trance prophecies, and the astronomical correlations examined so far in this video, to something considerably more modest and considerably more concrete. An actual excavation conducted by an actual archaeological team, entering an actual tunnel cut into the bedrock beneath and around the Sphinx, carrying flashlights rather than geophysical instruments, recording exactly what their eyes could see rather than what an instrument reading might imply. Patient work considerably less suited to a dramatic headline than anything examined in the preceding several parts. That kind of grounded physical investigation is exactly what Zahi Hawass, whose institutional role we examined in detail several parts ago, personally led at various points across his long career at Giza. And it is worth giving this physical excavation record its own careful, dedicated treatment here. Separate from the geophysical surveys and textual speculation this video has already covered, because it represents a genuinely different category of evidence, direct observation rather than inference, and it deserves to be weighed on its own terms, judged by what was actually seen rather than what any instrument merely suggested. Hawass's most significant direct excavation work, relevant to this video's central question, took place across the 1980s and into subsequent decades, building on and extending Selim Hassan's earlier findings discussed several parts ago. Working with Egyptian and international teams, Hawass personally directed excavation of several previously known but incompletely explored features around the Sphinx enclosure, including further work on the rock-cut chamber Hassan had originally documented in the 1930s, additional clearance around the enclosure's southern and eastern walls, and, notably, direct physical investigation of a passage running through the Sphinx's body itself, a feature distinct from the shaft behind the head we discussed in an earlier part, located instead beneath the monument's rear haunches. It is worth situating this work within the broader arc of Hawass's career, because his relationship to the Sphinx specifically evolved considerably over several decades, from a working field archaeologist directly supervising excavation in the 1980s to, eventually, the senior administrator overseeing all of Egypt's antiquities whose permitting decisions we examined in an earlier part of this video. That evolution matters because it means Hawass's own perspective on this material carries a somewhat unusual dual authority, informed both by direct, hands-on excavation experience earlier in his career and by the broader administrative and political responsibilities he took on later, a combination that gives his public statements about the Sphinx considerable weight, while also, as we will see, inviting legitimate questions about how cleanly those two roles can actually be separated when he speaks publicly about what has or has not been found, and which role, excavator or administrator, is speaking in any given interview. This rear passage, sometimes referred to in academic literature by a straightforward descriptive designation rather than any more dramatic name, had been known to exist since at least the 19th century, noted by earlier excavators but never fully explored or documented with modern archaeological rigor, until Hawass's teams undertook that work directly. What they found when they finally cleared and fully documented the passage was, by Hawass's own account and by the account of researchers who have reviewed his published findings, considerably less dramatic than popular speculation had anticipated. The passage proved to be relatively short, terminating in a dead end rather than opening into any larger chamber, showing tool marks and construction characteristics that Hawass's team dated to a period considerably later than the Sphinx's own original construction, consistent in their assessment with a later, relatively minor excavation attempt, possibly connected to the same broad pattern of restoration and investigative digging that produced Hassan's rock-cut chamber decades earlier, and, further back, the various documented clearances discussed throughout this video's earlier parts. It is worth describing the physical characteristics of this passage in a bit more detail than most summary accounts bother to include, because the specifics matter for weighing how genuinely conclusive this particular dead end actually is. And generic descriptions tend to flatten exactly the details a careful viewer would want to know. The passage's dimensions, narrow enough to require careful, deliberate movement rather than easy walking access, are broadly consistent with other confirmed excavation shafts discussed elsewhere in this video. The shaft behind the head and Hassan's own rock-cut chamber among them, suggesting a shared, recognizable pattern of how ancient and more recent excavators approached digging into this particular monument, working through solid limestone with narrow, labor-intensive shafts, rather than any kind of large-scale open excavation. The tool marks documented within the passage, examined by Hawass's team using the same kind of comparative technique Egyptologists apply elsewhere, to date construction periods based on the specific character of chisel and pick marks left in stone, pointed toward a period Hawass's own publications place, several centuries after the Sphinx's conventionally accepted construction date, though considerably closer to the Sphinx's original era than to the present day, situating this particular dig somewhere within the long, multi-century pattern of periodic restoration and investigative activity this video has already traced from Thutmose IV's era onward. It is worth being honest about what this finding means for the broader question this video is asking, because it cuts in a direction that a documentary chasing the most dramatic possible narrative might be tempted to downplay or skip past entirely. A relatively short, dead-ending passage, terminating without revealing any larger chamber, is exactly the kind of finding that argues against, rather than for, the existence of some grand, sealed hall of records waiting to be discovered. It suggests at minimum that at least one of the access points ancient or more recent excavators dug in search of something significant led nowhere, a negative result rather than a positive one. And negative results, while considerably less exciting to report, are just as much a genuine part of the evidentiary record as positive ones, and arguably more valuable precisely because they are so rarely emphasized in popular retellings, eager for a more satisfying conclusion. It is worth dwelling on this asymmetry in coverage a little longer, because it is a pattern that runs through the entire history of this story and deserves to be named explicitly rather than left implicit, especially given how consistently it has resurfaced across nearly every part of this video so far. Every ambiguous or striking finding discussed in this video, from the 1974 seismic anomaly to the 1991 rectilinear reading, has received sustained, repeated attention across decades of popular retelling, books, documentaries, and online discussion. This confirmed, physically verified dead end, arguably the single most concrete and least ambiguous piece of physical evidence this entire video has examined, receives comparatively little attention in most popular accounts of the Sphinx mystery, precisely because a dead end does not sustain the same narrative momentum that an unresolved anomaly does. That asymmetry is not a criticism of any individual researcher or documentary maker. It is simply an observation about which kinds of findings tend to travel furthest through popular media, and it is worth keeping firmly in mind as a corrective while weighing the overall shape of the evidence this video has assembled. At the same time, and this is where the honest complexity of this evidence has to be acknowledged rather than smoothed over, a single dead-end passage does not, on its own, rule out the possibility of other, still unexplored features elsewhere in the enclosure, particularly given what we have already established across this video about the enclosure's genuinely complicated, only partially excavated history. Hassan's own work, decades earlier, left significant portions of the enclosure less thoroughly investigated than others, for the funding and safety reasons discussed in that earlier part, and Hawass's subsequent excavations, while more thorough than anything conducted before them, were themselves conducted under similar constraints, prioritizing specific, already identified features over a comprehensive, exhaustive clearance of every square meter of ground around and beneath the monument. The rear passage's dead end tells us, with confidence, that this specific feature does not lead to a hidden chamber. It does not and cannot tell us with equal confidence that no such chamber exists anywhere else in the enclosure. This distinction between ruling out one specific, physically confirmed feature and ruling out the broader possibility of any hidden chamber whatsoever is easy to blur in casual retelling, but genuinely important to keep separate. And it is the exact distinction most popular accounts of this story fail to draw with any real precision. It is entirely possible, on the evidence assembled across this video so far, for both of the following to be true at once. The rear passage genuinely leads nowhere, a confirmed, unambiguous negative result, and the area beneath the front paws, flagged by the 1991 Seismic and Resistivity Survey and never physically excavated, remains genuinely unresolved, neither confirmed nor ruled out by anything Hawass's team actually dug into. Holding both of these facts in mind simultaneously, rather than letting the confirmed negative result from one location bleed into unwarranted confidence about an entirely different, still unexcavated location, is exactly the kind of careful, location-specific thinking this evidence actually demands. Hawass has also spoken on multiple occasions about smaller, less publicized excavation efforts undertaken across his career, specifically in response to public and academic pressure connected to the Cayce prophecy and the broader Hall of Records speculation, describing these efforts in interviews given over the decades as consistently failing to turn up anything supporting the more dramatic claims associated with that tradition. It is worth treating these statements with the same careful, balanced approach this video has tried to apply throughout, taking them seriously as the on-the-record testimony of the archaeologist with the most direct, hands-on physical excavation experience at this specific site, while also acknowledging, honestly, that these accounts rely heavily on Hawass's own characterization of work that has not always been published with the same level of detailed, independently verifiable documentation that Hassan's original 1930s reports achieved. A gap in publication thoroughness that critics of the current excavation approach have specifically and reasonably flagged as its own separate concern. It is worth naming, specifically, what kinds of investigative digs these public statements typically describe, since the details matter for weighing their evidentiary value fairly, and vague reassurance is not the same as documented evidence, however sincerely offered. In several interviews given to journalists and documentary crews over the decades, Hawass has described targeted, relatively small-scale excavation checks undertaken at specific locations that had attracted particular attention from Cayce-affiliated researchers or from other alternative history proponents, checks intended to directly address specific, publicly circulating claims about where a chamber entrance might be located. By Hawass's own consistent account, these targeted checks have not uncovered anything beyond ordinary bedrock or previously known, already documented features, findings that, if accurately and completely reported, would represent genuine, if informally documented, negative evidence against several of the more specific popular claims this video has already discussed. That gap deserves to be named plainly rather than glossed over. Modern archaeological best practice generally calls for detailed, peer-reviewed publication of excavation findings, positive or negative, precisely so that other researchers can independently evaluate the evidence rather than relying solely on a single excavator's summary characterization of what was or was not found. Some of Hawass's more minor investigative digs connected to Hall of Record speculation appear to have been reported primarily through media interviews and public statements rather than through the kind of detailed technical publication that would allow independent verification. A pattern that, whatever its underlying cause, does leave room for legitimate scholarly concern about whether the full picture of what has and has not been found is available to outside researchers in a form they can actually evaluate. It is worth being fair to Hawass here as well, rather than treating this publication gap as evidence of anything more sinister than the ordinary, well-documented pressures facing a working archaeologist, who also holds significant public administrative responsibilities. Detailed technical publication, the kind Hassan achieved across multiple substantial academic volumes in the 1930s, requires considerable time, funding, and institutional support that a modern excavator juggling both field archaeology and, later in his career, the administrative leadership of an entire national antiquities service may simply not have had in equal measure to devote to every minor investigative dig undertaken across a decades-long career, a genuine constraint rather than a convenient excuse. This is a genuinely different situation from Hassan's, whose primary professional focus for the specific years covered by his major Giza publications was the excavation itself, without the additional administrative burden Hawass carried through much of his own career. That difference in circumstance does not resolve the legitimate scholarly concern about publication thoroughness, but it does offer a considerably more mundane explanation than deliberate withholding, one consistent with the broader pattern of institutional resource constraint. This video examined in detail several parts ago. None of this is to suggest deliberate concealment, a possibility this video has already addressed directly in its earlier discussion of institutional and budgetary constraints. It is simply to note that the physical excavation record, while genuinely more grounded than the geophysical and textual speculation examined elsewhere in this video, is not itself perfectly transparent or perfectly documented. And honest treatment of this evidence requires acknowledging that limitation rather than either uncritically accepting every reassurance offered or assuming, without direct evidence, that every gap in publication reflects something being deliberately hidden. It is worth restating plainly the two very different kinds of trust this section of the video has had to navigate simultaneously. On one hand, dismissing Hawass's reported negative findings outright, simply because they were not published with full academic rigor, would mean discarding genuinely relevant testimony from the single most experienced excavator this monument has had in the modern era. Testimony that, whatever its documentation gaps, still carries real evidentiary weight. On the other hand, treating those same findings as fully equivalent to Hassan's rigorously published, independently verifiable 1930s reports would overstate the confidence this less formally documented body of work can actually support. The honest position sits, once again, between those two extremes, taking Hawass's reported findings seriously as evidence while being clear-eyed about their comparatively weaker documentation. Taken as a whole, this chapter of the story, decades of direct, hands-on excavation work by the archaeologist with more physical access to the Sphinx enclosure than anyone else in modern history, leaves us with a mixed but genuinely informative picture. Confirmed physical chambers and passages exist, as we have established repeatedly across this video. At least one of them, the rear passage investigated under Hawass's direction, has been definitively shown to lead nowhere significant. Others, including the specific area beneath the front paws flagged by the 1991 Seismic and Resistivity Survey, remain to this day physically unexcavated, their contents genuinely unknown rather than confirmed empty or confirmed significant. That specific, precise state of unresolved uncertainty, some genuine physical dead ends confirmed, other specific, technically flagged locations still untouched, is considerably more complicated and considerably more honest than either the confident dismissals or the confident haul of records claims that dominate most popular treatments of this story. It is worth summarizing, plainly, exactly where this leaves the overall physical excavation record as this video approaches its more recent, more contested chapters, before the pace of new claims accelerates considerably in the parts still ahead. The shaft behind the head, examined early in this video, remains of genuinely uncertain purpose, its explanation narrowed to a handful of plausible possibilities, but not definitively resolved, a state of affairs likely to persist unless further investigation is eventually authorized. Hassan's rock-cut chamber, modest, empty, and cautiously dated to a period after the Sphinx's original construction, represents one confirmed subsurface feature whose contents, whatever they once were, are long gone. A quiet, unglamorous fact worth remembering amid the more dramatic claims still ahead. The rear passage investigated more thoroughly under Hawass leads nowhere, a second confirmed negative result. And the area beneath the front paws, the single most contested and most publicly discussed location in this entire story, remains exactly what it has been since 1991, an unexcavated anomaly, neither confirmed nor refuted by anything physical excavation has yet managed to establish, waiting, as so much of this monument's history seems to wait. That same careful attention to what has and has not actually been physically confirmed is exactly what we will need as we turn, in the next part, to the most recent and most immediately controversial chapter in this entire story. The 2022 ground-penetrating radar survey that briefly made international headlines, the specific claims its investigators actually made, and the considerably messier, considerably more contested reality of what happened in the aftermath of those headlines once other researchers began asking harder questions about the underlying data. Questions that, as we will see, echo nearly every methodological concern already raised across this video's earlier parts. Imagine a headline appearing on your phone, something like "Scientists discover hidden structure beneath the Great Sphinx," shared thousands of times within hours. And imagine, a few weeks later, trying to find out what actually happened to that story, only to discover that the trail goes cold almost as quickly as it appeared. No dramatic follow-up press conference, no peer-reviewed paper confirming a discovery, just a slow, quiet fade back into the same unresolved uncertainty that has surrounded this monument for decades, as though the story had simply run out of momentum rather than reached any actual conclusion. That is, in broad strokes, exactly what happened in 2022, when reports began circulating online and briefly through several mainstream news outlets describing a new, ground-penetrating radar survey that had allegedly identified previously unknown structures, described in some versions of the story as spiral-shaped or L-shaped passages, beneath and around the Sphinx. The story spread rapidly across social media and alternative history platforms, often accompanied by dramatic visual renderings of what these structures might look like, generating exactly the kind of viral attention this channel's own audience will recognize as the modern equivalent of the newspaper coverage that first spread the 1974 seismic anomaly beyond its original, cautious technical report, only compressed here into a fraction of the time and stripped of nearly all the original hedging. It is worth reconstructing as carefully as the available public record allows how this specific claim actually moved through the media ecosystem, because the mechanics of that spread are themselves informative, arguably more informative than the content of the claim itself. Early posts describing the alleged discovery appeared first on social media platforms and smaller alternative history and paranormal interest websites, framed with considerable confidence despite citing sources that, on closer inspection, were difficult to trace back to any single, identifiable primary study. Within days, several larger online outlets picked up the story, often adding their own dramatic headlines and illustrative graphics without independently verifying the underlying claim against any traceable original source. By the time a handful of more mainstream news outlets ran brief items acknowledging the viral story, they were, in most cases, reporting on the fact that a claim was circulating widely, rather than independently confirming any new archaeological finding themselves, a distinction that got lost for many readers encountering only headlines rather than full articles, a familiar failure mode in modern science journalism that extends well beyond this single episode. It is worth tracing this story back to its actual origin as carefully as the available record allows, because the 2022 radar controversy turns out to be a particularly clear, particularly instructive example of exactly the exaggeration through retelling pattern this video has now identified multiple times across its earlier parts, compressed here into a matter of weeks rather than unfolding across decades. A compression that makes the underlying mechanism considerably easier to see in real time than it ever was for the slower-moving stories examined earlier in this video. The claims that spread most widely in 2022 did not originate from a newly conducted, peer-reviewed archaeological survey of the actual Sphinx in Egypt. They originated instead from a considerably more modest and more specific source, a survey conducted using ground-penetrating radar at a site connected to a different, though related, area of research interest. Findings that were then, through a chain of secondary reporting, blog posts, social media summaries, and video content, increasingly conflated with and attributed directly to the Great Sphinx of Giza itself, despite the original findings not actually describing that specific monument in the way the viral version of the story claimed. This is worth being precise about because it represents a somewhat different and, in its own way, more concerning pattern than anything examined earlier in this video. The 1974 and 1991 surveys Whatever their limitations and whatever exaggeration accumulated around them over subsequent decades, were genuine, actual investigations of the actual Sphinx enclosure, conducted by named researchers using established methods, with real, if contested, primary data behind them. The 2022 viral story, by contrast, appears to have involved considerably more direct distortion at an earlier stage, findings from research that either concerned a different context entirely or that were reported with far less specificity and far less confidence than the viral headlines eventually conveyed, filtered through a media ecosystem, social platforms, and algorithmically amplified content that moves considerably faster and with considerably less editorial oversight than the newspaper and magazine coverage that spread the 1974 and 1991 findings decades earlier. This distinction between the two eras of media distortion is worth dwelling on for a moment longer, because it represents a genuine structural change rather than simply more of the same old pattern playing out at a faster pace. Newspaper and magazine editors in the 1970s and even the 1990s, whatever their own incentives towards sensationalism, still operated within institutions that maintained at least some baseline editorial review before a story reached print. A check that, however imperfect, slowed the distortion process and left a traceable paper trail an interested researcher could later follow back to its origin. Exactly the trail this video has been able to follow for the 1974 and 1991 surveys across their respective parts earlier in this video. Social media distribution in 2022 operates under no comparable structural check, allowing a claim to travel from an obscure, difficult-to-verify original post to millions of views within hours, with each stage of resharing adding its own small distortions and embellishments, and with no equivalent editorial paper trail left behind for later researchers, including this channel, to reconstruct with any confidence. A genuinely new challenge for anyone trying to separate signal from noise in this kind of story. It is worth naming honestly what this channel has and has not been able to independently verify about the specific origin of the 2022 claims, because that honesty matters more here than almost anywhere else in this video, given how much this entire project has staked on exactly that kind of honesty. Unlike the 1974 and 1991 surveys, which are documented in identifiable technical publications, this video has been able to describe with reasonable confidence. The exact original source of the 2022 viral claims is considerably harder to pin down with precision, obscured by the very speed and diffusion that made the story spread so widely in the first place. What can be said with confidence is that no credible, peer-reviewed archaeological publication describing a confirmed new discovery beneath the actual Great Sphinx of Giza emerged from this episode, that Egyptian antiquities authorities did not issue any statement confirming a new discovery at the site, and that the specific, dramatic visual renderings that accompanied much of the viral coverage showing elaborate spiral structures and multi-level chambers were, by all available evidence, speculative illustrations rather than direct representations of any actual radar data. A distinction that the original wave of coverage rarely bothered to make clear to its readers. This kind of source tracing difficulty is, in itself, worth treating as informative rather than simply frustrating, and it is worth pausing on it rather than rushing past it toward a tidier conclusion. A genuine, credible archaeological finding, even a preliminary or contested one, is ordinarily traceable to a specific research team, a specific publication venue, and a specific set of named investigators willing to put their professional reputation behind the claim, exactly the pattern this video has been able to document for the 1974 survey, the 1991 survey, and Hawass's various excavation campaigns, each of which this video has been able to name, date, and evaluate on its own specific merits. the comparative untraceability of the 2022 viral claim, the difficulty of locating any single, accountable, named source willing to stand behind the specific dramatic version of the story that spread most widely, is itself a meaningful data point, one that should lower rather than raise confidence in the claim's underlying accuracy. Independent of anything this video can say about the content of the claim itself. That last point deserves particular emphasis because it is a pattern worth naming explicitly for its own sake, separate from the specific 2022 episode. Dramatic, detailed visual renderings accompanying a vague or unconfirmed archaeological claim are, across the broader alternative history media ecosystem, disproportionately likely to represent artistic speculation rather than accurate visualization of actual survey data, precisely because a specific, three-dimensional illustration is inherently more shareable and more visually compelling than a modest chart of seismic wave arrival times or resistivity values, regardless of how much or how little actual evidence supports the specific shapes and structures being depicted. This channel's own audience, familiar by now with how seismic and resistivity surveys actually work from the earlier parts of this video, should recognize immediately that no version of the techniques discussed in this video, not seismic refraction, not electrical resistivity, not the more advanced radar and muon-based methods mentioned when we discussed the permitting process several parts ago, produces anything close to a clean, detailed, spiral staircase visual straight out of the raw data. Any image that's specific and that detailed necessarily involves considerable artistic interpretation layered on top of whatever underlying data, however limited, actually exists. It is worth explaining briefly what actual raw geophysical survey output genuinely looks like, since the contrast with the viral illustrations is instructive in itself. Real seismic and resistivity data of the kind discussed at length in the parts of this video covering the 1974 and 1991 surveys typically presents as cross-sectional charts, graphs of wave arrival times or resistance values plotted against depth and horizontal position, requiring trained interpretation to translate into any kind of spatial understanding of what might be underground. It does not and cannot on its own produce a photorealistic three-dimensional rendering of a spiral staircase or a labeled multi-chamber floor plan complete with architectural detail. Any image presented alongside a geophysical survey claim that looks like a finished architectural drawing rather than a technical data chart has, at some stage between the raw survey and the final image, passed through human artistic interpretation, and that interpretive step, however well-intentioned, is exactly where confident-looking detail can be introduced that the underlying data never actually supported, a gap between raw measurement and finished illustration that every viewer of this kind of content would do well to keep firmly in mind going forward, well beyond the specific case of the Sphinx. None of this means every element of the 2022 story was fabricated from nothing, and it would be unfair to the genuine researchers whose more modest, more carefully hedged findings may have gotten swept up in this cycle of exaggeration to suggest otherwise. It is entirely possible, and consistent with the broader pattern this video has documented repeatedly, that some genuine, modest piece of geophysical data, perhaps connected to ongoing survey work somewhere in the broader Giza complex, provided the initial kernel around which considerably more dramatic and considerably less accurate claims eventually accumulated as the story spread. But without a clear, identifiable, peer-reviewed source to trace the claim back to, this video is not in a position to confirm even that more modest possibility with any confidence. And the most honest conclusion available is simply that the 2022 viral story, whatever its ultimate origin, does not represent confirmed new evidence about what lies beneath the Sphinx, and should not be treated as such regardless of how widely it circulated or how visually compelling its accompanying illustrations were. It is worth being explicit about why this channel is choosing caution over speculation here, given how tempting it might be to simply repeat the more dramatic version of this story for the sake of a more exciting video. Every other major claim examined across this video, the seismic anomalies, the Cayce prophecy, the Inventory Stela, the Orion Correlation, has at least a traceable, identifiable, named source. This video has been able to describe, evaluate, and weigh fairly, even where that evaluation ultimately landed on considerable uncertainty or skepticism. The 2022 episode is different in kind, not just in degree, precisely because that traceable source is missing, and building confident narrative content on top of an untraceable claim would represent exactly the kind of evidentiary shortcut this video has tried to avoid throughout its preceding 12 parts, a standard we intend to hold ourselves to for the remaining parts as well. It is worth connecting this episode back to the institutional context examined several parts ago, because it illustrates a genuinely new wrinkle in that earlier discussion. When this video examined why Egyptian antiquities authorities have not authorized excavation based on the 1991 anomaly, the explanation rested heavily on caution, resource constraints, and the genuinely contested nature of that specific survey's findings. The 2022 episode adds another dimension to that institutional caution, one worth naming explicitly. Antiquities authorities managing a monument this globally famous now have to contend not only with genuine, technically grounded questions about excavation risk and resource allocation, but with a media environment capable of generating viral, internationally circulated claims about their site within days, based on sourcing that may have nothing directly to do with the actual monument at all, claims that then require active, public correction or clarification regardless of whether any genuine research prompted them in the first place. That burden, responding to viral misinformation as a routine part of managing a world-famous archaeological site, is a genuinely modern pressure that Selim Hassan, working in the 1930s, or even Dobeki and Schock, working in the comparatively slower media environment of 1991, never had to contend with in anything like the same way. A pressure unique to this current, considerably faster-moving media era. This modern pressure has a genuine, practical consequence worth naming plainly, one that connects directly back to the funding and resource allocation discussion from several parts ago. Every hour, Antiquities officials or their communications staff spend responding to, correcting, or simply monitoring a viral misinformation cycle is time and institutional attention not spent on the underlying archaeological work itself, whether that work is excavation, conservation, or genuine scientific survey. This creates a somewhat perverse dynamic in which the very public fascination that keeps this story alive and keeps genuine funding interest flowing towards Sphinx research also generates a recurring administrative burden that competes with that same research for the institution's limited attention and resources. Attention this video's earlier discussion of budget and permitting priorities did not yet have occasion to name directly, and one that seems likely, if anything, to intensify rather than ease as social media distribution continues to accelerate. That accelerating pattern, genuine evidence outrun by its own viral retelling within days rather than decades, is worth carrying forward as this video moves into its final stretch, because it sharpens rather than resolves the central tension this entire story has kept returning to. The tools available for investigating what lies beneath the Sphinx have improved dramatically since Caviglia first cleared the sand away from its paws in 1817. The tools available for distorting and amplifying whatever those investigations find, whether accidentally or deliberately, have improved just as dramatically and arguably faster. Holding both of those developments in mind simultaneously, without either dismissing genuine advances in non-invasive survey technology or uncritically accepting whatever claim happens to be trending in a given month, is exactly the discipline this video has tried to model from its opening part onward. It is worth ending this part with a broader reflection on what the 2022 episode teaches us about consuming this kind of content going forward, well beyond the specific question of what lies beneath the Sphinx. A useful, practical habit whenever a dramatic archaeological claim crosses your feed is to ask a small set of simple questions before accepting or sharing it further. Who, specifically, conducted this research, and can their name and institutional affiliation be verified? Where was it published, and was that publication venue subject to any kind of independent review? Does the accompanying visual material represent actual data, or does it look like an artist's speculative rendering dressed up as a scientific finding? These are not complicated questions, and applying them consistently would have flagged the 2022 viral story as, at minimum, requiring considerable additional scrutiny before being treated as confirmed, well before any of the more detailed technical analysis this part of the video has walked through. And the same three questions apply equally well to every other claim examined across this video, from the seismic anomalies to the Cayce prophecy to the Orion Correlation, a genuinely portable checklist worth carrying into whatever similar claims you encounter after this video ends. And it is exactly the discipline we will carry into the parts that remain, as we turn next to what a genuine discovery, if one is ever confirmed, would actually need to contain in order to justify the decades of attention this question has already received. Imagine standing on a beach anywhere along the Mediterranean coast today and trying to picture that same shoreline as it existed 12,000 years ago, not gently lapping at the sand where you stand now, but retreated in places, more than 100 meters below where the water sits today, exposing a vast, now drowned landscape of river valleys, hills and coastal plains that no living person has ever walked across. A landscape that would have felt, to the people who once lived on it, every bit as solid and permanent as the ground beneath your own feet feels to you tonight. That submerged landscape is not idle speculation. It is a well-established, thoroughly documented geological fact, confirmed by decades of oceanographic surveying, sediment coring, and underwater archaeology conducted across multiple coastlines worldwide. And it is directly relevant to this video's central question in a way that deserves careful, honest treatment before we ask what any of it might mean for the Sphinx specifically. At the height of the last ice age, roughly 20,000 years ago, so much of the planet's water was locked into massive continental ice sheets that global sea levels sat considerably lower than they do today, by most careful geological estimates, somewhere in the range of 120 meters lower at the glacial maximum. As those ice sheets melted over the following millennia, sea levels rose, not in a smooth, gradual curve, but in a series of distinct pulses, some remarkably rapid by geological standards, submerging enormous areas of what had previously been dry, habitable coastal land. It is worth being precise about the timeline here because this is exactly the kind of well-established science that alternative history claims about drowned civilizations sometimes stretch beyond what the data can actually support. And this video has tried, throughout, to keep genuine science and speculative extension carefully separated. The most dramatic phase of this sea level rise, sometimes referred to by researchers as meltwater pulse periods, occurred in distinct episodes between roughly 19,000 and 7,000 years ago, with one particularly rapid pulse, well documented in coral reef, and sediment core data from multiple independent research sites around the world, occurring in the general vicinity of 14,500 years ago, during which global sea levels are estimated to have risen by as much as 20 meters within a period of a few centuries, a rate of change that, translated into human terms, would have meant coastlines retreating visibly within a single lifetime in the most affected regions. It is worth explaining briefly how scientists have been able to reconstruct this timeline with such confidence, since the methods involved are themselves a genuinely interesting piece of this story. Researchers studying ancient coral reefs, structures that grow only within a narrow band of depth relative to sea level, have been able to core down through drowned reef formations off several coastlines and use radiometric dating on successive layers to reconstruct, with considerable precision, exactly how sea level rose relative to these ancient reef structures over time. Similar work using sediment cores from ocean floors and from drowned river deltas has provided independent, cross-checking confirmation of the same broad timeline, with different research teams working in entirely different parts of the world, from the Caribbean to the Pacific to the Mediterranean itself, arriving at broadly consistent conclusions about when and how quickly these dramatic sea level changes occurred. This kind of independent, cross-referenced confirmation from multiple different methods and multiple different geographic locations is exactly the kind of evidentiary strength that the more contested claims examined earlier in this video, the seismic anomalies and the Orion Correlation among them, have generally lacked, and it is worth naming that contrast explicitly here. There is a further method worth mentioning specifically, because it offers a particularly vivid, tangible form of confirmation that even a general audience unfamiliar with radiometric dating can appreciate directly. In several drowned coastal regions, including the North Sea area, researchers now call Doggerland, fishing trawlers and, more recently, dedicated archaeological survey vessels have recovered actual physical artifacts, worked flint tools, animal bones bearing clear signs of human butchery, and even preserved plant material, directly from the seabed in locations that would, at the time these objects were originally used or discarded, have been dry land many kilometers from any coastline. These are not inferences drawn from indirect geological proxies. They are physical objects made or used by actual human hands, recovered from beneath water that has covered them for thousands of years, and they represent about as direct and undeniable a form of evidence for submerged, once habitable landscapes as archaeology is capable of producing. This is where the connection to this video's broader themes becomes significant, and it is worth naming the connection honestly, rather than either overstating or dismissing it, since both temptations sit close at hand here. A rate of coastal change this rapid, occurring during a period when human populations had already spread across coastal regions worldwide, including areas around the eastern Mediterranean and North Africa in reasonably close proximity to Egypt, would have been a genuinely significant, genuinely memorable event for any communities living through it. Communities who would have watched familiar coastal landmarks, fishing grounds, and settlements gradually, or in the case of the more rapid pulses, quite suddenly disappear beneath rising water within a time frame that could plausibly be passed down through a small number of generations, as direct, lived memory before eventually calcifying into something closer to myth. This is, in fact, one of the more scientifically credible explanations that has been proposed for why flood narratives appear with such striking frequency across so many different, geographically dispersed ancient cultures. A pattern this video touched on briefly when discussing the Sumerian king list's flood narrative in an earlier video, and again when discussing the broader pattern of Golden Age and catastrophe traditions during our examination of Zep Tepi several parts ago, rather than requiring any single unified global cataclysm or any lost, technologically advanced civilization to explain why so many unrelated cultures independently developed flood myths. the genuine, well-documented reality of post-glacial sea level rise, unfolding across many centuries but including distinct, locally dramatic episodes, offers a considerably more parsimonious explanation, one grounded entirely in confirmed geological and oceanographic evidence, rather than in any speculative lost civilization. It is worth walking through why this explanation counts as more parsimonious in the specific, technical sense that scientists use that word, since it is doing real, argumentative work here. A parsimonious explanation is one that accounts for the observed pattern, in this case widespread flood mythology, using the fewest additional assumptions beyond what is already independently established. Post-glacial sea level rise is already independently a confirmed geological fact verified through multiple independent dating methods across multiple continents, entirely apart from any question about ancient mythology. Invoking it to explain flood myths requires no new assumption beyond the reasonable, psychologically unremarkable claim that human communities who experience a dramatic, memorable environmental event tend to preserve some version of that memory in their oral tradition, a claim well supported by documented cases of oral history preserving genuine environmental events across other, better verified contexts. A lost, technologically advanced global civilization, by contrast, requires postulating an entire unconfirmed civilization, its technology, its extent, and its subsequent near-total disappearance, purely to explain a pattern that an already confirmed geological process explains just as well on its own. It is worth citing a specific, well-documented example of exactly this kind of oral history preservation, because an abstract claim about human memory is considerably more persuasive when grounded in a concrete case. Researchers studying Aboriginal Australian oral traditions have documented stories describing specific coastlines and landmarks that match, with remarkable geographic precision, features that geological evidence confirms were submerged by rising sea levels many thousands of years ago. Well before written language existed anywhere on that continent, stories that appear to have been preserved through purely oral transmission across a time span considerably longer than most researchers previously believed, oral tradition could reliably maintain specific, factual content. This documented case, verified independently through both the oral tradition itself and the geological record it describes, offers a genuine, non-speculative precedent for exactly the kind of long-term environmental memory. This video is proposing might also underlie flood narratives from ancient Egypt, Sumer, and elsewhere, without requiring any invocation of a lost advanced civilization to make the mechanism plausible. It is worth being fair to this explanation's limitations as well as its strengths, because it does not resolve every question this video has raised, and it would be dishonest to present it as a complete, unified answer to everything discussed in earlier parts. Sea level rise explains why flood narratives might independently arise across multiple coastal cultures. It does not, on its own, explain the specific, more elaborate claims found in traditions like Zep Tepi or the Sumerian king list about advanced pre-flood civilizations, specific named rulers, or precisely dated cataclysms, elements that most mainstream researchers attribute to separate processes of mythological elaboration, retrospective meaning-making, and, in some cases, deliberate theological construction, layered on top of whatever genuine environmental memory may have originally existed at the core of these traditions. This is once again the same pattern this video has now traced repeatedly, a genuine, well-evidenced kernel, in this case actual, dramatic, scientifically confirmed sea level rise, surrounded by a considerably more elaborate and considerably less verifiable mythological and speculative shell. For the specific question of what lies beneath the Sphinx, this broader context matters in a more particular, more direct way as well. one worth spelling out explicitly. If the Sphinx does, as Robert Schoch's water erosion evidence suggests, on grounds this video has deliberately left to its own dedicated video rather than relitigating here, date to a period considerably earlier than the conventional 4th Dynasty timeline, that earlier era would place the monument's original construction within or close to this same broad window of dramatic post-glacial climate change, a period when the Sahara itself, as this video's earlier discussion of the Green Sahara and African humid period established, was considerably wetter and more habitable than the desert it is today. A civilization capable of monumental construction during this window would have been operating in a genuinely different climatic and coastal landscape than the one Egypt's later, well-documented dynastic civilization inhabited, one where the Mediterranean and Red Sea coastlines sat in meaningfully different positions than they do today, and where any coastal settlements, ports or monuments from this earlier era, if they existed at all, would now sit submerged. Exactly the kind of drowned landscape marine archaeologists have already confirmed exists off numerous coastlines worldwide. It is worth being specific about which coastlines exactly have already yielded confirmed submerged archaeological evidence from this general period, because grounding the discussion in verified examples elsewhere makes the Egyptian speculation easier to evaluate fairly. Marine archaeologists have confirmed submerged settlements and structures off the coasts of several regions, including sites in the eastern Mediterranean near Israel dating to the Neolithic period, submerged stone structures off the coast of India in the Gulf of Kambat, whose dating and interpretation remain genuinely contested among specialists, and confirmed drowned river valleys and coastal plains across the North Sea, an area researchers now refer to collectively as Doggerland, where sediment cores and even trawled artifacts have confirmed the presence of dry, habitable land now sitting well beneath the current seafloor. These confirmed examples establish, beyond reasonable dispute, that coastal human activity from this general period can and does leave physical traces now submerged beneath modern seas, a well-established pattern that makes the hypothetical existence of similarly submerged evidence off Egypt's own coastline a reasonable, non-fringe possibility worth taking seriously. Even though, as this video has been careful to note, no such confirmed evidence has yet actually been found there. It is worth being fair in the other direction about the genuine complications specific to Egypt's own coastline, which is not simply an assumption of neglect or indifference on the part of researchers. The eastern Mediterranean and Red Sea coastal regions closest to Egypt have undergone considerably more geological and hydrological change since the end of the last ice age than some of the calmer, more stable coastal shelves where confirmed discoveries like Doggerland have been made, including significant sediment deposition from the Nile itself, which has continuously reshaped and buried its own delta region across thousands of years, in ways that make locating and interpreting any older, deeply buried coastal remains considerably more technically challenging than in regions with more geologically stable seabeds. This genuine technical difficulty, independent of any question about funding or institutional priority, is itself part of the honest explanation for why confirmed evidence from Egypt's own submerged coastline remains elusive, even setting aside the resource constraints discussed just below. This is, admittedly, speculative territory, and this video wants to be honest about exactly how speculative it is before moving further. No confirmed physically excavated submerged settlement has been identified off Egypt's own coastline that would directly support the idea of a lost pre-dynastic civilization, contemporary with an older dated Sphinx. What can be said with confidence is considerably more modest, that the broader physical and climatic conditions such a civilization would have needed to exist in a warmer, wetter North Africa, and a lower, differently shaped coastline are genuinely confirmed by independent geological and oceanographic evidence, entirely separate from anything found at Giza itself. Whether that confirmed backdrop ever hosted the kind of civilization alternative history researchers have proposed remains, like so much of this video's central question, a matter of genuine, unresolved uncertainty rather than either confirmed fact or baseless fantasy. It is worth naming, honestly, why underwater archaeological survey specifically targeting Egypt's own submerged coastline has not, to date, produced the kind of confirmed evidence that similar work has produced elsewhere. Part of the explanation is straightforwardly practical rather than mysterious. Underwater archaeological survey is expensive, technically demanding, and logistically difficult, requiring specialized equipment, trained diving or remote-operated survey teams, and considerable funding, all of which compete for the same kind of limited institutional resources this video discussed at length, when examining why the Sphinx enclosure itself has not received more thorough excavation. Egypt's own underwater archaeological priorities have, understandably, focused primarily on well-documented, already confirmed submerged sites from the historical dynastic period, most famously the submerged ruins of the ancient city of Thonis Heracleion in Alexandria's Bay, discovered and extensively excavated only in the past few decades, rather than on speculative survey work searching for evidence of a hypothetical pre-dynastic civilization whose existence remains, by mainstream Egyptological consensus, unconfirmed. This is once again a resource allocation story rather than a suppression story, consistent with the broader institutional pattern this video examined in detail several parts ago. It is worth noting, briefly, just how remarkable the Thonis Heracleion discovery itself actually was, since it offers a useful, concrete illustration of what genuine underwater archaeological success looks like when it does happen. That city, once a major port at the mouth of the Nile, sank gradually beneath the waves through a combination of rising sea levels, land subsidence, and catastrophic natural events, and lay completely lost to history, known only from scattered ancient textual references, until a French underwater archaeological team rediscovered and began systematically excavating it only in the late 1990s, recovering temples, statues, and ships remarkably well preserved by the anaerobic mud that had buried them. That a major, historically documented city could remain completely lost and unlocated for well over 1,000 years, found only through patient, well-funded underwater survey work, offers a sobering, concrete sense of just how much more difficult locating a hypothetical, considerably older and considerably less textually documented pre-dynastic site would be, if any such site exists at all. That same careful distinction between a genuinely confirmed physical backdrop and the considerably more speculative civilizations sometimes proposed to have existed within it is exactly the frame we will carry into the next part as we turn to two other sites, Gunung Padang in Indonesia and the underwater formations near Yonaguni in Japan, that researchers have proposed as possible siblings to an older dated Sphinx. Structures that, like the Sphinx itself, sit at the genuinely uncertain intersection of confirmed physical evidence and considerably more contested interpretation. Both of these sites, as we will see, have generated their own extensive, decades-long public debates about dating, construction versus natural formation, and the broader implications for how far back organized human building activity might genuinely extend. Debates that echo, in striking ways, nearly every methodological question this video has already raised about the Sphinx itself, approaching them with the same careful, evidence-first discipline this video has tried to maintain throughout, rather than either uncritical acceptance or reflexive dismissal, is exactly the task ahead of us as this video moves into its closing parts. Imagine two sites, thousands of miles apart on opposite sides of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, one a terraced hill in the highlands of West Java, the other a set of geometric rock formations sitting beneath the waves off a small Japanese island. And imagine that both have, in recent decades, become entangled in exactly the same kind of dispute that has occupied this entire video. A dispute over whether ordinary geology or deliberate human construction better explains what stands or lies submerged in front of the researchers studying them. A dispute that, as we will see, unfolds along strikingly familiar lines. The first of these sites, Gunung Padang, is a terraced hill in the Cianjur region of West Java, Indonesia, long known to archaeologists as containing a megalithic site on its upper terraces, stone structures that mainstream Indonesian archaeology has generally dated to a period within the last few thousand years, consistent with known megalithic traditions elsewhere in the region. What made Gunung Padang a genuinely international story, rather than a site of largely regional archaeological interest, was a series of more recent investigations, beginning in the 2010 and continuing into the following decade, led by a team that included the geologist Danny Hillman Natawidjaja, who proposed, based on ground-penetrating radar, seismic tomography, and radiocarbon dating of soil samples taken from considerable depth beneath the visible megalithic terraces, that the hill was not simply a natural formation with megaliths added on top, but contained multiple layers of deliberate human construction extending far deeper into the hill itself, with radiocarbon dates from the deepest layers suggesting an age of over 20,000 years. A claim that, if accurate, would place organized human construction at this site well before the conventional archaeological timeline for complex building activity anywhere in the world. It is worth situating this claim within its own national and institutional context, because that context shaped how the controversy eventually unfolded. The Indonesian government itself, during the period when Natawidjaja's team was conducting this research, took an unusually active interest in the project, providing significant funding and public support for the investigation, a level of state backing considerably beyond what most archaeological research projects anywhere in the world typically receive. This government involvement, while it provided the resources that made the deep coring and radar survey work possible in the first place, also became, in the eyes of some critics, a further complicating factor, raising questions about whether political interest in establishing Indonesia as home to an exceptionally ancient civilization may have influenced the pace or framing of the research, questions that echo in a different national context. Some of the same concerns this video raised when discussing the institutional pressures shaping excavation decisions at Giza. This claim generated exactly the kind of intense, polarized response that a claim this dramatic and this specific would be expected to generate, and it is worth walking through both sides of that response with the same careful attention this video has tried to bring to every other contested claim examined so far. Natawidjaja's team published their findings in a peer-reviewed journal, a detail worth noting explicitly because it distinguishes this claim, at least procedurally, from several of the more informally circulated claims examined earlier in this video, subjecting the work to at least some level of independent expert review before publication. The radiocarbon dates themselves, taken from organic material recovered at considerable depth, were processed using standard, well-established laboratory techniques, and the raw dating results are not, in themselves, seriously disputed as accurate readings of the age of the specific organic material tested. Where the controversy actually centers, and this is a distinction worth being precise about, because it mirrors almost exactly the kind of interpretive dispute this video traced through the 1991 Sphinx survey several parts ago, is not primarily on whether the radiocarbon dates are accurate, but on what those dates actually demonstrate. Critics, including a considerable number of professional archaeologists and geologists both within Indonesia and internationally, have argued that dating organic material found within soil layers deep beneath a hill's surface does not, on its own, establish that humans deliberately constructed those layers. Soil, sediment, and buried organic material can end up at considerable depth through entirely natural geological processes, without requiring any human construction at all, and confirming that a particular piece of buried wood or charcoal is 20,000 years old tells you the age of that specific organic fragment, not necessarily the age of any surrounding structure, unless there is additional, independent evidence that the layers themselves show clear, unambiguous signs of deliberate human shaping rather than natural deposition. This objection is worth unpacking a little further, since it depends on a distinction that is easy to state, but genuinely important to understand clearly. Radiocarbon dating tells you, with considerable precision, how long ago a specific piece of organic material stopped exchanging carbon with its surrounding environment, typically at the moment a plant or tree died. It does not, on its own, tell you anything about what happened to that material afterward, how it came to be positioned where it was eventually found, or whether any surrounding non-organic material, soil, packed earth, or shaped stone, was deliberately arranged by human hands, or simply accumulated through ordinary natural processes like erosion, sediment deposition, or animal burrowing. A 20,000-year-old piece of charcoal found deep within a hill could indicate deliberate, ancient human activity at that depth, but it could equally indicate that this piece of long-dead wood was carried to that depth by entirely natural processes occurring over thousands of years after the wood itself had already died, with no human involvement whatsoever in how it ended up there. Distinguishing between these two possibilities requires considerably more than the radiocarbon date alone, and this is precisely the additional burden of proof that critics argued Natawidjaja's team had not adequately met. This objection led to a formal and unusually public academic dispute, culminating in the retraction of Natawidjaja's team's paper by the journal that had originally published it, following a request from other researchers who argued the paper's methodology and interpretation did not adequately support its headline conclusions. This retraction is worth naming plainly and without editorializing, because it represents a genuinely different outcome than anything else examined in this video. The 1991 Sphinx survey was criticized but never formally retracted from any publication, largely because it was never submitted to the kind of peer-reviewed journal process that makes retraction possible in the first place. Gunung Padang's claim, having gone through that formal process, was then formally challenged and withdrawn through the same process. A genuinely different and, in its own way, more rigorous kind of scientific accountability than most of the claims this video has examined have ever been subjected to. It is worth walking through the specific mechanics of how this retraction unfolded, since the process itself illustrates how scientific self-correction is actually supposed to work, however messy and public it became in this particular case. Following publication, a group of archaeologists and geologists, several with direct expertise in Indonesian prehistory and in the specific geological formations found in the Cianjur region, submitted formal critiques directly to the journal, raising the interpretive objections already discussed here in detail, along with additional technical concerns about how core samples had been selected and how the boundary between natural soil layers and any alleged constructed layers had actually been identified in the field. The journal's editorial board reviewed these critiques, sought additional expert opinion, and ultimately concluded that the original paper's conclusions outran what its presented methodology could support, leading to the formal retraction. This entire process, imperfect and contentious as it was, played out largely in public view, generating extensive media coverage of the dispute itself in a way that gave interested outside observers, including this channel, a considerably more complete picture of the actual scientific disagreement than is available for most of the more informally circulated claims examined earlier in this video. It would be too simple, however, to treat this retraction as a complete, final verdict closing the case entirely, and it is worth explaining why, with the same careful nuance, this video has tried to apply throughout, rather than letting a single procedural outcome stand in for the full, still unsettled scientific picture. Retraction in academic publishing is a serious step, but it specifically addresses whether a paper's published conclusions were adequately supported by its presented evidence and methodology, not necessarily whether every underlying observation in the paper was false. Natawijaja and his colleagues have continued to defend at least some elements of their broader findings even after the retraction, arguing that legitimate questions about interpretation do not fully invalidate the underlying radar and radiocarbon data itself. Independent researchers who have not been directly involved in the dispute have generally taken a middle position, acknowledging that Gunung Padang likely does contain a more complex, multi-phase construction history than initially assumed, while remaining skeptical of the specific, most dramatic claim of 20,000-year-old deliberate construction at the hill's deepest layers. A middle position that, once again, sits closer to this video's own preferred approach than either of the two more extreme positions circulating in popular coverage. The second site, the underwater formations near Yonaguni in Japan, presents a genuinely quite different kind of evidentiary problem, one worth distinguishing carefully from Gunung Padang's radiocarbon dispute. Discovered by a diver in 1986, the Yonaguni monument consists of a series of large, strikingly geometric rock formations, including flat terraces, sharp right-angled edges, and what some observers have described as staircase-like features, sitting at a depth of roughly 20 to 30 meters off the coast of Yonaguni Island, a depth that has made the site a genuine, if demanding, draw for recreational and technical divers alike since its discovery. Because the formation sits well below current sea level, in a region where sea levels were considerably lower during the last ice age, proponents of a human-made origin have argued the structure must have been carved when this area was above water, placing its construction at least 10,000 years in the past, connecting it directly to the same broad, post-glacial timeframe this video examined in the previous part. The core dispute here, unlike Gunung Padang's radiocarbon question, centers almost entirely on geological interpretation of visible form rather than on any laboratory dating method, since there is, by the nature of underwater sandstone formations, no organic material comparably suited to radiocarbon analysis in the way Gunung Padang's soil layers provided. The sandstone that makes up the Yonaguni formation is known, from extensive independent geological study of similar rock in the surrounding region, to naturally fracture along consistent, geometric bedding planes, producing straight edges and right angles as a natural consequence of the stone's mineral composition and the way stress fractures propagate through it, entirely without any human intervention. Geologists who favor a natural, non-artificial origin for Yonaguni point to comparable, undisputed natural formations elsewhere composed of similar sandstone, arguing that the site's striking geometric appearance, while genuinely visually impressive, falls squarely within the range of what this particular rock type is independently known to produce without any human shaping at all, a range documented well before Yonaguni itself was ever discovered or became a subject of controversy. It is worth explaining a bit more precisely the specific geological process that produces this kind of naturally occurring rectilinear pattern, since it is genuinely counterintuitive that nature alone could produce something looking this deliberately built. The sandstone in this region formed through the deposition of successive, distinct layers of sediment over long geological timescales, layers that, once lithified into solid rock, retain natural planes of weakness precisely along these original bedding boundaries. When this layered sandstone is subjected to tectonic stress, a common occurrence in this seismically active part of the Pacific, it tends to fracture preferentially along these existing weak planes. And because the original sediment layers were laid down in relatively flat, horizontal sheets, the resulting fractures frequently produce exactly the kind of stepped, terraced, right-angled appearance that makes Yonaguni so visually striking to divers encountering it for the first time. This same geological process has been documented, producing comparably geometric, staircase-like formations in other sandstone regions around the world, where no plausible claim of human construction has ever been seriously proposed. Evidence that natural geometric fracturing of this kind is a genuinely well understood, independently verified phenomenon rather than a convenient explanation invented specifically to explain away Yonaguni. Proponents of a human-made origin, most prominently the marine geologist Masaki Kimura, who has studied and dived the site extensively over several decades, argue that certain specific features go beyond what natural fracturing alone would produce, pointing to elements including what he has described as carved steps, a possible channel or moat-like feature, and markings he interprets as deliberately carved symbols. Independent geologists reviewing these specific claims have generally remained unpersuaded, arguing that each of the specific features Kimura highlights can, individually, be explained through natural processes already well documented in this type of sandstone elsewhere, even while acknowledging that the site's overall visual impression is undeniably striking and easy to understand why it invites the interpretation Kimura has argued for. It is worth being fair to Kimura's specific position here, since his credentials and decades of first-hand diving experience at the site give his interpretation a level of direct, sustained familiarity with the formation that few of his critics, working primarily from photographs and second-hand accounts, can genuinely claim to match. Kimura has consistently argued that his interpretation is based not on any single feature in isolation, but on the cumulative pattern across the entire site. The combination of multiple distinct elements that, in his professional assessment, collectively exceed what he considers a plausible natural explanation, even if any single feature considered alone might be explained away individually. This is a reasonable methodological point in principle, that cumulative pattern can sometimes carry more evidentiary weight than any single feature, though critics have countered that this same cumulative pattern reasoning is exactly the kind of approach that, without sufficiently rigorous controls, can lead a researcher toward finding confirming patterns in what remains, on independent geological grounds, an entirely natural formation, a concern directly comparable to the statistical pattern-matching objections this video raised when examining Bauval's Orion Correlation theory several parts ago, and worth remembering as exactly that same caution. What both of these sites share and what makes them genuinely relevant to conclude alongside this video's central Sphinx investigation is a pattern this video has now traced repeatedly across an enormous range of otherwise unrelated evidence. A genuinely interesting, genuinely contested physical observation, radiocarbon dates from Gunung Padang's depths, striking geometric formations at Yonaguni, gets evaluated by researchers working in good faith on both sides of a real scientific disagreement. A disagreement that, unlike so much of what circulates in popular alternative history media, remains genuinely unresolved, rather than either confidently confirmed or confidently debunked. Neither site currently has enough independently corroborated evidence to settle the question of deliberate, ancient construction beyond the kind of reasonable doubt professional geology and archaeology require, and neither site has been definitively shown to be nothing more than an ordinary natural formation either. It is worth drawing out explicitly why comparing the Sphinx to these two sites is genuinely useful rather than simply a digression into unrelated geography. All three sites share a specific evidentiary structure that this video has now identified as a recurring pattern worth naming directly. Each involves a monument or formation whose conventional dating rests on reasonably solid, if not absolutely unchallengeable, archaeological or geological grounds. Each has attracted a specific, technically framed alternative dating argument. Shochi's water erosion evidence for the Sphinx, Natawijaja's radiocarbon dates for Gunung Padang, Kimura's cumulative feature analysis for Yonaguni, and in each case, that alternative argument has been evaluated seriously by the broader scientific community and found to raise genuine, unresolved questions without achieving the kind of independent, cross-verified confirmation that would be needed to overturn the conventional dating outright. This shared structure across three geographically and culturally unrelated sites is itself worth reflecting on. It suggests this pattern, genuine anomaly, serious scientific engagement, unresolved stalemate, is not unique to Egypt or to any particular researcher's agenda, but reflects something more general about how difficult it genuinely is to conclusively date monumental stone construction at the very edge of what current archaeological and geological methods can confidently determine. That shared, honestly unresolved status, considerably more informative than either a confident yes or a confident no, is exactly the note this video wants to end its comparative survey on, before turning in its final parts back to the Sphinx itself, to gather together everything this video has examined across its previous 14 parts, and ask, as honestly as the evidence allows, what all of it actually adds up to. Imagine laying every piece of evidence this video has examined out on a table in front of you, side by side, the way a detective might lay out 15 years of case files before finally sitting down to write the closing report. And imagine trying, honestly, to weigh each piece against the others without letting the most dramatic pieces drown out the quieter, more decisive ones. Resisting the pull felt at every stage of this investigation toward the version of the story that would make for the better headline rather than the version the evidence actually supports. That is the task this part of the video sets out to do, not to announce a discovery, because no confirmed discovery exists, but to gather together, carefully and in order, everything this investigation has actually established, so that the final parts of this video can build toward a genuinely earned conclusion, rather than an artificially dramatic one. Let's walk through it chronologically, the way we walked through it across the previous 15 parts. Before doing that, it is worth naming, one more time, the single methodological thread that has run beneath every part of this video. Because gathering the evidence together only works if that thread is held onto consistently rather than abandoned for the sake of a tidier ending at the very last moment. Nearly every claim this video has examined follows an identical underlying shape. A real, specific, genuinely interesting observation exists, made by a real researcher using a real method at a real, identifiable moment in time. That observation then passes through one or more rounds of retelling, summary, and popularization, and at each stage, some of its original hedging and nuance quietly falls away, replaced by more confident, more dramatic language that the original observation never actually supported. By the time the claim reaches a general audience, whether through a book, a documentary, or a viral social media post, The confident version has often traveled so far from its careful, hedged original that tracing it back requires exactly the kind of part-by-part excavation this video has spent 15 parts conducting. Naming this pattern once more here, at the point where all the individual threads finally come together, matters because it changes how the final tally should be read. This is not a story where 15 separate mysteries each independently point toward the same dramatic conclusion, stacking confidence the way independent corroborating evidence normally would. It is closer to the same single story, told in 15 different registers, each one illustrating the identical gap between what was actually found and what was later claimed to have been found. Recognizing that repetition is itself one of this video's central findings, arguably more important than any single piece of evidence taken in isolation. It is worth being precise about why this distinction between 15 independent confirmations and one repeated pattern told 15 times matters so much for how confidently any conclusion can be drawn here. If 15 genuinely independent lines of evidence each pointed toward a hidden chamber, that convergence would carry real, cumulative evidentiary weight, considerably more than any single line of evidence could carry entirely alone, roughly in the same broad way this video noted several parts ago, that the geological and astronomical dating arguments converging on a similar era carried more weight together than either did separately. But that is not the situation this video has actually found. What this video has found instead is 15 separate claims, each independently subjected to the exact same scrutiny, and each independently found to rest on a considerably narrower evidentiary base than its popular version suggests. That is not corroboration. It is the same underlying failure mode, popular exaggeration outrunning careful evidence, appearing again and again across genuinely unrelated source material, which is a very different and considerably less encouraging thing to have discovered. The physical excavation record, the most grounded category of evidence this video has examined, gives us several confirmed facts. The Sphinx contains genuine interior spaces, confirmed by the shaft behind the head, by Hassan's rock-cut chamber, and by the rear passage Hawass's team documented 3 separate, independently verified subsurface features, none of which, when actually opened and examined, contained anything resembling a haul of records. 2 of these, Hassan's chamber and the rear passage, are confirmed dead ends. The third, the shaft behind the head, remains of uncertain purpose but shows no evidence of leading anywhere significant either. It is worth being explicit about why this category of evidence deserves to sit at the top of any honest hierarchy of what this video has established. Unlike a seismic reading or a radar image, a physically excavated chamber requires no interpretive inference about what an instrument reading might represent. Someone walked in, looked around, and recorded what was actually there. That directness is exactly why the physical record, however less dramatic than the geophysical anomalies, carries the most evidentiary weight of anything this video has assembled. And it is why this video has tried, throughout, to give negative physical findings the same careful attention that positive, unresolved anomalies have received in the popular retelling of this story, even when doing so made for considerably less exciting viewing. The geophysical survey record gives us something considerably more ambiguous. The 1974 Seismic Survey detected a genuine anomaly that was never followed up. The 1991 survey detected a more specific, rectilinear anomaly beneath the front paws, corroborated by 2 independent methods but also plausibly explained by ordinary masonry boundaries, and never physically excavated in the more than 30 years since. This is the single most significant piece of unresolved evidence this video has examined, precisely because it is neither confirmed nor refuted, sitting exactly where Dobecki and Schoch left it in 1991. It is worth being explicit about why this specific anomaly outweighs everything else in this video's evidentiary hierarchy, second only to the confirmed physical excavations themselves. Every other piece of contested evidence examined across this video, the Cayce prophecy, the Inventory Stela, the Orion Correlation, the 2022 viral claims, has been evaluated and, in each case, found to rest on considerably weaker ground than its popular reputation suggests. The 1991 anomaly is different specifically because it has not been resolved in either direction. It was never confirmed, but it was also never conclusively debunked through direct physical investigation. The one step that would settle the question definitively, and its continued unexcavated status after more than 3 decades, is itself part of what keeps this entire story alive, arguably more than any other single piece of evidence this video has examined. The textual and traditional record gives us a genuine, well-documented ancient Egyptian reverence for the Sphinx as connected to Zep Tepi and the civilization's own mythologized origins, alongside one specific textual claim, the Inventory Stela, that mainstream Egyptology regards as an unreliable centuries-later composition rather than genuine Old Kingdom evidence for a pre-Khufu Sphinx. The modern prophetic record gives us Cayce's readings, genuinely more limited and more symbolic than their popular retelling suggests, but genuinely, traceably responsible for funding the one geophysical survey that produced this video's most significant unresolved anomaly. The astronomical record gives us Bauval's Orion Correlation, a real underlying cultural connection between Giza and Orion stretched into a considerably more contested precise correlation and dating claim. And the comparative record, Gunung Padang and Yonaguni, shows us this exact pattern. Genuine anomaly meeting serious scientific engagement, meeting honest stalemate, playing out at other sites entirely unconnected to Egypt. So what would it actually take to resolve this genuinely and definitively, one way or the other? This is worth answering directly and specifically, because it is the question every piece of evidence in this video has been circling without ever quite reaching. A genuine resolution would require physically excavating or non-invasively but conclusively imaging the specific area beneath the front paws flagged by the 1991 survey, using instruments and techniques capable of definitively distinguishing a natural masonry boundary from a genuine cut chamber, something the muon tomography and advanced radar techniques mentioned when this video discussed the permitting process may finally be capable of achieving if and when Egyptian authorities authorize their full, dedicated application to this specific location, rather than the broader, less targeted survey work conducted so far. It is worth being specific about what such a definitive investigation would actually need to demonstrate before this video, or any honest observer, could treat the question as genuinely settled. A confirmed void alone would not be enough, since a void could still represent nothing more than a natural fracture or an already explained masonry gap of the kind Hassan's own excavations documented elsewhere in the enclosure. What would be required is a void of confirmed rectilinear, deliberately cut geometry, accessed and physically entered, with its contents or confirmed absence of contents, directly documented rather than merely inferred from an instrument reading. Only that combination, deliberate shape, physical access and direct observation, would finally close the gap between inference and confirmation that every single piece of evidence examined across this video has, in its own way, run up against. It is worth imagining, briefly, what the two most likely outcomes of such an investigation would actually look like, since picturing both possibilities honestly helps guard against only picturing the more dramatic one, the trap this video has tried hardest to avoid across every one of its preceding parts. The more probable outcome, based on the pattern this video has traced repeatedly, closely resembles what Hassan and Hawass have already found elsewhere in the enclosure. A modest, empty, or partially collapsed space, its contents long since lost to time, its significance more archaeological than sensational, adding one more confirmed data point to a monument whose subsurface, whatever else is true of it, has clearly been dug into, patched, and repurposed many times across thousands of years. The less probable but still genuinely possible outcome is something closer to what decades of prophecy and speculation have imagined: a deliberately sealed space containing genuine ancient material, whether inscriptions, artifacts, or something else entirely that would force a substantial revision of this monument's history. This video has no way of predicting which of these two outcomes is more likely to be true, only that the current evidence does not yet distinguish between them with any confidence, and that only direct investigation, not further speculation, no matter how careful or how well-intentioned, can ultimately settle which one describes reality. That authorization, as this video has established at length, depends on a genuinely complicated calculus of institutional caution, resource allocation, and reputational risk that has, for more than 3 decades now, consistently landed on the side of not proceeding. Whether that calculus shifts in the coming years, as non-invasive technology continues to improve, and as public interest, fueled in no small part by channels like this one, continues to keep this question alive, is not something this video is in any position to predict. What this video can say, honestly, is that the evidence assembled here does not currently support either of the two confident conclusions most commonly offered about this monument. It does not support the confident claim that a hall of records definitely sits beneath the Sphinx, waiting only for institutional obstruction to be overcome. And it does not support the equally confident claim that nothing remains to be found, that every serious question about this monument's subsurface has already been settled by Hassan's, Hawass's, or anyone else's excavation. It is worth naming one final time why this video has resisted collapsing toward either of those two more satisfying conclusions, even knowing that a firmer answer in either direction would likely make for a more conventionally satisfying piece of storytelling. Every single thread this video has pulled on, the seismic surveys, the Cayce prophecy, the Inventory Stela, the Orion Correlation, the 2022 viral claims, Gunung, Padang, Yonaguni, has revealed the same underlying shape, a genuine kernel of evidence real and worth taking seriously, surrounded by a considerably more elaborate shell of retelling, speculation, and exaggeration that the underlying evidence does not actually support. Presenting a falsely confident conclusion here, in either direction, would mean repeating exactly the pattern this video has spent 15 parts carefully identifying and resisting. There is one further category of evidence worth folding into this final accounting, separate from the archaeological and geophysical material itself, and that is the institutional and media landscape surrounding the whole question. This video has traced across several separate parts how funding constraints, reputational caution, and, more recently, the accelerating dynamics of viral social media have each shaped which questions get investigated, which findings get publicized, and which anomalies simply sit, decade after decade, in an unresolved administrative limbo. None of these institutional and media pressures are unique to the Sphinx. They are the ordinary, unglamorous forces that shape how nearly all contested scientific and archaeological questions actually get resolved, or fail to get resolved, in the real world. Forces considerably less exciting than a hidden chamber, but, in their own way, just as responsible for the current shape of this story as anything found, or not found, beneath the sand itself. It is worth closing this accounting with a final, honest acknowledgement of this video's own place. Within that same media landscape, it has spent several parts examining critically, an acknowledgement few documentaries of this kind are willing to make about themselves. This video too is a piece of retelling made decades after the original surveys, excavations and readings it describes, filtered through this channel's own editorial choices about what to include, what to emphasize, and how to frame genuinely uncertain material for an audience settling in for the night. Every effort has been made across all 15 preceding parts to keep that retelling honest, hedged where the underlying evidence is hedged, and confident only where the underlying evidence actually supports confidence. A discipline that has, admittedly, made for a less breathless viewing experience than some of this genre's more sensational alternatives. But no retelling, however careful, is a perfect substitute for reading the primary surveys, reports and transcripts directly, and this video would consider itself a genuine success if it sent even a handful of its listeners toward those original sources, rather than toward yet another layer of second-hand summary. What it supports, instead, is the considerably less satisfying but considerably more honest position this video has tried to model in every one of its preceding 15 parts. Genuine uncertainty, held carefully, without either collapsing toward false confidence or dismissing the genuine anomalies simply because they are inconvenient to a tidy narrative. It is worth being honest, too, about what this kind of uncertainty asks of an audience, because it asks something genuinely different than either a confirmed discovery or a confident debunking would ask. A confirmed discovery would give you a clean, satisfying answer to carry away and repeat to others. A confident debunking would give you the equally satisfying, if less dramatic, comfort of a mystery closed. What this video is offering instead is neither of those comforts, but something closer to an accurate map of where genuine knowledge currently ends and genuine uncertainty honestly begins. A map that may shift in the coming years as new surveys, new technology, or new excavation permits change what can actually be confirmed. But that, for tonight, represents the most complete and most carefully sourced picture this channel has been able to assemble. There is a particular kind of patience this map asks of you, one considerably harder to sit with than the patience required by a simple, unresolved cliffhanger, of the kind more conventional documentaries tend to reach for. A cliffhanger promises a future resolution, some later episode or later season where the answer finally arrives. This video cannot promise that. The 1991 anomaly may remain unexcavated for another 30 years, or another 300. The specific combination of institutional caution, funding constraint, and reputational risk. This video, traced several parts ago, has held steady for more than 3 decades already, and nothing in the evidence assembled here suggests any particular reason that pattern is about to change soon. Sitting with a genuinely open question, one that may never receive a definitive answer within any of our own lifetimes, is a different, quieter kind of patience than waiting for a sequel. And it is, in its own way, closer to how most of history's genuine mysteries actually resolve, slowly, unevenly, and often not at all. That is where we leave the evidence, and it is where we are going to stay as we turn, in the final 2 parts of this video, to what this uncertainty actually means, for the monument itself, for the people who have spent their careers investigating it, and for anyone drifting off tonight, still wondering, as so many have wondered before, what genuinely does lie beneath the Sphinx. Imagine every single person who has ever stood before the Sphinx and asked this same question, stretching back across 35 centuries, from a tired hunting prince falling asleep in its shadow, to 19th century explorers with shovels and no real training, to a trance-bound man in Virginia describing a chamber he had never seen, to geophysicists in the desert heat reading numbers off a resistivity meter, to you, tonight, lying in the dark with this video playing quietly beside you. And imagine what, exactly, all of those people actually have in common, separated as they are by language, by century, by every circumstance of the lives they each actually lived. It is not, on the evidence this video has assembled, a shared discovery in any conventional sense of that word. No two of them found the same thing, and most of them found nothing conclusive at all, walking away with little more than the same open question they had arrived carrying. What they share, instead, is something considerably harder to dismiss and considerably more interesting to sit with quietly. A persistent, cross-generational refusal to accept that this particular question has been fully answered, even when, at almost every point across those 35 centuries, the available evidence gave them every reasonable excuse to simply let it go. It is worth asking, honestly, why that refusal has persisted so consistently across so many generations, because the answer says something true about this monument that has nothing to do with whether a chamber does or does not exist beneath its paws. Most archaeological questions, even genuinely significant ones, eventually settle into a stable, broadly accepted answer, not because every last uncertainty gets resolved, but because the remaining uncertainty stops being interesting enough to sustain continued public attention. The Sphinx has resisted that settling in a way remarkably few other monuments have managed. And this video has spent 16 parts trying to explain why, evidence by evidence, survey by survey. But there is a simpler, more human explanation sitting alongside all of that careful technical accounting, one worth naming directly here near the end. Consider for comparison the many other genuinely unresolved archaeological questions that exist around the world. Questions every bit as technically ambiguous as anything examined in this video, that nonetheless never generated anything close to the sustained, cross-generational public fascination the Sphinx has attracted. Countless minor tomb complexes, unexcavated mounds, and disputed dating questions sit quietly in academic journals, debated by a handful of specialists, entirely unknown to the wider public, not because their evidence is any less genuinely uncertain than the Sphinx's, but because nothing about them captures the imagination in the same immediate, visceral way. Whatever quality separates the Sphinx from that much larger, much quieter category of unresolved questions is not, on the evidence, primarily a matter of how strong or how weak the underlying data actually is. It is something else, something this video wants to name honestly before it ends. It is worth thinking too about scale and about how genuinely unusual it is for a single object to sustain this level of attention across so many different eras, each with its own priorities, its own technology, and its own reasons for caring. A medieval traveller sketching the Sphinx half buried in sand was not thinking about seismic refraction or radiocarbon dating. A 19th century engineer clearing the enclosure by hand was not thinking about viral social media or muon tomography. A modern viewer watching a 6-hour video before falling asleep is not thinking, most nights, about excavation permits or peer review. And yet, each of these very differently situated people, working with entirely different tools and entirely different assumptions about the world, found themselves drawn to stand, literally or figuratively, in front of the same carved face, asking some version of the same basic question. A continuity spanning empires that no longer exist, religions that have since transformed beyond recognition, and languages that have long since fallen silent. Very few objects on Earth have managed to hold that kind of attention across such a genuinely enormous, sweeping stretch of human history, spanning empires, religions, languages, and entire technological eras, without ever once losing its grip on the human imagination. A fact worth sitting with quietly in its own right, entirely apart from anything this video has managed to confirm or leave unresolved beneath the sand. It is worth acknowledging, honestly, that this channel cannot claim any special exemption from the same pull that has drawn every other investigator across those 35 centuries toward this monument. The scripts prepared for this video, researched, drafted, and revised across many hours of work, were themselves an act of the same fascination this video has spent 16 parts examining in others: Cayce's readings, Bovall's calculations, Natawijaja's radiocarbon samples, Kimura's decades of diving. The difference this channel has tried to maintain is not a difference in the underlying feeling, which is, if anything, exactly the same feeling that has driven every serious and not so serious investigator this video has discussed. The difference is only in what was done with that feeling once it arrived. Whether it was allowed to shape the presentation of evidence beyond what the evidence itself could bear, or whether it was held, deliberately and repeatedly, at arm's length from the actual reporting of fact. A discipline that had to be renewed, part after part, rather than settled once and left alone. There is a broader lesson in this for how any of us might approach the next viral archaeological claim that crosses our feed, long after this particular video has ended. The feeling of fascination itself is not the problem, and this video has no interest in talking anyone out of caring about ancient mysteries. Quite the opposite. The problem arises only when that feeling gets mistaken for evidence, when the intensity of wanting something to be true starts to substitute for the considerably slower, considerably less satisfying work of actually checking whether it is. Every single overreach this video has documented, from the newspaper coverage that inflated the 1974 seismic finding to the viral illustrations that outran the 2022 radar claims, began with exactly this same substitution, a genuine feeling of fascination, doing the work that careful verification should have done instead, a substitution so easy to make and so quietly costly across every single case this video has examined. The Sphinx looks back at you, that single physical fact, a carved face oriented to meet the gaze of anyone standing before it, watching the sunrise the way it has watched thousands of sunrises before you were born, and will presumably go on watching after you are gone, does something no amount of geophysical data or textual analysis fully explains. It turns an archaeological question into something closer to an encounter, and encounters, unlike ordinary questions, do not stop mattering to people simply because they remain officially unresolved. It is worth dwelling on this distinction between a question and an encounter a little longer, because it may be the single most important observation this video has to offer, more important, in its own way, than any specific finding examined across the preceding 16 parts. A question invites an answer, and once a satisfactory answer arrives, the question naturally recedes, its work done. An encounter does not work that way. You can learn everything currently knowable about a person you love and still feel, every time you see them again, that there is more there than any accumulated knowledge could ever fully capture. Monuments capable of producing that same feeling, monuments that function less like puzzles to be solved and more like presences to be revisited, are genuinely rare. And the Sphinx, whatever else is or is not buried beneath it, is unmistakably one of them. It is worth noting that this quality, the sense of standing before a presence, rather than simply examining an ordinary object, is not something archaeology as a discipline is especially well equipped to measure or account for, and it would be a mistake to think this video's careful. Evidence-based approach in earlier parts has somehow captured everything worth saying about the Sphinx. Archaeology can tell you what a monument is made of, roughly when it was carved, and what physical features it contains. It has considerably less to say about why a particular arrangement of carved limestone, sitting in a particular desert landscape, continues to move people who encounter it, whether in person or through a screen, across thousands of years and across cultures that share almost nothing else in common. That gap between what careful evidence can establish and what genuine human experience actually feels like standing in front of this thing is not a failure of this video's method. It is simply the honest limit of what evidence-based inquiry can address, and naming that limit plainly feels like the right way to close an investigation built so deliberately around honesty about limits. This channel exists in its own small and admittedly imperfect way, inside that same long tradition of encounter, and it feels worth being honest about that plainly, rather than pretending this video sits entirely outside the pattern it has spent so long examining in others. Every documentary, every book, every trance reading, every seismic survey examined across this video was made by people who felt something when they considered this monument. Curiosity, wonder, sometimes obsession, and who then went looking for evidence to either justify or examine that feeling more carefully. This video is no different in that respect, made by people who find this question genuinely compelling, offered to an audience settling in for the night specifically because that same compelling quality, whatever its ultimate source, tends to travel well into the quiet, unhurried hours when a mind has room to wonder about something larger than the day it just finished. It is worth being specific about what makes this particular hour, late at night, with the lights already dimmed and the day's obligations already set aside, such a fitting time to sit patiently with a question like this one, rather than rushing toward an answer it may never actually give. Daytime attention tends toward the practical, the immediate, the solvable, because daytime is when most of the actual solving of practical problems has to happen. Nighttime attention, the kind this channel has been built specifically to hold, works differently, more spacious, more tolerant of questions that resist tidy resolution, more willing to simply keep a mystery company rather than insisting it be closed before sleep can follow. That different quality of attention is not a lesser, lazier version of daytime curiosity. It is arguably better suited to a question like this one, a question that, after 35 centuries, has never once rewarded anyone's impatience. What this video has tried to do differently, if it has done anything differently at all, is hold that feeling accountable to the evidence rather than letting the evidence bend to fit the feeling. An ordering that is easier to state as a principle than to maintain consistently across 16 parts of genuinely fascinating, genuinely tempting material. There were places across this investigation where a more dramatic conclusion would have made for a cleaner story. The 1991 anomaly presented as confirmed rather than contested. The Cayce prophecy framed as vindicated rather than genuinely uncertain. The Inventory Stela treated as suppressed truth rather than probable later invention. Resisting those cleaner versions again and again in favor of the messier, more honest accounting this video has actually delivered, has been the real work of these 16 parts, considerably more than the individual facts themselves. It is worth being specific about what that resistance actually cost in narrative terms, since it is easy to praise honesty in the abstract without acknowledging what it genuinely gives up in return. A version of this video willing to overstate the 1991 findings would likely have generated more excitement in its middle parts. A version willing to present Cayce's prophecy as more precisely confirmed than the primary transcripts actually support would have offered a tidier, more satisfying through line connecting a 1930s trance reading directly to a modern discovery. This video chose deliberately and repeatedly not to take those easier paths, trusting that the actual, more complicated truth, carefully assembled and honestly presented, would ultimately prove more durable and more worth your time than any of the more dramatic alternatives this material so readily offered at nearly every turn. It is worth being equally honest about what was gained in exchange for that narrative cost, because the trade was not one-directional in either direction. What this video gained across 16 parts was a genuinely coherent, genuinely traceable account of exactly how a real archaeological mystery actually develops over time. Layer by layer, retelling by retelling, an account considerably more useful going forward than any single dramatic claim could have been on its own. You now know, in specific and transferable detail, what to look for the next time a viral claim about ancient history crosses your feed, who to ask about, what kind of publication record to look for, and what kind of visual evidence deserves skepticism rather than immediate sharing. That transferable understanding, more than any single fact about the Sphinx itself, may be the most lasting thing this video actually leaves you with, carried forward long after the specific details of any single survey or inscription have faded from memory. It is worth saying plainly as this video approaches its close that this resistance to easy conclusions is not a failure of nerve or a lack of imagination. It is, if anything, the opposite, a considered choice to trust the audience with genuine uncertainty rather than a manufactured resolution, because genuine uncertainty, honestly presented, respects the intelligence of the person listening in a way that false confidence, however comforting, never quite manages to. You have sat through 16 parts of hedged claims, contested evidence, and repeatedly unresolved anomalies. And if you are still here, still listening, that itself suggests something worth trusting. That the honest version of this story was compelling enough on its own terms, without needing to be dressed up as something more certain than it actually is. It is worth reflecting too on what this approach asks of a channel like this one, going forward, beyond just this single video. A channel built on offering false certainty could, in principle, produce more dramatic thumbnails, more viral claims, and more of exactly the kind of exaggerated retelling this video has spent 16 parts carefully documenting and, wherever possible, correcting. Choosing instead to build a channel around honest, hedged, carefully sourced storytelling is, in its own quiet way, a bet. A bet that an audience settling in for the night actually wants the real, complicated shape of history rather than a simplified, more exciting substitute for it. Every one of you who has stayed through all 16 parts of this particular video is, in a very real sense, evidence in favor of that bet, proof that the patient, honest version of this story finds an audience too, even competing against everything louder and more confident that circulates alongside it. It is worth being candid about what that bet actually risks, since a genuine bet, by definition, is not a certainty and never pretends to be one. Every choice this video made to hedge rather than assert, to name uncertainty rather than paper over it, to give a confirmed dead end the same careful attention as an unresolved anomaly, ran directly against the grain of what tends to perform well in a media environment built, in large part, around confident claims and dramatic headlines. This channel made those choices anyway, across 16 parts and many thousands of words, trusting that there remains real value and a real audience for the slower, more careful alternative, even when that alternative asks considerably more patience of everyone involved. Whether that trust is ultimately well placed is not something any single video can settle on its own. It is something built gradually, one honestly told story at a time across a channel's entire body of work. And this particular investigation into the Sphinx is, we hope, one small piece of evidence in favor of that larger, ongoing bet. That trust between this channel and everyone who has stayed with this investigation across its full length is the last thing worth naming. Before we turn, in the final part, back to the Sphinx itself one last time. Not for a new piece of evidence, because there is none left to examine, but for the kind of quiet, closing reflection this channel tries to offer at the end of every long night spent with the ancient world. A reflection on what it means to sit, comfortably, inside a question that may never fully close, and to find, in that sitting, something closer to peace than frustration. Imagine the Sphinx tonight exactly as it sits right now, in the quiet dark, the tourists long gone, the security lights casting the same long amber shadows they have cast every single night for decades, the desert wind moving very slowly across a face that has watched more sunrises than any living thing ever will. And imagine that nothing about it has changed since the last time you thought about it, and nothing will change tonight, or tomorrow, or for a long while after that, because that is simply how monuments this old and this patient tend to behave, indifferent in the gentlest possible way to whatever conclusions we have, or have not, managed to reach about it. There is a particular kind of stillness worth picturing here, at the very end of this long night, before we let the story close. Not the stillness of something finished, because this story, as we have spent 18 parts establishing, is very much not finished. The stillness of something simply resting, the way the desert itself rests once the wind dies down and the last visitor has driven away. The same stillness this monument has known for far longer than any of the people who study it, or make videos about it, or lie awake at night wondering about it, will ever personally witness. A stillness that will outlast this video, this channel, and every generation of researchers still to come. We began this video with a simple, narrow question. Not how old the Sphinx is, a question this channel has already given its own careful treatment elsewhere, but what, if anything, sits beneath it. 16 parts later, gathered into the synthesis and reflection that closed out the parts before this one, the honest answer remains almost exactly where it started. Narrowed, deepened, made considerably more precise, but not resolved, and perhaps never fully resolvable within any of our own lifetimes. A shaft behind the head whose purpose was never fully settled. A modest, empty chamber Selim Hassan documented with careful, unglamorous rigor in the 1930s. A rear passage that Zahi Hawass's team traced to a quiet, undramatic dead end. And, sitting apart from all three of those confirmed, physically explored features, one still unexcavated anomaly beneath the front paws flagged by instruments in 1991 and left, deliberately or simply by the ordinary weight of circumstance, exactly where it was found. Let it drift back through you slowly and quietly once more, the way the whole of this long night has moved, unhurried from the very first imagine, all the way to this closing one. A dream-attired prince had beneath a half-buried head, and the sand he cleared away because a god, or something that felt like one, asked him to. A geologist in the 1990s reading water erosion into limestone that officialdom insisted had never known rain. A woman and a man in Virginia, one lying still on a couch, the other writing down every word, describing a room neither of them would live to see, confirmed or denied. A diver off a small Japanese island finding steps that might be nothing more than stone doing what stone does when the sea has had 10,000 years to work on it. Every one of these threads, followed carefully across 16 long parts, led to the same quiet place this video has tried to leave you standing in now. Not certainty, but a considered, honestly earned uncertainty, held without anxiety, the way you might hold a stone you picked up on a beach once, years ago, still not entirely sure why you kept it, but glad, somehow, that you did. Consider, too, everything this investigation asked you to hold carefully at once, without collapsing it into something simpler than it actually was. The careful distinction between a confirmed dead end and an unresolved anomaly. The difference between what Edgar Cayce actually said, in his own hedged and symbolic language, and what decades of retelling turned that language into. The quiet, unglamorous reality of a chronically underfunded Antiquities service, making difficult choices among 1,000 competing claims on its attention, set against the far more dramatic, far less supported idea of deliberate suppression. None of these distinctions were easy to hold onto consistently, and this video has no illusions about how much simpler, how much more restful it might have felt to let a few of them blur. You held them anyway, across 18 parts and many hours, and that itself is worth a quiet moment of recognition before you close your eyes and let the evening finally end. Patience like that, the patience to sit with a genuinely complicated, genuinely unresolved question without demanding it simplify itself for your comfort, is not a small thing, and it is not something every documentary, every book, or every late-night video actually asks of the people watching it. This one did, again and again, and you stayed anyway, which says something quietly admirable about how you choose to spend your attention, even at the very end of a long day, even when sleep was calling the entire time. That last fact, more than anything else this video has assembled, is the one worth carrying with you as you drift towards sleep tonight, more than any single name, date, or survey result examined across these 18 parts. Not because it promises anything, it doesn't, but because it represents something this channel has come to think of across many long nights of research, like the one behind this particular video, as genuinely rare in a world that increasingly resists sitting with open questions at all. A real, technically documented, professionally investigated piece of unresolved evidence, sitting quietly in the historical record for more than 30 years, waiting, without demanding, for someone someday, with the right tools and the right permission, to finally look. There is something worth sitting with quietly in that patience, the patience of the anomaly itself, indifferent to whether anyone ever resolves it, and the patience the Sphinx has modelled for 35 centuries now. Buried and uncovered, worshipped and neglected and worshipped again, asked about by pharaohs and psychics and geophysicists, and, tonight, by you, without ever once needing to answer in order to remain exactly what it has always been. The not knowing has never diminished it. If anything, the not knowing is part of what has kept people coming back, century after century, long after any ordinary monument would have settled into a quiet, fully explained retirement in a textbook somewhere. Think for a moment about everything this monument has already survived without ever once being fully understood. Empires rose around it and fell. The language its own builders spoke, whoever they were, stopped being spoken by anyone at all and had to be painstakingly relearned by scholars centuries later, working backward from broken fragments and lucky discoveries. Entire religions that once considered it sacred vanished, replaced by other religions that found their own reasons to keep clearing the sand away from its pores. Wars were fought within sight of it. Empires colonized the land around it and were, eventually, sent home. Cameras were invented and pointed at it. radio was invented and used to broadcast news about it. Now, satellites orbit somewhere above it, and radar and muon detectors have, in their own quiet way, tried to see straight through it. Through every single one of those changes, spanning nearly the entirety of recorded human civilization, the Sphinx itself has simply continued sitting there, facing east, unresolved, and entirely undisturbed by anyone's need for it to finally make sense. You do not need this question resolved to rest well tonight. That is worth saying plainly, one final time, because this channel knows, from years of sharing long, unhurried nights like this one with all of you, that some part of the mind resists letting a genuine mystery go unanswered, wants to keep turning it over, wants one more piece of evidence before it can finally release its grip and drift off. Let this be the piece that lets you release it. Not an answer, but a permission. The Sphinx has waited 3,500 years without needing anyone's resolution. It can wait one more night while you sleep. If some part of you is still turning over the 1991 anomaly, still wondering what a resistivity meter, decades ago, actually found beneath that specific patch of stone, let that wondering soften now rather than sharpen. It will still be there tomorrow, exactly as unresolved as it is tonight, exactly as patient. Nothing about your falling asleep changes anything about what does or does not sit beneath those paws. The stone does not need a witness awake to keep being what it already is. It has managed for 3,500 years entirely without one. There is a comfort in that if you let yourself find it and stop resisting it. So much of ordinary life asks you to resolve things, to close loops, to reach firm conclusions before you can finally rest. This particular story has never once worked that way. Not for Thutmose, not for Caviglia, not for Hassan, not for Cayce, not for Dobeki and Shock, not for anyone across 35 centuries who has ever cared enough to ask this question seriously. Every single one of them eventually had to set the question down, unfinished, and go on living their lives, sleeping their nights, exactly the way you are about to do right now. You are, in that sense, in very good company tonight, joining a line of people considerably longer and considerably more varied than almost any other shared human experience this monument has ever produced. A company that stretches back further than any single family tree, any single nation, any single language still spoken today. And if some part of you is holding on to Cayce's specific, hedged words about an approaching date, or Beauval's careful astronomical calculations, or the quiet, empty chamber Hassan found and cautiously dated and moved on from long ago, let all of it settle too, the way every piece of evidence in this story has eventually had to settle. Not into an answer, but into its proper, honestly weighed place, no more and no less certain than the evidence itself actually earned across every single one of the 18 parts we have spent together tonight. Picture it now, one last time, the way we pictured it at the very beginning of this long night together, standing quietly in the dark, facing east, waiting, as it always has, for a sunrise it does not need anyone awake to witness. Whatever lies beneath it, whatever has always lain beneath it, patient in the same stone the way a memory sits, patient in the mind, undisturbed until someone, someday, finally goes looking again. Tonight, that someday can simply, gently wait. Picture too, everyone who has ever stood where you are standing now, at least in the mind's eye, drifting toward the same question in the dark. Thutmose IV, waking from his dream, brushing sand from his own shoulders as he decided what to do about a god who had spoken to him. Caviglia's labourers, uncovering the paws for the first time in centuries, unaware of everything that discovery would eventually set in motion. Selim Hassan, decades later, writing his careful, unglamorous field notes by lamplight, determined to get the record right, even when the record refused to be dramatic. Edgar Cayce, somewhere in Virginia, eyes closed, describing a room he could not have seen with his waking eyes. Robert Schoch, running his hand along limestone that told him a story the textbooks had not prepared him for. Thomas Dobecki and Robert Schoch, watching a resistivity meter trace something none of them could quite explain. Zahi Hawass deciding, again and again across a long career, where the line between curiosity and caution actually belongs. Every one of them looking at the exact same stone, asking, in their own language and their own century, some version of the exact question that brought you here tonight. Add to that long, quiet procession every viewer who has ever fallen asleep to a video very much like this one, somewhere else in the world, in a different time zone, on a different night, wondering the same thing you are wondering right now, before their own eyes finally closed. This channel has heard, across many videos and many nights, from people drifting off in cities on nearly every continent, each one carrying this same question quietly into sleep, alongside whatever else the day had left them holding, whatever worries or hopes had followed them into bed that particular night. You are not wondering entirely alone tonight, even in the most literal, practical sense. Somewhere right now, someone else is hearing these same words, picturing the same stone face turned toward the same eastern horizon, and finding, we hope, the same permission to finally let the question rest. None of them found the final answer. That is not a failure on their part, and it is not a failure on this video's part either, for spending 18 long parts walking through everything they found instead, patiently, honestly, without ever once pretending to more certainty than the evidence actually earned. It is simply the truth of this particular monument, a truth this video has tried, from its very first imagine to this last one, to hand to you honestly, rather than dressed up as something more resolved than it actually is. Let your breathing slow now, gently, without any hurry at all. Let the weight of the evening settle into the mattress beneath you, the same patient way sand has always settled around the base of a monument that has never once needed to explain itself to anyone. Somewhere very far from wherever you are lying right now, the sun is likely already rising over a stretch of ancient limestone that has watched more mornings than either of us can properly imagine, and it will keep watching, quietly, patiently, whether or not anyone ever learns what waits beneath its paws. Let that image be the very last one, rather than any of the more urgent, more unresolved threads this video has spent so long carefully laying out. Not the seismic chart, not the Trance transcript, not the debated inscription. Just the stone itself, facing the direction it has faced for longer than anyone can properly account for, asking nothing of you now except the same thing it has quietly asked of everyone who has ever paused to consider it. Not an answer, just attention freely and willingly given, and now gently allowed to rest, the way every long night eventually has to end, not in resolution, but in the simple, welcome act of letting go completely. Sleep well.